PKA 750. Turns out 15 euros we've been doing PKA to the day. Our guest is Driftor. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load and our wonderful merchandise, Driftor. Great to see you laying there. Hopefully doing great.
Yeah, thank you. It is still the bed rig. I still have to lay here. I know it looks silly, but...
This is a fucking Tim and Eric sketch every time.
I swear I'm getting better, and today I brought proof. Okay.
All right.
I think we already got the video ready to play. If you guys want to play a video of what I've been up to for the last month or so.
Kick it, Zach.
We're hot here. Step back. Yeah, we did a range day.
That Kyle knows what these guns are. That's dog. I knew what that is.
Yep. So I'm here today at the first Pine Park dispensary opening. This is the first Pine Park dispensary ever. Easter was on a Coke 420, so
you got to hang out with Hex.
Me and the website. Yeah. Can you see the Driftor, like the ghost in the machine here? We heard you. Do not get the message. Name is easier to say. Oh God!
Dude, I need more of you gaming and laying down.
One of the things I love about the Pine Park dispensary is it has a literal cannabis drive-through. So what we have here today is an M203 undermounted.
That I was going to stroke it off though.
Don't jerk off the launcher.
All right.
Well, you've been having a good time with guns and weed.
So your goal was to flex that you are sometimes temporarily ambulatory?
Well, yes, no. So we rented an RV, which was basically a bed on wheels for me so that I could move around. It has improved to the point where I can be on my feet hour, 2 hours if I'm having a good time. Still need that ability to lay down. Sitting does not restore rest. It has to be laying. So actually, I'm a little bit late to the show today because I just got done buying a brand new car that is also basically a bed on wheels.
What is this more?
Working really hard to get out. I'll go ahead and pull up a picture of it for you. I got the VW ID Buzz, which is a Volkswagen electric minibus that has enough space in the back to lay down just shy of a queen. I can fit a twin XL and then some other stuff in the back. We put the picture over there. It looks silly. I can see the cringe on Kyle's face. I know that it's not ideal for a lot of people, an electric vehicle like this.
Dude, I know you're not, but the funniest thing on earth would be if you were faking all of this. Funniest pot. Obviously, you're not. No one would do this to themselves, but that would be hilarious.
I kind of like the.
You're like Kaiser Sose one day. You just start walking. You're good.
I kind of like the vehicle. I had this idea that maybe one of those modified like van life like setups where someone has taken like a short school bus and turned it, like they make those look so nice. They take a short school bus and turn it into like a luxury RV. But no, this is sick, dude. How much was this?
This one here was a little bit under 70K, significantly less because I traded in my Tesla for it. I'm going to send Zach 2 pictures of the interior so you can see how ridiculously big the bed is. It's probably just easier to do it that way. Or I could actually, we'll just let Zach pop those up. Yeah. Again, I'll admit that it's a bit of an odd duck. It doesn't have the best fuel efficiency for what that is for electric, but it is a literal like 8 or 10 seater bus on wheels that I can you can't even see it here, but I've got 2 more feet of room in front of me for the mattress, and I'm 6'2", laying down flat in these pictures. So for me, this is the best thing in the world. For me, dude, this means less house.
This is way cooler than a Tesla. I don't think Teslas look that cool. I think that looks aesthetically nicer. And also, like, how many years did you just have a Tesla sitting there? Because you can't drive comfortably. So, like, was it just it just wasn't even being used?
It didn't get a lot of use. My wife used it mostly. But the Tesla was 9 years old. I think it's a 2016 model that we ordered in late 2015 when it was still like, that's when Tesla was like a prototype car. We were like
early adopter.
Some of the first people in Dallas to have it, even though it wasn't the fanciest model. It was wild to like pull up to a restaurant and they would ask you to park in the front because they wanted the nice cars in the front. And I'm like, okay, if you think so. And then it kind of very rapidly became a normal vehicle, especially with the advent of the Model 3. It got a lot less special. But we ran it for about 10 years, and it's been a very, very long way, and we decided to trade it in while it was still worth something and upgrade.
Smart.
What color did you get of the VW? Was it the red one we saw earlier?
I am not going to tell you because there aren't a whole lot of these on the road, especially not here in Texas, and I don't need any attention from any more people.
I'm gonna be looking in the back of everyone I ever see from now on to see if you're asleep in there.
Drift0r.
I'm emotionally as to whether or not that van like helps you get action or protects your virginity. Like I could make an argument either way.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not being jokey. I like that van. I think that looks kind of cool. Like,
well, thank you.
It's like a futuristic it reminds me of Scooby-Doo and the gang, but modern day.
I don't think that's an ugly car. It's cool. But
I like it. I also have notoriously bad taste in cars.
You can literally fuck in it full doggy style. Like you could literally probably have a 3 or 4 way in this fucking thing. It's so big.
The smell though.
Man, I got a house. You do 100 way if you wanted to. I don't need to be.
Well, you asked me. But some girls are into nature. You can go camping. You can go to some event. You meet a girl someplace and you say, hey, you don't have to go back to my place. Just hop in the back of my Buzz. And they're going to say, what? And you pull up in this little electric van and roll out a mattress with scented candles on the side. You're in business.
And then they just have to wait the 40 seconds while the little electric recliner thing brings you to the ground off the side of the bed. Yeah, dude, that rules. I like that. That's cooler than a Tesla. Take it to the bank. I don't know much about cars, but if I were given the option of like, you can have a Tesla sedan or you could have what you're wheeling in, 10 times out of 10, I'm taking the van. It's more practical.
You're a wild man. I like a new Tesla versus that one. Look, again, I'm not trying to shit on
that's new too.
It's clearly perfect for everything you need. But for like you, Taylor, you would rather have that than a Tesla S Plaid, which is essentially a rocket ship.
Whatever the equivalent in cost Tesla sedan is to that,
that's a good point.
I'm taking the van because I assume it's a 4-wheel drive van, and so it's going to be solid in the. Of course, it is. It's a practical guy drifter, and also I have room. I could load so much stuff up. It has all the space of a truck. Really, it's just practical.
You got top racks. You can all the seats and stuff not just fold down. They all come out, and they have like hooks on the bottom if you want to fix other furniture and stuff like that. Handling it's a bus. Surprisingly snappy and easy to drive for a bus. We were able to punch it a few times in Dallas traffic today to avoid some shenanigans.
Yeah. Dude, I would love that. I'd dress like Fred and wear an ascot.
You got a question?
The range?
This is the weak spot. 240 miles, which is not really great for a modern EV, but it is literally a bus. So
yeah, that's not that bad. Look, it's rare that I do 240 miles in one bit. And then I need to like recharge quickly and go again. That's although I don't know if you're traveling the country. It depends. It's going to have to be like played around, but still, that's pretty cool. I like it. I would want a bigger TV in there if I were you. I'd want like a big boy that comes down that is almost as big as possible.
Comes down. You mean mounted on the ceiling, of course.
It would fold down. It'd be able to do both. Like that, but able to do both. Maybe
very illegal.
We were thinking about getting a little like iPad mount to just like mount like a little iPad to it would be because the ceiling on that is lower. So we don't really need a very big screen.
So I was thinking about having it in the front, like just behind the driver in the passenger seat so that you can sort of sit up in bed and like look forward at it. But I guess it makes sense that you're looking straight up at the ceiling like you are now.
Yeah. I don't bend.
Every time I look at you,
I don't bend.
Drifter. Do you have a charging setup at home? And does it work with the new car?
It's the same. I have a 240 volt adapter in the wall. So they're going to be delivering it in the middle of this recording. So my wife is going to take the Tesla charger, unplug it from the wall, and then plug the Volkswagen one in, and nothing changes. Our charger and our like hanging hook and everything, and it all fits in the garage. So again, I don't drive 240 miles very often. I don't even think I really want to lay in the back for 240 if I can avoid it. But for getting around Dallas, which for me has been annoyingly limited, 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes away from home if it's a doctor's appointment, very close to home for years and years, that's blown away. We can now easily go all over Dallas and do whatever. And with the more uptime, like let's say we go to the range again. Well, I can't spend 8 hours at the range, but I can do 1. rest 30, another 1, rest 30, 1 or 2. Huge improvement to my life, at least. So
what happens
when
you need to lay down? Like, are you exhausted? Are your legs tired? Does your back hurt? What is the
back? Sciatica and increasing back pain up to the point where it gets just very ridiculous. And it's one of those things where if you ignore it, it becomes more permanent. Like if I ignore it, it'll be that way for weeks or months. So I really need to lay down for like a quick reset. And that's just where I'm at right now. But things are getting better, believe it or not.
Back you ever done an inversion table? Those things where you like hook your feet in and it goes whoop and it stretches you out. Is that not good?
It's not good because the bones are broke. Like it's fine if you have a slip disc or something, but if your bones are broken and you're upside down, it's all just sliding around loosey goosey, and you don't want that.
Are you telling me your spine is broken?
Yeah, I've said that like many times. 6 or 7 years.
Spinal.
It's a spinal issue.
I remember it being a tea issue with a Clomid solution.
Yeah, it's turned into a whole. I think I'm finally on the other side of all those shenanigans. It was a tick-borne illness, not Lyme, but something very similar to it. And the back got weaker because everything else got screwed up, and I hurt myself and couldn't recover. And shenanigans for ages and ages and ages. But I think we finally beaten most of it. Oh, and I had a surgery. I had a big, nasty fat mass removed from my back. Do you guys want to see a picture of it?
Yes.
Okay, give me just a moment to dig this up because
I imagine you being like, give me just a moment. Cheryl! Like screaming for your wife whatever it is to come in and handle the
She brings in a beaker.
She brings in a beaker. Yeah. Well, I'm glad the tea thing is handled.
Yep. Testosterone is very normal. I treat it only with clomiphene, which I know not everybody likes and has issues sometimes and blah, 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 blah. But over a couple of years, we've tested my T levels and estradiol and prolactin and LH and all that stuff a bunch of times. And for quite a long time, it's all been perfectly normal. Nothing anomalously.
Nice. You waking up hard?
Say that again?
Are you waking up hard?
What does that mean?
Like with a boner? Because that's a sign that like your T's back on track.
I mean, okay. Yes. I'm going to send this goober to Zach real quick.
Are you sending dick?
We don't need to see your art on, dude. We'll take your word.
Just put it on Imager.
I'm a show me state boy.
What'd you call your dick when you were a kid, Taylor? Like when you were too young to say like dick and like piss. Like
I got in trouble the first day of kindergarten for saying penis. And my mom was very much like, it's a penis. You say penis.
I wish.
Like she didn't do like wee wee or like any of those words. She didn't say goober sucks. I hate that.
Dude, it was a goober when I was a kid. And I'm trying to think what a pussy was.
That was always just vagina.
It was a hoo-ha, and we had a tallywhacker in my family was the word for dick. I hated it so much.
I've heard that. That implies like the vagina is the tally. Really?
All right, got that grabbed. I'm going to send this nasty, absolutely nasty thing that we're all going to look at. Why is it not in the right folder? Excuse me, I just uploaded you. You should be in the folder now. That's why I pay for a Dropbox subscription. Oh my God.
So you got, man, everything's coming up. Driftor, sick new Volkswagen Bug, no more big fat mess, hard dicks in the morning,
occasionally ambulatory.
Ambulatory, I would say semi-regularly.
Oh yeah, things are getting better. And I was going to say, I'm scrolling through all these pictures insanely fast. Physical therapy is mostly over. Now we're back to like proper weightlifting and exercise. It's totally baby stuff, like, bench pressing the bar and just really simple kind of low weight exercises, but it's not go to the physical therapy clinic. It's you're fine. You exercise on your own. And that's a nice improvement. Frees up my day a lot. So
yeah, that's way better.
In many ways, things are coming up. Driftor.
Good. Because you were going, you had a rough go of it there for a while.
Yep. And the goober is in Zach's hands, so he can show you what they removed from me. And I'll see if I can find a size reference around here. Oh, that's not a bad one.
The goober is in Zach's hands. See if we can find.
Zach has my goober in his hands.
All right.
Size reference, very slightly smaller than this mouse and sitting really close to my spine. Removing it. Instant pain relief. I was in the hospital. They didn't give me anesthetic or anything because the surgery is so quick. So you wake up feeling the full pain of it. And they're like, how are you feeling? Do you need pain meds? We have this and that. And it's like a bunch of different opiates. Even with the thing still bleeding, removing that pressure was an improvement in pain. And I told her, no pain meds needed. I'm already like 70% better. This was a great idea. So
that's great. So that's like the worst place for you.
So for those who are audio only, he just showed a picture of a really gross, like abnormally shaped chunk of fat that's all bloody and gooey. It's like yellowish, dark fat. That was like probably on some nerves or something, applying pressure.
Yeah, so on the sciatic nerve, and So removing that was instantly better. You know, I still got the broken bones and I still got problems, but it went from this is the stupid problem in my life. I can't lay on my side. Causes a lot of pain, right? Or I have short periods of time I can do that. I went from having a 1 minute time limit on side laying to 20 minutes in 2 days after that surgery. Just instantly, no more mess there. So
I only sleep on my side.
That's what I used to do. Sleeping on your back sucks.
It does. Your mouth is pointed at the fan. Your nose gets dry. It sucks. I don't like it.
You can't hide from the light if there's a window. You can't just roll over and ignore it.
Yeah.
I breathe compressed, heated, filtered air. I don't just breathe whatever passes by like you peasants.
All of what
it's humidified as well.
Every breath you take in the middle of the night costs money.
Like it's like a villain in one of those dystopian movies. Like everybody else has gas masks and they're out there like trudging around. Woody's sitting up in his penthouse. Crisp, clean air, plants everywhere. But to pull all this mess away from me, because I've talked about my own mess too much, have you guys talked about THC-A on the show at all? Because I just found out about that.
We used to have a sponsor for THC-A. The whole gamut of all the THC variables, but THC-A was in there. And I think that, Kyle, that's probably what you're buying at the dispensary, right? THC-A? Or at the legal dispensary in Georgia.
I think they may have made it illegal in Georgia, actually.
What?
It just got legalized in Texas, and I think we may be on the same path that Georgia is. I better get it while the getting's good. So for those of you
I smoke THCP now because that's the strongest
what
thing
is
legal.
that?
THCP is 25 times more psychoactive than regular marijuana.
It's probably,
THCP is $60 per half gram.
That's THCP, too much. Not the money, the power. That's not an enjoyable amount of.
It's a little magic wand that you buy for $60. you puff on that thing, and it's whoa. What was that? That's a real drug. I wasn't prepared.
That's like hitting like 5 or 10 dabs at once. That's like you're going to a whole other dimension on weed.
It doesn't feel that way. Dabs are this other thing. Like whenever dabs is this like punch in the face of intensity, but this is a creep up on you and like, whoa, I didn't know I was smoking that kind of thing. And it lasts way longer than anything else does. That's not what I'm smoking right now. This is a little milder. I think it's a blend of Delta 8 and THC-H maybe. And
I have questions about the THCP we were talking about. How long does it take to come on? Like you said, it sort of comes on slowly, but I wanted more. And how long does it last?
I don't know. With like I'm a different use case because I puff these all the time.
It's vape?
But yeah, it's a vape. It's a little disposable vape. I wish I had one. I've got like my old like junk pile of like empties here, but I don't have one in there.
Vapes,
but
seconds, right?
Yeah, more or less. But this, it's so subtle that it's like I don't know. It's kind of like when you're sitting and you're drinking and you've had like 3 or 4 drinks and you stand up and then you realize how impaired you are. That's kind of how that stuff is. It's real strong. But yeah, they say it's 25. That's what this chart says. It's 25 times more psychoactive than just regular THC marijuana. I don't know if that's true, but it's definitely the strongest thing available here. But yeah, we legalized
like 30 minutes, 90 minutes,
probably hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. But like I don't like hit it and then put it away and wait 2 hours. Like I'm playing video games, so I'm zoned out, like playing Oblivion, hacking and slashing.
Right?
Yeah. I'm slash, voom, voom, hack, shield, boom, boom. I'm mixing
Google to see if this is just an annoying puzzle in the quest, or I've run into a bug. Shit, it's a bug. I shouldn't have spent 10 minutes trying to. Have you done that yet in this game? Where like I was running around for probably 20 minutes in a dungeon, and I was also high late at night playing, and I was like, man, you're smarter than this. There has to be a way through. It's a fucking Oblivion dungeon. And I kept running and backtracking. And then finally I like Googled and immediately see a bunch of Reddit suggestions in the Google search of like, anyone else totally stuck here? And it's like, yeah, the gate you're supposed to go through won't open. You have to do this and reload a save and then try it. And so I did. And I'm like, yeah, it's not me that's stupid. It's the game.
I always do that with games. I'm always afraid I'm going to make an unchangeable mistake as well because it's an RPG. But yeah, it's very strong. So you're thinking Texas might make THC? I keep
ACE for acetate. Yeah. So you'll love this shenanigan. They can sell hemp and a variety of products that don't have THC Delta 9 because it's under a certain amount for the Farmville, blah, 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 blah. Well, somebody discovered that immature plants in the process to becoming happy little buds make THC-A, the A standing for one acetate molecule that's attached to the end. And over the life cycle of the plant, as it's exposed to sunlight or heat in a vaporizer or smoke, it instantly, that acetate molecule breaks off and it turns into regular old THC like we know and love. So all you have to do is harvest your plants about a month early before they've had that opportunity to turn the A into regular. And that's it. You can just sell it. So there's all these dispensaries here in Texas, including the Pine Park, which has amazing weed, by the way. But all these dispensaries here now can get access to THC-A by harvesting the plants early, and their customers get the exact same benefit of regular THC. It's pure shenanigans, in my opinion. It reminds me of the sort of circuitous logic you use for like gun regulation for certain little picky things. So.
Yeah, that's good. Whatever gets closer to just total weed legalization is good. And in the meantime, any sort of loophole they can find is good. Unless it's like the spice loophole from when I was like in high school and college, where it's like, don't smoke weed, smoke this satanic dust. Like that's just, or this satanic spray that's like sprayed on a piece of plastic. That
stuff's popular in prison.
Plant.
It'll send you into seizures and all sorts of bad things. It's not marijuana. The THC-A was real popular here maybe 6 months ago. I was buying lots of it and smoking. I was like, what the fuck? We got legal weed here now. This is just legal weed. Right? And they got at the dispensary, they explain it the way you did. Like, look, right now it's legal. When you heat it up, it becomes illegal. But you've smoked it, so it's gone. It's like, and it's really similar to the explosives laws with tannerite, how like you've got a binary compound. You had your aluminum dust and your ammonium nitrate, and those individually are innocuous legal ingredients. But as soon as they're combined, you have an explosive. But you detonated it, so it's gone. And there's that was their way around that as well. But yeah, they made it illegal here in Georgia. I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months ago, because I remember at my dispensary, he was like, get it while you can, because this is the last of it. And technically, I'm not even supposed to have this, but the other dispensary across the street has ratted me out. Like he was still selling it after it went illegal. And the other dispensary was like, hey, what are you doing, bro? You can't be selling that. You know better than that. You want me to rat you out? You want me to rat you? And it's like, dude, what the fuck? Y'all, no honor amongst dispensary owners,
amongst drug dealers.
Yeah, it's a cutthroat business out there, and it's also interesting to see how different dispensaries compete. So here in Texas, I'll compare to Pine Park. They're very premium. They're about the smoking experience, these great terpenes, big puffy buds, everything's beautiful and like amazing. That's sort of their business model to get that high-end crowd. But when I started researching, I found a whole bunch of different segmentation, all the way down to people that were growing honestly not the greatest quality THC-A, but they would sell it to you dirt cheap, like lower than because it was just excess bud. So you could just buy the cheap stuff and smoke it if you wanted to, which is really not the worst thing in a state where that's illegal. But as long as the fancy ones are here, we're going to get the big, lush, amazing.
What's your guys' guess on when your respective states, you have to put a year on it, are going to go full bore and join the land of the free like the great state of Missouri.
No time soon.
Totally. That's what I would have said about Missouri.
I'm going to say 2044.
44?
Maybe.
No way it takes that long. No way.
We've been arresting college students for having Delta 8 here. They've literally arrested college students because they had a Delta 8 pen, and that's very technically still illegal. And the whole thing, if I bought it at a store, just didn't matter when they wanted to throw the book at the kids. It's not very enforced. That doesn't happen often. But the state of Texas has it set up in such a way to where tomorrow they could just change enforcement laws and legal cannabis options disappear. So the enforcement is solely up to their discretion, and it's purely an ideological battle, which is depressing. I think there's a lot of, Texas is very conservative. There's a lot of Republicans here in Texas that are very much so on board with cannabis legalization because that's more of a libertarian ideal and it makes money and stuff. But then we have the really more religious conservatives and the ones probably like 70, 80 plus that don't like cannabis because they didn't grow up with it or they had propaganda about it. That crowd is very much so. It's a sin. It's bad. It's addictive. It kills people and all sorts of silly nonsense. So I'm hoping that over the next couple of years, we get less of the ideological bans and more of the people that would like to make tax revenue.
Yeah, Missouri made a bananas amount of money with weed because they also did something smart and made it so that I guess the tax on it is lower here than a lot of other states. And I think they really did that is because they knew that Illinois took the opposite route, where Illinois taxes you to fucking kingdom come on weed. Like, it's absurd how expensive it is. And so now a bunch of people in the legal state of Illinois just drive over the bridge to the legal state of Missouri and buy their weed here. And so and also you get now weed tourists from the 7 other states that we border, none of which other than Illinois have weed. It's apparently been a huge boon for Missouri to be the first Midwest state to actually be you know what, we're doing it, and we're not going to do the Illinois horse shit of weed's legal, 60% tax, and it's oh,
that's
fuck
a lot.
It's something absurd.
When I went to Illinois has legal weed, obviously, and I've driven up there a couple times, several years ago, to just do a little smokecation. It's only a 12-hour drive. So head on up there. And the first dispensary across the border is hopping. It's they've got the market cornered. I think they're the only one in that little town, and it is huge. And there was a line outside to get in I was there when it opened, and there was a line outside, and it was just what the fuck? It was so busy. I don't know what to compare it to as far as the busyness level, but it was hopping. So it's definitely big business. I don't know when Georgia's going to legalize it. Georgia's a weird purple state, right? We voted for Biden and then Trump. And then also you've got Atlanta that's very blue and very black. And then the rest of the state that's very red and very white. And so it could go either way. I don't know.
Also, rural versus urban is important there. Similar thing in Texas. Almost all the cities are, not all, but most of them are blue. And most of the rural areas are red. That just tends to be how it is.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, there's no way it takes till 2044. Those 80-year-olds who are against it aren't going to be. They'll be long gone before that.
We'll
in mass, the boomers are dying a lot.
If Florida legalized or someone around,
they did.
They've got
medical legal weed. But it's I have depression, and then you get your weed.
It is.
Florida will beat either of your states to the recreational thing, I think, because they seem to have more of a kind of do what you want idea.
They've been trying to take steps backwards rather than forwards. And what's the governor down there? He's famous. What's his name?
DeSantis.
Abbott? DeSantis is Florida. Abbott is Texas.
Yeah,
the guy with the pumps.
Be about it.
Yeah,
have you seen him with his little lifts?
With his cowboy boots with 4 inches of empty shoe towards the end of it. It's all folded up and bent. What a goober.
Abbott's in the chair, is. Right?
I can't believe I didn't know he was crippled until
you know how it happened?
Within the last year. I don't know.
I think a tree fell on him. I think God smote him.
He was smitten?
Crashed a vehicle into a tree.
By God himself, yeah.
I want to say, we're going to throw this into Google real quick so that we know. Oh wow! It is if I type "how did Governor A," it tells the rest.
Smite. Holy shit! Never considered that. Yeah.
A large oak tree cracked and fell in half on Governor Abbott's back, leaving him forever paralyzed from the waist down. And since I'm deeply involved with Texas politics, a fun story about this. He got some of his initial money, I believe, by suing the owner of the tree or whoever was responsible. He got a nice chunk of starter change, like buy a house kind of money, and then got elected. And the moment he got elected, one of the very first handful of bills that he proposed was restrictions, bans, and limits on liability settlements, specifically for exactly the type of liability settlement that he made money from.
I thought you were going to say his first act was to declare war on trees. Start chopping them all down.
For all the like salty liberals, like Governor Abbott, it's like they'll say like the tree should finish the job. And there's another one.
It sucks.
Texas
who's the other representative from Houston? I'm forgetting her name. She calls him Governor Hot Wheels or DEI governor because it's
Crockett.
Yeah, Crockett.
Dude, how often would you be thinking, like, if I were running just a little bit faster or a little bit slower, I'd be fucking jitterbugging out there tonight with the gang at my daughter's wedding.
It comes up often, that thought.
I think he's faking it for the sympathy votes. They're like, oh, look how much he's
they would have made a big to-do about it. I didn't know he was. I literally had no idea he was in a wheelchair until I saw.
That's because you just don't follow politics if you don't know Greg Abbott's in a fucking chair.
Well, I don't follow the Texas.
Not only do they wheel that son of a bitch around everywhere and talk about how brave he is, but Crockett went after him about a month ago and called him Governor Hot Wheels. And it was like barely before that I learned, because I saw him wheeling around and I literally thought, like, did he fucking break his leg or something? What's up?
No. All of my complaints about Abbott have very little to do with his wheelchair. It's
him being crippled. Yeah.
I'm so far left of center that cuckolding enthusiasts look down on me. So of course I'm not gonna look too kindly on some things.
That's the biggest problem I have with him is the wheelchair. Everything else, I'm sure he's doing a bang up job. But
that's the big one for you.
That's the big one.
Stand up and look me in the eye, Governor, or I ain't gonna trust the words you have to say.
I don't trust.
That's like some street preacher stuff. I saw a street preacher tell this dude in a wheelchair, if you had enough faith, you could just stand up and look me in the eye, just like you said. Made the wheelchair dude so mad.
Yeah, that's so rude.
What?
If you had enough faith, you'd catch me when I steal your drink out of your hand right now and jog faster than you can wheel.
There's a big group of people. They come to college campuses. Like, they do the Change My Mind and the college campus protests. They did the same thing, but it's that very aggressive kind of ministry where like women walk by and it's like, whore, and it's like, you're going to hell. And they'll scream and argue. And the whole goal is to like get a student mad enough to punch one of them in the face so they can sue the student and the university. So that was where the wheelchair guys just roll into class and they just lay into him about being faithless for the most part, and he has to deal with that.
I need to find out.
Well, that's freedom of
who
speech
the guy was.
For you.
It is.
Brother Jed. That's who it was. There was a guy on the Mizzou campus who there was like this little speaker circle thing that was in the middle of the semi-middle of the campus, and it was very much like a high traffic area. So between classes, it was often the most efficient way to go through this little, crossroads with the circle and the decorations and whatnot and the paving to get to your next class or a different building. And there's this guy named Brother Jeb. Was it Jeb or Jed? Whatever. Brother Jed. He would stand out there and do exactly what you're talking about and be like screaming at people for having abortions. And I don't think girls were saying like, I'm going to get it fucking, like, this was 2009. And so it wasn't the same vibe as a lot of stuff today in 25, but then he'd be saying like, you're killing your babies. And girls are like, I don't know you. Like, what are you talking? I'm not in an argument with you. I didn't have an abortion. Like, I'm a Christian too. And he'd be like, no, you're not. No, you're not. If you were, you'd be out here caring. He was a big fire and brimstone guy. And I was glad he was there because he added flavor to that part of the day. When I was walking from economics to statistics, he was a little bright spot where I was like, what's Brother Jed going to be up to today? Who's he going to be in an argument with? Sometimes there would be like fedora wearing style people because it wasn't totally gay to like be that guy yet in 2009. And he'd be like arguing with them. And I'd be thinking like, the fuck are you doing? Like, this guy's got a cane with like a snake on top of it, waving it at people, and you're trying to be like, fact check, and it's like you're gayer than he is. Brother Jed rules. And so sometimes like you have frat guys like watching him, and when he made like an absurd, really not very salient but boisterous and entertaining point, like these frat guys who we're going to like underage drink and have premarital sex, like 2 minutes later, be like, yeah, give him hell, brother, give him hell. So he was a good time. Big shout out. He's probably dead. He was old as hell.
Who knows? Maybe he's still out there. He's even older. He's in the chair now. He's got his little megaphone with his raspy voice being magnified. You don't know.
I like that. I like seeing somebody who believes in something enough to stand on the street corner with a loudspeaker and megaphone or what have you. You know,
we got one here in Texas, not too far from me. There's a very small Planned Parenthood center. So, of course, you have people protesting it. There's an older guy out there who's very clearly overweight and unhealthy, but he will get there at 8 a.m. and he will put down his tailgating equipment and sort of screw his signs into the ground and sit there in front of the building and play on his cell phone if anybody wants to talk to him. And he does that pretty much every day.
I mean, you need guys like that. Oh my God, he has a Wikipedia page. He passed away. Hold on, let's pull up Brother Jed's Wikipedia page. Zach, pull up the image of this guy and tell me this isn't the kind of guy you want hollering. And there was some sort of rule that like I don't think he was allowed to have a loudspeaker anymore. So he was pure baritone, pure love of the game.
Oh shit, he looks like what I imagined. You could not cast a person to look better than that. That's so good.
If this showed up on Netflix, I would say, okay, they took the parody over the top.
Yeah, they'd be like, this is a little heavy-handed.
Poltergeist.
Yeah.
He did have like nice suits and old-timey ties. He looked like he was going to go watch horse racing all the time. I liked that. And then this might be later than when I was in school because he did not have this intense of a cane when I was there. He had a very normal cane, and he wasn't a weak old man who needed a cane at all. This was pure style. It was pure flash. Bravissimo. I liked it. Is there a
name for that hat?
I don't know. On him, I like it.
It's called the Revelator.
I believe that.
Be a hat guy.
See, I didn't like cold months. Brother Jed wasn't as good in the scarf.
No,
you know what a Revelator
he looks
is?
more like a professor there, and he's got the what were the little scarves that the Democrats wore to the rotunda to take a knee under Lincoln or whatever? That's what he looks like he's got going on underneath.
Yeah. He's got now that's the guy I remember.
That's an inspection right there.
Dark hair.
Come put your genitals on my hand, I'll read your future.
See, that's what would happen. People would like stand around him and be like, damn, this guy's got charisma. Your
dick has to be this big around to talk to me.
This is so much longer of a Wikipedia page that I thought Brother Jed would have. He's got paragraphs.
What's the problem, officer? I can't do a little beekeeping here on campus. What's going on?
a little beekeeping. That is what he looks like. Damn, he needed to buff up a little bit. Those are little arms.
He has like the stave of revelation, like whatever that stick probably has a goddamn name. Oh, I blasphemed. I shouldn't have done that in this moment. He's I genuinely am impressed by those people. Like there are like those Joel Osteen cocksuckers who are clearly like running a big scheme, scammy thing, making hundreds of millions of dollars. That dude right there does not look like a wealthy man. That guy right there believes what he's saying, and he showed up with a magic fucking stick to say it. He wouldn't be there if he didn't believe he was doing good. I bet he goes home every night and says, like, Lord, just let me reach one. And then he goes to sleep. Like that guy believes. I appreciate that.
That's a guy who here's something from his page. College newspapers have reported some of his statements. Quote, I don't know how the whorehouse in town stays open. All you sorority girls are giving it away for free. And quote, who are you, Bob Marley, addressing a black student with dreadlocks? He often shouted, a masturbator today is a homosexual tomorrow. His assistants carried signs declaring that feminist liberals and those who listen to rock and roll are destined for hell, along with homosexuals, fornicators, those who use tampons. I think I'm going to call BS on Wikipedia here. I knew a lot of people who listened to this guy yell. Not once did he say anything about that. And
the tampon thing is interesting.
The masturbator. That's what I'm saying. I never heard him say the tampon thing. The feminists, liberals, homosexuals, fornicators, masturbators. Remember all of that. I think they're doing him dirty.
The part about his master's degree thesis, it's my favorite. Smock attended graduate school at Indiana State University, where he earned a master's degree in history and wrote a thesis on the personal effects of smoking 7 straight joints of marijuana.
It sounds like he was cool as hell.
Took 18 months of research, day after day.
Yeah,
So
I guess he says he used to be a party boy, engaging in drunkenness, dissipation, and debauchery.
That's like those preachers like, I used to be gay, but the Lord had healed me. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, this guy was not
many
gay.
of those growing up. Oh my God. I think
those guys are hard
really for them. It was just a different dating pool. They would date the other totally formerly gay pastors and I guess still have a place in the community in the South.
Oh, that's the Catholic Church you're referring to. That's a different thing. I think that's what they got going on. I think a bunch of those guys in the Catholic Church are gay. I think like a lot of them.
Have you seen the Pope's seamstress?
No.
The Pope, not seamstress. The Pope has a garment expert who does all his. He is Catholic and in the church and ordained, and this guy is outrageously gay, living an openly gay life, fabulous, look like some dude you'd see in San Francisco. Like, yes, these are the fabrics for His Highness, and going over. And there's been so much with the Catholic Church. I think in Brussels maybe was the country, I can't remember. A couple of times they'd find the priests having orgies. So yeah, this guy looks like a boutique shop in San Francisco.
Interesting. Looks like that guy would be using like a butterfly knife.
Yeah, Catholic Church, very gay, in my opinion.
What the fuck are those tattoos? That's awful. Think it through. Like, have a plan. When you when you got your tattoo, did any part of you go, you know what?
Maybe a giant puzzle.
You just start going.
What he looks like?
I'll tell you when to stop.
Maybe he's gonna fill them in. Like maybe he's gonna fill those in, like that music video. This one, somebody that I used to know.
I knew exactly what you were going for.
Oh, he's like colored in like all pastel.
He looks like a stained glass to me.
Yeah.
No,
it's like he tried to start with the lines and the fractals.
You're crooked. All right, never mind. These lines are fucking crooked. Look at his bicep. The one that yeah. See what I mean? Yeah, he's going for this. I like that music video.
That was a good song.
Well, yeah. I don't know. On one hand, it
was catchy. I've heard it in many
how
years.
You can be the leader of the Catholic Church and then say things like, whatever you want to believe in, that's cool. It all works.
Yeah, that's weird.
In my mind, the Catholic Church has evolved on what they considered most important since the beginning, right?
True.
But evolving now is somehow violating tradition, even though, to me, as an outside observer, the tradition is evolving.
It's just evolving makes sense. But there's some stuff that's like hard and fast. Like this is an exclusive thing. Like the whole kind of core of Christianity is like there's no way to salvation except through Jesus. And so if he's like undercutting that, it would be like a Muslim imam saying like, Hindu, Christian, Muslim, you just do your best.
There's lots of good prophets out there.
There's a lot of good ones out there. People say Muhammad's the best, but who's to say? Like immediately they'd be like, what the fuck is
over there?
They're stabbing that guy.
they're not given leeway in Islam. They go hard in the paint.
Did he say it lots of times? The time I saw him say that someone was getting into Christian or heaven that was a non-believer, it was a little boy worried that his father wouldn't go to heaven because he was a non-believer. Are we talking about the same thing, or did he do this a lot?
I don't know that story. I just know the like quote of him saying
he said dogs go to heaven. Like he was, dude. He's playing it off the seat of his
I'm fine with that
evolution.
evolution.
What are you fucking talking about? No, they don't get to go. I wish they could go. Look, if it was up to me, only dogs would go to heaven. Just me and all the dogs. But I don't get to make fuck all y'all. Go to hell. But I'd be up there in a big gigantic that field from that Microsoft Windows like screensaver. I'd be in that field with every dog that ever lived, all the good ones, none of the pit bulls, and that would be my heaven.
And legal weed.
Well, the field is weed. It's a field of weed. It's like
just smoke through literally the grass.
I'm just high as I walk through it. I just absorb it subliminally. I lost my train of thought.
You know what?
The Catholic here. The only thing I would like to see the Catholic Church progress forward on, let them priests, cardinals, the Pope have a wife. They should have to have not let them, force them. He said, "Go forth and be plentiful." Look. Your priest should have 15 fucking sons and daughters who are taking part in and they should be setting that example. Then all of a sudden your priest knows a thing or two about relationships, women, marriage, family, children, raising those children. Now he's an expert in those things. So when he goes to talk to you, you're not talking to a 60-year-old fucking gay virgin about your wife texting guys on Facebook. Because what the fuck does he know about that shit?
Agree.
That's true.
Also, I think there'll be fewer pedophiles if these guys get laid.
Yeah, but Woody,
that's scientifically true.
If only,
is it?
Like, I don't think. But what would really prove it is if we had thousands of years of a parallel church. We'll call it hypothetically the Orthodox Church that does allow their priests to get married and doesn't have a pedophile problem. Now, if we could point at something like that and see that it works, and you don't just rush into it after 1 century. Let's say we get 18 centuries of it, like a huge amount, and then we'd know that it worked. Yeah, you're
winning me over,
right.
Taylor.
They should be able. Yeah, like the Orthodox let their priests get married, and they don't have a pedo weirdo problem. Just do that, and then you won't attract weirdos who want to be in positions of power.
I tell you what, I also like this Pope is supposed to be the people's Pope, progressive Pope, etc. When he found out about all that molestation, I think it's South America somewhere. Forgive me, I don't know the country, Chile or wherever he found it out. It was rampant. He asked for the resignations of all of the clergy there, but only accepted it from like 2 or 3 of them. It's like, why didn't you clean fucking house? Like I can't think of anything more. We all know there's nothing more despicable than that child molestation, and then to couple it with like the church, the thing you're supposed to trust in the most, have faith in, not trust. Like it's the ultimate betrayal. And from the ultimate fucking pieces of shit, like to be a priest as your forward-facing face and a molester, and pride is so disgusting and evil. Those people they should bring back some of that Renaissance justice. They should have burned those priests.
Those priests should have had accidents.
Torture.
I bet he could legally do it. I bet the Pope could legally execute people in the Vatican, can't he?
In the Vatican, I think so.
Yeah, I would
only
hope so.
On the Vatican grounds, not 1 foot over.
And he's got his own country over there, and
Italy would like that very much.
I promise you, if I was Pope and we knew for sure that Father likes little boys over there had been up to no good, we would burn him at a stake in the Vatican for the world to fucking see and set an example.
Yeah,
I'm so glad you said this. I was just about to recommend that you fly him in and you tell him it's a great honor or something. When he gets there, the live stream starts.
Yeah.
You get to be the example of what happens to pedophile priests. You burning alive ushers in a new era of justice here at the Catholic Church, which they don't really get. You might have heard the wild story out of, I believe, New Orleans. There's a whole bunch of people suing one of the priests there for molesting children, as it always is, unfortunately. And the church decided not to remove him from active duty, including Sunday school and like childcare. So the lawyer on the case warned and made it public and sort of broke some court laws, if I'm not mistaken, to protect the people still going to the church. So now the Catholic Church is trying to get the suit dismissed and sue the guy for some violation of privacy. And a similar thing just happened with the Southern Baptist Convention. If you look it up, this was during Biden time. It's done in Trump's zone. The Department of Justice was investigating them because they discovered that in like 1995, the leadership of the church discovered that they had a predator priest problem, that it was frequent. And they called in lawyers to figure out how to deal with this problem. And the lawyers' advice was basically a whole bunch of NDAs, get molestation insurance, set up a policy, rotate these people. So it was discovered the Southern Baptist Convention had this huge list of priests that had been credibly accused of sexually assaulting their congregants. And instead of firing those people or making it public, they put that just on their server to reference for when anything bad happens with little dollar figure amount for like what each person was worth and stuff. How cursed was that?
That's pretty fucked up. What the Pope should do, I mean, he has his own country. How about you have like a team, like a SEAL Team 6 tier level of guys, except they're dressed like paladins. with like holy paladins. And these guys,
he does.
They get wind of nonsense going down in southern Argentina. Do you go to the law? No, you're the fucking Pope. You are the law. You send the paladins. And then they slay him publicly, probably, because everyone's going to see, even in their little square, they're going to see the paladins and be like, hell yeah. And they're going to be happy that he's ridding the community of a pedophile. That's the way to do it. And it's aesthetically cool, and everyone will like it. It'll be fun. People will go and get their picture taken with the paladins like they do with those big hatted guys in Buckingham Palace.
Kyle, Taylor's idea has promise, but as a Baldur's 3 subject matter expert, are we sure a team of pure paladins is the way we go? We don't need a mage in there somewhere?
No, paladins.
We've got one rogue.
An assassin.
Mr. Pope, they like the idea, but they don't like the gremlin member of the team.
I got one for you here. This is so perfect. My wife just started reading a manhwa about Catholic priests that are like special operators that fight demons, except they're also extremely gay. Which is, I think, realistic. I'll just drop these images in here. You talk about like having like elite Catholic operators for like missions and stuff.
Oh.
I have been watching her read this for like 2 weeks now.
Dude, elite paladins? Oh, well, this does not seem like a good source of information about anything.
No.
This is a cartoon.
But it is an idea. Well, maybe not that one. We'll go to the other one.
This is an anime or something.
It's an anime.
The Swiss Guard is what you're talking about. He literally has what you're describing. They're called.
I don't like their look, and so I'd want them changed.
He has what I'm describing. So like a couple paladins and a mage.
He has an army. He has a private army called the Swiss Guard, and they wear silly uniforms. But you'd want paladins. Paladins get their powers from their oath. And once they break that oath, they lose it. So thereby you secure that, any of your paladins go around diddling little kids, they'll lose their powers. These guys, what are you talking about? What's your problem with these guys?
I don't think they make effective.
I think they're ninjas. One face paint away from being a clown.
I mean, number one, I like
say that to their face.
I like that they have the halberds
poke you with that thing.
There.
But that halberd looks lame, right? It's like a child's halberd.
That has to be like a ceremonial one. That seems like the one you would actually be using to stop like a.
Does it? In my games,
that's for pulling a knight off a horse.
The axe part should be much bigger in mine.
It's not an axe,
wow! What do you think that guy did to get the cool one?
It's meant to pull riders off of a horse.
Yeah, that is. But okay, the helmets are not upsetting to me at all. I like those. I don't like how colorful the pantaloons are.
Pantaloons are killing colorful. Me. I'm with you.
Pantaloons are a little rough. Imagine them in plate armor with still that coiffed helmet thing. But it's chrome plate armor. It has to look just, and a white cape that has Orthodox cross on it. Ooh, now
these guys looking pretty straight with each other too. But I mean, if your army's going to be dressed like this instead of like a blacked out Escalade or a Hummer, they should probably all get out of my VW Buzz and just pull out of like a little minivan, so it looks like a bunch of armed clowns piling out.
Now we're only halfway there to my recommendation, and look at how much the plate armor adds to it already.
Okay, that's an improvement.
Plate armor is cool in all situations.
You want three little boys.
We've got 3 pedophiles to kill, and I'm British now. The Pope sent me on a mission to southern Argentina. Kill pedophiles.
Oh, Jason Statham's in the Swiss Guard now.
Yeah, now Jason Statham's doing it. Pope pulled me back in. I said, I'm retired. He said, you can't. I'm on God's side. I said, that's true. I said, I suppose so. Don't want to get on the wrong side of the big guy. That's how Jason Statham would put it.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
The big guy. That's what he.
We're about to get. I highly recommend a movie called Conclave. It's on our Plex, and it's about the Pope dying, and then the Conclave, which is the voting process for selecting the new Pope. And there's a lot of intrigue. It's a drama. It's a movie. I think it was nominated for some Oscars. Great cast. Real good movie. I watched that this week to learn a little bit about the process that's now going on, and they literally just go in there and vote. Like they just put the Cardinals in a room and they vote every day until they pick a guy amongst the room. I'm hoping we get a black Pope. Yeah. I don't know about you. I think a black Pope is much more likely to be conservative because I think the black popes come from Africa. Like literally, I think a lot of them are from Africa. And I think that they are generally speaking more conservative, which is what I want.
100%. Yeah, you want him to kind of be traditional. That's his thing. And can you imagine like a black guy getting the papacy?
Why are you gay?
He's like, yeah, why are you gay? You are gay.
Your soul will
I'm on the other side.
I did not know. Did you know that there are pedophiles
is also
that
having
we are
its
protecting?
own
We are shutting this down.
schism. There's a disconnect between the recent guidances and behaviors of the Pope, the very progressive one, and conservative Catholics, not just in the US, but like in a bunch of countries. So there's definitely a push right now to side for a more conservative Pope because ruffled a lot. Like the thing I think Pope Francis, whatever, he would like dine with drag queens and like argue with them about theology and stuff. That didn't go over super well in Catholic circles. So.
Yeah,
I think the more conservative you go, the more you marginalize and just doom your religion to being an obscure, not practiced thing.
I don't think so. I think it's been the largest religion on earth for millennia, and throughout the vast majority of that, it was incredibly, by far. It's by far.
I would have thought Muslim or something was the biggest.
No, it's Christianity, and like throughout the vast majority of that time, it's been incredibly traditional.
Every kind of Christian together.
I consider like Catholic and Christian, like it's all Christian.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Christian.
What about Mormon? Does that count?
But like when you start preaching, you can't use condoms.
It kind of does.
I don't know.
The Mormons
the stronger the anti-gay
like
message, you start putting yourself in a minority position that's being phased out.
That's okay.
I don't know.
It's not a popularity contest.
But
it's not a popularity contest. It's a mission to save souls for the kingdom of God. like I want a pope that says that, and I don't believe in God, but like be about what you're about.
Be about what you're about. Yeah, if you're gonna be the head of a religion, you better go fucking whole hog. If you're the head of the Church of Scientology, I don't want to hear any horse shit about, Hinduism's pretty neat. No, you're fucking all about Scientology and Lord Xenu and avoiding his wrath or incurring his favor. I don't know the lore, whatever it is.
You cleanse yourself of alien ghosts that have attached themselves to your soul. And once your pure soul is revealed, you get superpowers. But the Thetans, the ghosts, are like little soul suckers.
There are the groups that like don't make it into Christianity, like Catholics, Baptists, Methodists, evangelicals. They get all under the big tent. But then like Mormons, it seems like they're like, all right, you guys are close enough. You added like a weird little addendum, but you also believe all the same important things. And then there's other ones like Jehovah's Witness, where they seem goofy. The Christian Scientists, that's very goofy. I don't know how.
Pentecostals can get a little spicy as well.
Pentecostals, they're the ones who are like handling snakes, right?
Primarily speaking in tongues. And then you have the Amish Mennonite sort of low-tech flavor of Christianity. What's another big one? I feel like I'm forgetting another big one.
Of the sects? I don't know. Yeah. If all the Pentecostals were doing was the snake handling thing, I'm in. Like that's pretty cool. Like handling snakes and being like, what's the justification for that? Like, I bet there's one verse in Joshua that's like, and you can handle a snake and it will not harm you or something.
Yeah. It's something like that. The snake won't harm you. God's faith will protect you. And it's a bit of a show for, depending on the person, either new followers or donations. They'll pick up the snake and handle it, a very clearly dangerous one. And it will impress people, and they will convince probably the older folks in the audience that it is God's faith that is protecting them from the snakes, not the fact that it is a trained snake or it's defanged or they have antidote and they don't care or something like that. But
those guys, like, I was going to say that's, and I'm not up on the Pentecostals, but that's kind of what I liked about them, is that I'm number one, I'm much more off put by the speaking in tongues than I am by the snake handling. The snake handling is just good fun for everyone to watch. But those pastors will die sometimes because they're not like faking it. They believe it 100%. And so they're like, why would I defang this or have anti-venom nearby? Like, I'm going to be protected. I'm going to handle. I remember seeing a story of a pastor getting bit and killed. And then many, many decades later, that pastor's son, who was also became a pastor, being bit and killed. It just randomly, because in their head, like when you've handled a snake hundreds of times and you're about to do it again on just another Sunday, like you're probably not even, you're thinking about football afterward. You're like, I hope the Raiders bring this one home or whatever. But you just barely mishandle it. Whap! Now you're dead. Now you're dead in your church. Everyone has a horrible Sunday. I don't like that.
But he got to meet Jesus rapidly.
Rapidly.
Look at the bright side, Taylor.
Yeah.
Now that's
he was
fair.
the most prepared person in the room to go to heaven.
Mm-hmm. I bet so.
I like the Peter Pan like parallel there. Like if you really, really believe you can fly, then you can fly. You must not really, really believe. There's a hint of doubt. That's why you're not flying. And if they really, really believe and they can handle snakes, well, then that's allows them to, I guess.
I think they're having faith that God is in control and that the snake won't bite because it's not God's will. And if it does bite, then it was God's will.
And they fucked you up. And in fairness, these pastors that get old and then get tagged at like 82 by a poisonous snake, that guy literally has more experience and longevity than Steve Irwin in handling deadly animals. Like you made it that far.
I think they milked them. Like if it were me, I'd like milk the snake beforehand, get all the venom out. Dust would be coming out of his fangs before I fucked around with that thing.
Well, but you wouldn't be going in there with like a steadfast belief that like I'm chill. I'm gonna be
like the Church of Kyle needs snakes. That's all I'm saying.
I don't want to. I don't. Why?
I don't know. It's kind of hot.
If we're talking about good ways to die, I'm going to leave you with this news story, and I have to go offline very briefly to sign over the title of my Tesla and sign the title for my new.
You're good, man.
Back in 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
What do you link in?
Can you just kick me out?
Yes. Thank you, Zach. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go to a snake handling church more than once, but I would go once. I'd want to see what they were doing with the snake. And how long are they handling it, actually? Are they giving a half sermon with a poisonous snake in their hand? Or is it like, now it's time for the snake thing, and then they just hand it off immediately?
I've seen it. They'll have a snake in each hand, a rattlesnake, like a youngish rattlesnake. And they will be, the whole congregation is singing, and he is front and center, walking up and down the center between the pews. And he's telling them, the power of God, the power of God. And he's like, close the lions in the lion's den. And who's the guy who are the guys who like should have burnt up in the furnace but didn't?
Oh, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
It shielded Shadrach and Meshach and Abednego, and they shut the serpent's mouth here today. And they wave them fucking snakes around. You give them $20. It's a good show.
I bet it is fun. Now you're making it seem like kind of you grab dinner, you catch the show.
There's food.
Mm-hmm. I would hope so.
Potluck. It's a somber affair if the guy's bitten.
Don't drink that. We milk the snakes first.
don't drink that. We didn't used to milk the snakes. He'd become kind of a pussy in his later years.
They spoke in tongues in my church. I've seen it many times. And
really, I thought you were Baptist.
No, absolutely not. Church of God. And many times people would speak in tongues. Usually older gentlemen. And they would just stand up and not just Hashadarandai, Hashakakarandai, and like everybody lay their hands on him and they say, "Oh, in Jesus' name!" And they'd like everybody sort of like the guy was going super Saiyan and they wanted to take a little of that energy out of him. Everybody's touching him.
Did they do that every time? Like I can imagine like tolerating this once or twice, but after a while, it's like, Bubba, you fucking attention whore. Stop it with the tongues.
It would come at like crescendo. Like he would start feeling that spirit moving through him. The music would be hopping and the preacher would be up there. He'd be yelling. He'd be all red-faced and shit. He'd be jumping up and down. And Lord God said, no, and he cast them down. If you trust in the Lord, your enemies are nothing. And that's when this guy had enough. He couldn't take it anymore. He jumps out of his seat. And everybody, and the preacher points at him. Yes, brother. Yes, brother. And we get hyped up in there.
It's so good I'm not the preacher.
I'd
be like every week with this horse shit. Come on.
I'd be so because
it was rare-ish. I only saw it maybe like we went every fucking week, for years, and I only saw it maybe 6 or 8 times. Like I saw it, but it wasn't like every week.
Okay, so he was a bit of a Daniel Day-Lewis. Yeah, he picked his spot. What I wouldn't like is if it was like 11:58 and you're out at noon, and then fucking this idiot starts spazzing out, and it's like, oh. Come on, we're almost out of here. Like those dweebs those absolute dweebs in school who would like ask a question with 30 seconds remaining in the class, and then the teachers are like, class is not excused by the bell, it's excused when I excuse you. And it's like, really? I'm, first of all, 100% untrue. It's excused. That's why they have a bell. It's to excuse us and get us the 5 minutes or 4 minutes we need to get to the next class. But some fucking dweeb who already knows it was always a girl. Some like girl, like the kind of girl who would cry if she got a 92 on a test. Do you remember those chicks? Like the like neurotic spazzes, and they would be asking like a question that they knew the teacher wanted to answer, not even in earnest for the answer, to try and get brownie points. Oh, hated. I'm so glad I never have to do school again. Sometimes I'll like be getting out of the shower in the morning or like laying down at night or watching TV, whatever I'm doing, and I'll just think like, you never have to take a test or be in school ever again. Is there
something wrong with school in that all of us have some sort of academic PTSD where we're so thankful it's not here to hurt us anymore?
Yeah, it's a terrible system.
It's a terrible system. It, like you should love school. It should be the best thing ever, you know, but we hated it. And for any number of reasons. I was just, when the bell rang, I was sitting there anyway. I wasn't in a hurry. I wanted to, between classes, when it was the prime time that I was going to be attacked, Taylor. So I had to.
When you were going to be bullied, targeted?
Yeah.
Was it because you said something you shouldn't have?
Sometimes, any number of reasons.
That was my number one problem. Things I wish I hadn't said.
Sometimes. Can you give me some examples, Woody? I want to hear them.
Oh, I don't know. Calling someone on their bullshit is one of the first one that comes to mind. Maybe just making jokes, or like someone does something and then I'll like hit it back and make fun of what they just did. And now you want to beat me up over that? I mean, I thought it was funny, like that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, some kids are just assholes. So, you know, your breath smells like cum situation. But then sometimes it's just like a targeted, like, I'm going to get you. I want to get you no matter what it takes. Dude, how did I get this out of you? I didn't mean for this to happen. And just like every day. like
that sounds so stressful. I never had anybody hunting me like that.
Before.
It's not fun. I had issues with teachers primarily. Go figure. I was the weird kid. Always made good grades, but I would get in trouble for doing stuff like
Driftor, sit up. I have to lay
down. Saving ants. One time an ant crawled on my desk and I scooted the little guy to a piece of paper and went to go put him on a leaf. I got work detail for that. 2 hours of scrubbing toilets for disrupting class. Big work comments that I shouldn't make. Like, I went to a white-only private Christian academy in Mississippi. I think they've recently desegregated.
Oh, white only? Was that part of their like mission statement?
How are you not in a militia group now?
More specifically, it was blacks not allowed. Asians, Indian, Muslim, totally fine. Just no blacks allowed in the school. But those rules have changed since I have been there. They changed them in like 2017, 2018.
Fucking liberals.
Yeah. Mine was like a prep academy. So it was very rigid schedule. You had homework every day in every class. You had 7 tests a week minimum. So some days you'd have 2 tests.
That sucks.
But basically everybody in the school, when you got done with it, like the school's average ACT score was like 26 or something like that. So
what is it now that they've opened the floodgates?
It's basically the same. The floodgates might be open, but the prices went up to squeeze out everybody else. It's one of those. The school was founded. I think I talked about this last time. In the 60s, after we passed the Civil Rights Act and schools began to desegregate, states like Mississippi got state funding to create charter schools or private academy programs that were allowed to discriminate. And it would basically be like teachers from the public school would quit and go teach here at like what they would say more chill environment, since it's rich white kids only, and take a little pay cut. And they would run a smaller school on a tight budget so that the rich people in town didn't have to go to public schools, pretty much.
I had a close friend of mine who was a legitimate genius. Like, people say genius, but he was like one of those kids that was so weird that his parents were like, we should have him tested, just have a look. And his IQ was in like the 160s, like a real deal, absurdly high, like a high level. Yes, problematic. It's like gotten him into trouble. And he had to go he went to this gigantic public school with like thousands of people in every grade. and they moved him to this tiny school that was in a church, and it had like maybe 35 people total for all 4 grades. And one just randomly, my friend was like, you should come like check out my school with me, this new school. I love it. And it was like a school for like insanely gifted kids. And my mom was so fast and loose with the rules of going to school or not that she was just like, yeah, skip school, go with them. Like my mom did not give a fuck. There were times where she would just randomly in grade school, I'd be like, I don't want to go to school. And she'd be like driving us to school, me and my younger brother. And she'd be like, you know what? We're not going to school. And I'd be like, yeah, you rule, Mom, you rule. And she'd take it and she'd be like, in her head, it was a cultural day, which really meant like going to a bookstore and then like eating a bunch of Thai food at a restaurant. And it was sick. But I went to my buddy's school, and this movie hadn't come out at the time, but that movie with like the mutants, the Professor X school, where it was a bunch of like, X-Men, like the goofy weirdos. It was like that. Every single kid there had like a weird inclination or ability where like I'd be sitting there and some kid would just be like being taught advanced calculus at the age of 9, and he'd randomly just be like, no! Just like yelling. I'd be like, "Oh, fuck! He got me again!" This kid's got me, and it was so funny seeing the difference. Where my friend was like the quaff guy in this environment, where they'd be like, "Oh, he's here," and he was like Mr. Popular, handing out high fives because he was slightly less like totally socially inept than the guy. And so it was, like, I loved it for him. Immediately I told my mom back home, like, I could never go to this school ever. Really, it seems like there's no social life. Like none of these people are hanging out much.
Girls at that
I get all the girls. They just want to do math. They wouldn't want to fuck. That was
no. They want to read Bible verses at you until you pass out.
When I was there, they were pretty brief on the Bible stuff. It just happened to be in a church. I bet they had some Bible lesson or something, but it was literally like I sat in with my friend, and he was like, it was a teacher or like a tutor or whatever, really a teacher. And then my buddy and like one other kid in there doing like advanced calculus when we were 12 or whatever, like just stuff that to me was like a foreign language. I was like, man, I'm like kind of figuring out algebra 1 right now in 6th, 7th grade.
As soon as they put letters in my math, I'm fucked. And you're doing what now?
Yeah, and they were like coming up with like theoretical numbers or like fake numbers, and I'm like, what the fuck is
you mean imaginary numbers?
Imaginary numbers, that's what it is. Yeah, that's how little.
Extremely useful. They're I wish we started teaching kids on imaginary numbers first.
What does that mean? I don't know what an imaginary number means.
Okay, so a number is on a line, right? 0 to 10, it's on a line, left, right. For certain engineering applications, it's more useful to bake in other information. Like imagine a line, like a grid. You've got the line, and then you've got a vertical graph. So you can have numbers that exist in other places. And those other bits can contain information like in electrical engineering, your amplitude, like what's the frequency of the signal you're pumping, or when you're doing vector math, or a whole bunch of really more advanced STEM-y kind of stuff, like STEM science. You can just bake more information into the numbers. And imaginary numbers aren't tremendously different than vectors. They just have slightly different, I believe, they just allow you to take... the math works the same as vectors. I am pulling out some math that I haven't done in ages over here, trying to remember how all this works. But the cool thing about imaginary numbers is it's not just in the I dimension. You can do the J, K, L, M dimension. You can make an 8-dimensional imaginary number and use it to solve a problem much more effectively than running 8 simultaneous equations.
Interesting. Well, that sounds useful.
Sorry about that.
It sounds like it could be helpful.
Again, Driftor?
He said he lost everyone talking about imaginary
he lost
numbers.
Me. I used imaginary numbers a little bit in school, but never in my career. And I still don't know what they're for. I've solved multidimensional problems, and I never used imaginary numbers for it. I can't imagine what they're for. I always thought they were just for bullshit things that didn't have answers. Like, what's the square root of -9? It's imaginary, bitch.
It's imaginary.
That's where they were invented, but you can use them other places too. Anyway, I'm all on board for teaching children a much more robust number theory than what they're currently learning. I don't know if you guys have seen the dot method that kids have learning. Makes me sick. Hate it.
Oh, the math where they're like counting the dot. I've seen videos of it, and it seems like, and it's because I wasn't taught this way, but it seems so slow and inefficient and clunky. Just a clunky, bad method that isn't going to translate well to mental math. And exactly. So it doesn't make sense to do it that way.
That's the exact flaw with it, is that the things that we use, there's like 20 different choices. The ones they taught us in school were designed to teach you mental math better. They're harder to learn, but once you learn the basic rubrics you have, it's easier to add and divide and multiply and stuff in your head. This one is easier for crunching big numbers. It'll do that just fine. But as far as intuitively understanding what's going on, is miserable. You should do one for multiplication or division. It's way uglier.
See, I'm not sure what to do with that answer at the bottom. 5, 14, 12. Yeah. Right? Like there's no carry the one type stuff in this.
I don't like that.
I think you do. I think you have to carry the one, but you still have to carry the one forward from the two, and then that turns into a. Actually, I have
that's not represented in this picture, right?
Yeah, this is how you do multiplication.
Why?
Because this is, if you learn the rules, is really easy to compute. If you know the rules, you can sit down and do your thing and bang it out. The flaw being that kids don't innately learn anything about multiplication from doing this. You can't do mental math with this.
Yeah, we just did the carry the one shit.
Yeah, we probably did the same thing Taylor did. I don't know if math had been updated in between our schooling, but I liked it because it was repeatable algorithms. You know, like this is how you do long division. This is how you do, you know, three-digit number by three-digit number multiplication. And once you learn a couple of very simple rules, that just carries on and on and on in a repeatable algorithm, as opposed to this sort of freestyling, how we look at the numbers and adding them up later. And I didn't like it as much.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. You're doing math and you have to draw a bunch of dots.
If we were doing great in math, like if we were just so good at math that we've got all this extra time, it's like, man, maybe we can make this even better if we made it more efficient. We're failing in math. Like math scores are down. They haven't recovered from COVID. Like Americans can't fucking read.
I think the general high school education level still has a dip
new math system.
Like the shift to moving online was not great for children's education. It did not pan out well in that regard.
I saw a video the other day, and I can't remember the context, but the guy's like, yeah, you know, and then 10 plus 2, and she goes, hang on a sec. And she got a calculator. There's a grown ass woman.
10 plus 2. Nobody knows that. Stop
She's looking like, down. And when she got 12, she was like, wow! Like
how can you know that? You only got 10 fingers.
Yeah.
Ooh. Sometimes I'll use a calculator just unthinkingly, where like I'm doing taxes or something and I have to add like another number and I'm like in the zone of adding things with a lot of sense. And then I'll add like plus $150. And then I'll like beat myself up almost afterward being like, why'd you use a calculator for that? Like, are you retarded? Yeah. Mental math is a lost art, it seems. Just like, I guess reading. That's becoming a lost art.
Not a lot of readers these days, or seemingly increasingly few.
Yeah. And then you find out like, oh, well, you know, girls read a bunch. And then you have that illusion shattered where it's like they're just reading pornography about like jacked billionaire vampires who want them. And that's what girls are.
Don't forget about there's a lot of women now that are deep into murder mysteries, which is also pornographic for some of them. The horny for serial killers lady, like in Terrifier 3, if you saw that scene, hilarious. They will read so many deeply disturbing murder mystery novels. And I try not to be judgmental of women, but if I went to a girl's house and we were dating and I looked up on the wall and it's just like books like How to Kill My Husband, How to Get Away with Murder, she didn't do it. Like these really just like maybe a wall of like murder mystery, I would say I'm going to die. And
I remember going to like a friend's house in probably middle school or high school and seeing his mom's books kind of left out near her reading chair. And like just seeing a book, I'm like, oh, she must be kind of bright. She's a reader. That's what she likes to do. And then you get closer and it's like some like jacked blonde haired lumberjack in a flannel shirt that's open and like looking wistfully over the wilderness with like a woman on his arm. And it's like, okay, this isn't, you're not reading fucking Plato here. This is like, you're flicking your bean as you're reading this. Like, oh yeah, Steve, take me with you to your fucking fuck cabin.
What are they doing? They should be reading
there's nothing wrong with
Warhammer novels. That's where you get
all that reading Warhammer novels. Yes.
Yeah, books about real men doing real manly things for the most part.
Yeah.
Though they do have
stretching the definition of real men, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
real-ish.
They're more real than any man I can imagine. They're enormous, Woody. 10 feet fucking tall.
It doesn't make them real.
Power armor.
No, it kind of makes a good point.
Some of them spit acid.
Manga and manhwa also very popular amongst women. My wife, like the one I linked, has been reading some of that. We read all of Solo Leveling in a short period of time, and then she moved on to a more erotic one. 2 of them, actually. So,
what's that other thing you said? Manga is the Japanese comic books, but the other word?
Manhwa is, think the same thing, except it's Korean. It's full color, so not black and white. And Korean reads the same way that we do. Also, the distribution method instead of paper print is primarily online. So if you look for a manhwa, you can read thousands of pages for free, online, easy, full color, just webtoons like Lore Olympus. I think everybody's reading that. I read Solo Leveling, if y'all are familiar with that anime.
I'm so distant from the anime world. I really don't know anything about it. I don't hate it. It's just I've never liked. Even when I was a kid watching Pokemon, I was like, it's only because this show rules so much that I can overlook this art style. Like I've just never liked the anime art look. To each their own.
Every time I try to hit it back with an anime fan, I get shot down. Like, do you like anime? Like, yeah, I watch Invincible. You don't count. I'm like, well, fuck your gay.
You watch One Punch Man. That's it. Those are the only 2 I like.
I saw a porn ad of Peter Griffin fucking Lois.
If you like those, you might like Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man's a lot like One Punch Man in terms of humor. And did any of you see, this was on Max in the Adult Swim collection, Common Side Effects, the little faces and the big heads, bizarre art style. Mike Judge of King of the Hill fame made this story about a guy who discovers a magic mushroom. The magic being it can cure anything, as in like somebody has blown a hole in your chest with a shotgun. You stuff this little mushroom in there, grows back, you're fine. And the drama of it is basically that happens in the first 2 minutes. And he wants to grow this and give it to people for free. And the pharmaceutical companies and governments and insurance companies are like, no, we're going to call the feds. And it turns into this like adventure to keep the best medicine in the world free because the pharmaceutical companies want to destroy it. So that's a super short summary, fascinating show by Mike Judge, equal in quality to King of the Hill or Idiocracy. Very fair to its characters. Even the bad guys, like the pharma guys, are like, look, they're going outside the system. It's cost money to grow mushrooms. It costs money to ship them. It costs money to do R&D and safety testing and research. You can't just give this shit away for free. We have to sell it or there won't be any structure to what's happening.
Is Mike Judge doing any of the voices like he did in King of the Hill?
The voice actor for Hank plays a pharmaceutical CEO who is, in my opinion, hilariously dumb.
Well, isn't I think Mike Judge did Hank, right?
That might be him then.
Yeah.
But top-notch show. Art style, very weird, I'll admit. That's going to take some getting used to, but the actual substance of the show is fantastic.
Well, if Mike Judge is involved, I might have to give it a go because he's won my heart forever with King of the Hill. Even if he makes nothing but dog shit for the rest of his life, he's still a winner to me.
Hey, King of the Hill is back on TV now.
Even if they ruin that and they make, which I was so frustrated when I heard, oh, it's going to be like Bobby's an adult now. And it's like, oh, no.
I don't think they did that. I think it just came back normal.
Really, that would excite me because I heard they were going to do like a age fast forwarded thing.
Why would you not be interested? So that interests me. I'm not totally into King of the Hill, but I'm like, oh yeah, tell me how everyone grew up.
Because part of the reason those characters become so endearing is because they are a bit static in their position in the world. Like, you have an expectation of what Hank and Peggy and Bobby and Boomhauer and Dale and what they're going to do. And you like kind of seeing them operate within that heuristic and, you know, have their fun and perform their tasks and do their quests. And I just don't care. Really what it is there's no way it's going to live up to how much I love the old show. And so even if it is fantastic, I'm going to be watching it and like kind of yearning, like, man, he could have knocked it out of the park if he just would have stuck with that winning formula.
So it comes out May 25th on Hulu. And
I thought it was already out.
Now they're going to focus on Bobby and Joseph's like new life as adults. And
oh no.
Although like Hank and Peggy and Bill and the neighborhood guys will still be a core part of the show. But yeah, that's what they've done.
You know, it would be funny.
I was wrong about that. That sounds painful. That sounds wrong on this one.
I don't like that. But if they wrote in a funny like one-off joke would be if they wrote into it that like right after the original King of the Hill run ended, Bill killed himself. He's not around.
Lenore
is a fun one.
Lenore. Same voice actor. That guy's coming back too. He's a big actor.
Oh,
Asian Americans and especially Texan Asians love King of the Hill because when it first came out, that's when Asians were starting to move to Texas, and especially Dallas is a huge like hub for Asian culture now. Which is
no idea. I thought XCal was the only Asian Texan.
I didn't know there were a bunch of them.
The city I live in is like 20% Asian. The neighborhood I live in, I'm one of like 5 white people here. It's
all Asian.
Very,
yeah. Where in Asia?
Mostly China, a little bit of Japan. In Carrollton, Texas, which is close to here, close to the dispensary we went to as well, is a huge Korean community. They have a couple of H-Marts, a bunch of stuff. But anyway, talking to people and my in-laws and stuff, I discovered that the characters of, I believe it was Khan and Connie, the Laotian neighbors, all the Asian people I talked to seem to love those characters and find it very funny. They find it very relevant to like how they were adjusting to moving to Texas and some of the struggles with their family and stuff. Hardly perfect, but I thought it would be something like King of the Hill came on, and I looked over at my family members and like, are they going to say something about it being racist? And no, they just had a laugh about Khan like struggling to adapt sometimes. And
he's Laotian, ain't you, Mr. Khan?
Yeah. They said he's Japanese. He's Laotian. Cotton Hill's got that advanced racism. He'll just scan you and tell you what you are.
He like looked at him for like a beat with them beady little eyes, went, you Laotian, ain't you, Mr. Khan?
Yeah. And Dale was the one who got it wrong. He's like, look out, he's probably Japanese. He's like, nah, he ain't. He Laotian.
There was an episode where Khan and Hank went on vacation in Mexico, and it all turned into shenanigans, and they had to sneak back across the border.
That was a funny one. Yeah,
Hank felt shameful
I wouldn't know
for walking across the border illegally. Like, Oh, Lady Liberty, forgive me.
Lady Liberty, forgive me for this.
I think what made that show work is that the Hill family were, and especially Hank and Peggy, were good people. A lot of times when you do the type of comedy where Hank is the straight man and he's very conservative and old fashioned, you know, like things happen to him and he has to adapt. It's easy to make that guy an asshole or unlikable, or just like, we'll make him racist and do one of those episodes or something. But they didn't really do that with the Hill family. They were just normal suburban Texans that were struggling with a world that was rapidly changing.
It would be funny if they like injected like 2020s social causes into it. Like if they kept Bobby young, where Bobby's like, Dad, I'm a girl and I'm going to cut my dick off. He's like, no, Bobby, you're not. You stand to pee. That's how like he would. That's like how Hank would see it.
This house we stand when we pee.
Hank, I hear your son, girl now.
That would be fair. Bobby would get caught peeing sitting down just because it's more comfortable, and he can read or something. Like it's completely innocent, but it would spiral into this whole trans fear. And at the end, like you'd be like, what are you talking about? Just reading my comics. It'd be something nerdy and embarrassing.
But they did that with the racist dog. Did Hank raise his dog to be racist? No, the dog hates repair people. And there was an episode, Peggy made new girlfriends, and it turned out they were all drag queens and or trans women.
Yeah.
So there was a whole like, Hank's like, I think he went to the show or whatever. They were just like lost. But the joke was that Peggy was a more masculine man with like bigger features, and she needed that friend group to learn how to properly properly do makeup and hair and dress herself.
Yeah, they were teaching her so much, and I'm sure they all shopped at the same special shoe store, special ordered from wherever the outskirts of Texas. That's a great episode where Peggy's Mission Impossible ordering her special shoes because she wears like a women's 15 or something
16 and a half.
Something crazy like that. So many great episodes. Or Bobby signs up for a club and it's rose growing, and Hank's like making fun of him until he sees that there's like a former NFL player in the club. Like, this club ain't for soft little bitches like you. Throwing roses is hard. And Hank is like, I'm so glad that my son has chosen the Rosebud Club.
Dude, that is like maybe my favorite overall animated show of all time. Like, it's such a feel good show. It doesn't get its laughs cheap. Like, it's like slice of life humor. It's just so fucking good. King of the Hill rocks.
Is it anime? Is it Texas anime?
I don't know what anime is.
Yeah, does that just mean a cartoon? Then yeah.
You could say, yeah, we're stretching the rules here, but there's so many adventures. Like it is almost anime level of adventures. Like they're driving a truck backwards down the mountain or stuff like that.
Oh, that's a good one.
That is a good one. Yeah. Where they get bullied by truckers, but then they're respected by the end.
My favorite one growing up was the paintball episode. They go and Bobby and Joseph get completely annihilated by these punk kids. And so their parents step in to like show the kids what's for. But they get equally bullied in front of everybody. The kids just light them up. And so they go through this training montage of getting good at paintball to go defeat the kids. When I watched that, paintball was my life. It's all I like lived, breathed, and like dreamt about. So that episode was just so great for me. It was a great show. It's not my favorite animated show. I've never rewatched it. I haven't gone back in 20 years.
Oh, it aged really well.
Yeah, it's aged great. It's just a funny.
I'm annoyed. I get annoyed by Peggy. Like, I hate Peggy. I hate her.
She's endearing in a lot of ways.
It's not to me. It's not to me. Peggy's a bad person. Like, not a bad person, but a severely flawed person. You know, there's that one. She thinks that she's attractive and she's a dog, and that for some reason irks me. It's like someone should have told her by now. There's that one part where I think that she thinks that like Dale wants to swap wives or something like that. And she's like, and you know who's getting the best side of this? Dale. Yeah. Like, meanwhile, Hank would be getting that. What's the hot blonde that Dale's married to?
Oh my goodness.
Luann is the family member.
Yeah, Luann
anyway,
is
Dale's hot ass blonde wife.
I think she's a reporter or something, and she's fucking John Redcorn.
Yeah.
Which has been hilarious.
Nancy. Yeah, it's Nancy.
I always thought like I saw a John Redcorn episode, and I thought it would be like he has a redeeming thing or like a tragic past or something. He's just a grade A piece of shit the whole way.
Oh yeah. He's a scumbag. He's just like fucking all these people that he's giving massages to in a trailer on like one acre of government land. He doesn't work for anything. Yeah.
What if the new season begins with Dale killing him with a shotgun?
That would be amazing.
Killing him.
that would be funny if he executes fucking John Redcorn.
And
I like how every time John Redcorn tried to like connect with Joseph just didn't get it. Like, oh, Mom, that weird Indian guy wants to talk to me again. And he looks exactly like John Redcorn. He's like, son, he just knows you're a winner. Like,
like he'll try to connect with him in like a really meaningful way, and he'll be just right on the cusp of it. And like because there's clearly like a commonality. He's feeling a thing that John Redcorn is like, yeah, well, you know, a young man like yourself, sometimes you feel different, and you know, everybody's smaller and weaker than you, but you got to understand that you can't be a bully. And it's just like not connecting at all. He's almost a sad. There's an episode, I think, where John Redcorn, it might be the episode I'm describing, where Redcorn really wants to connect with Joseph, but can't. And then he has to watch while Dale connects so well with him. And it's almost like, yeah, now you get cucked.
So it's like dad cooking.
Yeah, it's like because Dale actually is a good father. I like that episode or the same one you're talking about, where John Redcorn in his truck, like listening to Leonard Skinner, like waiting outside the school. He's like, boys, can I give you a ride home from school? And it's, you know, Bobby and Joseph. And immediately Bobby's like, oh, thank God. And gets in the car. And Joseph is like, no, I'll just walk. And so John Redcorn has to drive just Bobby back. And Bobby's the funniest character in the whole show.
Bobby got so into eating organ meats at one point that he gave himself gout. That's a disease that is usually only for Renaissance royalty and like chieftains of old. Like I was reading that Kublai Khan had like terrible gout, and it's like no, they didn't know what was doing it. They didn't know it was all the nitrates or whatever from the fucking organ meats he was dining on. It's crippling.
Yeah. We're talking about updating it. Imagine Dale on QAnon. So Dale Gribble was conspiracy theory when that was like funny, when that was like Ancient Aliens History Channel. Imagine a portrayal of Dale in like the modern media ecosystem. Would Dale be hook, line, and sinker straight down to the bottom of the TikTok doom scroll? Or would Dale reject all technology and listen to those crazy AM radio propaganda channels?
Dale has his own podcast. Dale should have his own podcast. And it should be, welcome to Dale's Truth Hour. And he should be down in his basement with his headphones on, talking to like 3 viewers. And it's like Hank and Peggy across the street, or one of the viewers.
Hank, there's a video of Hillary Clinton killing a baby. And he's like, oh, really? Share it. Well, I don't have it, but you've seen it yourself, haven't you? No, but I have it on good authority. Like that would be the right move for Dale. Because he was always,
I have it on building an episode. It's Dale has a podcast with no followers, like you said, just a couple of people in the neighborhood. But Dale uncovers a real conspiracy, and like a government computer trips, and like feds are like trying to see how Dale figured it out. And the joke would be that, he didn't figure anything out. He just thinks everything is a conspiracy and got right once.
Yeah, that's the premise of that Mel Gibson movie, Conspiracy Theory. That Mel Gibson is a schizophrenic conspiracy theorist who's just has his own little privately published paper. This is before the internet, so he's printing out a fake paper that's like conspiracy headlines. Well, he gets one right, and it happens to be a big one. They're going to kill the president, and it starts this CIA operation where they're going after Mel Gibson, who's just a loon in this movie. Yeah, it's same premise.
I need to watch that.
It's good.
There's a Mel Gibson movie where he's schizophrenic. That sounds good.
He plays wild.
I love Mel.
He's in What Women Want, I think. What Women Want with Mel Gibson was pretty hilarious. I mean, you probably think of him more as the Road Warrior. There's one called Payback, I think.
Payback's good. Yeah. That's based on a series of books. He's Porter. The character's name is Porter. That's Lucy Liu's sort of debut. She's the dominatrix in that incredibly hot lingerie the whole movie. She's beating the shit out of maybe James Caan or somebody. I can't remember the actor. Like, that's a fun fucking movie too. Yeah, that's a really good one. I watched it maybe a year ago. It's a classic Mel Gibson action movie. I tried to watch Lethal Weapon a while back, and it's so much police brutality, abuse of authority, and horseshit that I hate the main characters. I'm like, they should go to prison. Like Mel Gibson just waved a gun in a parking attendant's face. What are we fucking doing here? These guys are tyrants. I came away from Lethal Weapon hating them with a fiery passion. I couldn't finish it. I hated Mel Gibson's character because he's a scumbag. He's a cop abusing his power everywhere he goes.
Did you see him in that movie with Vince Vaughn? Is that Dragged Across Concrete?
He's in that movie?
I think so.
Cell Block 20 something.
I don't know. It's like he and Vince Vaughn are like cops, and they get into
I haven't seen that.
Some high stress situation. It was good.
I wanted to talk about Trump's interview this week in the Oval. He had that guy, I think, from ABC News in. It was a super confrontational interview. Did you see it, Woody?
Oh, yeah. Well, highlights of it.
Okay. So the main thing that I took away, and it's insane, is that they are arguing over whether that Kilmore guy has MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles or not. And if you don't know, Zach, see if you can find the picture. He's got like a marijuana leaf and then a smiley face and then a crucifix and then a skull. And they took a picture of that. You've probably seen the picture. And then they photoshopped over it MS-13. And what they're suggesting is, and I don't even know if it's accurate. It would surprise me that marijuana is M, the smiley face is the S, the cross is a 1 now somehow, and skulls are 3s.
And the image linked, you can even see the text below it.
And you can see the text below it that they added there. So now clearly, as you look at this, the actual M's, S's, 1s, 3s, and the fine print at the bottom, at the bottom of his fingers, that's all photoshopped, imposed there for like, or maybe for our benefit. Trump thought the M, S, and 1 and 3 were real. He thinks that's actually tattooed on the guy's hand. And the guy's like, well, no, that was photoshopped on there. He's like, no, is that photoshopped? I know photoshops. This was no Photoshop. And the reporter is such a pussy for not calling him out, because the reporter basically said, well, it's disputed. No, it's fucking not. Here it is. There's no dispute. This is it.
Trump was a moron. And I know I'm not the pro-Trump guy on the show, but he's literally a stupid person, a retarded person in this moment. He is too dumb for this job. I want you all to take your comments about 3D chess and shove them up your ass so high it hurts for the rest of your life. It is not true. Trump is a dumb person, a person of below average intelligence. He is getting thrown life preserver after life preserver as the guy's like, yeah, I know that could be interpreted as MS-13. Let's talk about Ukraine. He's like, no. And he wants him to admit that I don't even want to call it photoshopped. It is MS painted. It was
in court. One of the lawyers argued that these were secret MS-13 symbols. And I think in part of the court documents, they put that up as like an explainer for the symbols.
Okay. So Trump won't let it go. And Trump is a drowning man surrounded by life preservers, yelling at the guy who's trying to get him out of this jam, because the guy is repeatedly saying like, yeah, you could see it either way. It's contested. Maybe. So that's the symbiology. But I'm not an expert at MS-13 tattoos. So let's talk about Ukraine. And Trump is like, no,
the guy's trying to throw the life preserver.
Man. You are a rude man. I've never heard of you before. I gave you this interview because you're a nobody. And he's insulting this guy who is trying to save Trump from Trump's own low IQ, from Trump's own diminished dementia, boomer ass killing himself. And this guy is trying to save Trump from Trump, and Trump can't see it. That's what happened in my eyes.
Yeah, I saw the exact same thing. 100%. It was not just a boomer moment. That's just like willful ignorance mixed with actual stupidity. Ignorance is when you don't know something. Whether that's your fault or not is a different story. In this instance, it is. If he doesn't
Stupid is when you can't know something.
Stupid's when you can't figure it the fuck out on your own. When you can't put the clues together. When the pieces don't fall into place. Or when you just don't have enough worldly knowledge to glance at something and be like, oh, I see. They put that to imply a translation. And when I see that translation, by the way, and look, I'm not a Kilmar fan. I hope he stays wherever the fuck he is. I don't want him back. But when I see that translation, MS-13, I'm like, I'm not sold by this. I'm not sold by this. Like, I know a lot of people who are tatted the fuck up and they got all kind of wild shit on their bodies. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's movie references, like the death moth from fucking Silence of the Lambs. Don't tell me that girl's a serial killer because she's got a death moth. You know what I mean? Like she likes that fucking movie and she thought it looked cool and it went with the whole theme. Now this isn't a butterfly. It's skulls and crazy shit. I'm not saying he's a good guy. That doesn't prove MS-13 to me. But what was proven to me is that Trump is stupid. This is the first time I've ever seen it
through any other lens. Like
Woody, you're talking like a guy whose S&P 500 investments are not doing as well. Yeah. It's been a battle here for me to try to maintain my money. I assume it's all the same with you guys. It drove me bananas because I was doing things that I thought were reasonable, using a relatively small amount of money to invest in SQQQ to short the market. And I watched that investment fly up and down like 20% in a couple of days. And it was like somebody put out like a fake tweet that the Trump administration was going to do this. And we added $4 million to the market. And then he Truth Social, that was a lie. And then $3.5 million came out of the market and everybody celebrated because stressful.
Even without the outside actors, the Trump administration themselves give mixed messages a couple times a day. They don't have a plan. They're just playing this shit by the seat of their pants, and they're doing it poorly. I feel like we're engaged in an economic warfare, but the people leading our army are incompetent. To watch them today talk about the GDP numbers and try to make it look like they're not bad, they're taking advantage of the finance. Yeah, it shrunk. Our economy has shrunk since Trump took over. And
wasn't the GDP numbers because everybody was rapidly importing a bunch more stuff?
So here's the problem with that. That is what they tell the financially illiterate. So what it is the GDP. I'm going to fuck this up, but I'll be close.
Okay.
It's like government spending plus consumer spending plus some investment plus exports minus imports. Okay, boom.
Yeah.
Why do they do that exports imports thing? Because that's already included in the spending numbers, right? So if I'm a consumer spending, right, take that number, but it's an imported good, then that doesn't get included in the GDP. So we know the consumer spending number, but we have to back out the imports. You with me? Right? So because if it's imported, it's not part of our
that sounds like a reasonable way to account for the money.
It is. So what the Trump administration wants to do is they're like, well, if we didn't have any imports, if we didn't include the minus sign on this, then it would be positive. And it's like, yes, but you fucking dipshit lying cocksucks are acting like imports should be part of the GDP. Yep. And you're taking advantage of the financially illiterate, people who never went to school for this, which, by the way, like, I empathize with them. I'm scientifically illiterate. If they tried to convince me that atoms and ions were the same thing and to ignore electrons, I'd be like, well, okay.
They might get me. Yeah.
right. I'm like, as a scientific illiterate, I understand where financial illiterates are coming from. But
Al, you're muted.
I'm economically literate, and I'm watching these liars on TV take advantage of the uneducated by saying, you know what, if we didn't back out imports, then this number would be better, which mathematically is true. But for anyone who cares about like what the GDP is, just admit you shit the bed. Just say, yeah, our GDP went down. These are the growing pains. We're trying to accomplish something long term.
We should triple everybody's rent. That'll dramatically increase GDP.
The AI landlord's already doing that.
There we go. I have a question for Woody, like financially related, that I was curious, like, because you know infinitely more about this than I do. And I know like the common wisdom is like, even when the stock market is fluctuating, goes down a bit, you don't take stuff out. Like you let it ride because it's going to go back up. Like you just let it ride. When or how would you know if it was like a cataclysm where you actually needed to sell and get like liquid?
It won't matter.
Like what? And see, that's what I've thought.
I already
like,
did all that. I already
point,
liquidated like half of my portfolio.
So like, when do you know to do that? Like, what's the indicator?
Know. You're asking me how to time the market.
Yeah. Oh, you can't do that. There's no way to know for sure.
I can't do that. Not how to. He's talking about red zone bailout time. He's talking about jumping out right before the country falls apart.
You're talking about like the 2008 financial crash, right? Or the COVID crash.
Well, hold on, because Woody knows the most about this, so I want to ask him. So like, not necessarily like a country falling apart moment, but like in the Great Depression, like use that as an example. There was a point there where it was probably smart to get liquid. And how do you know?
I'm sorry, I'm not letting you finish.
No, go ahead.
I don't think you can know, right? If we would use a more recent example, let's talk about the housing crisis at the end of the W and the start of Obama, right? It would have been really nice to jump out in 2007 and jump back in like early 2008 and sort of catch that big drop. Historically, if you miss all the best days and you miss all the worst days, you've not done a good thing, right? You would rather have all the days than just miss the movers in both directions, because you want to catch the good stuff even more than you want to dodge the bad stuff. There are people who make money timing the market. I'm not one of them. Those guys live and breathe market. It's their hobby. They're more passionate about it than Kyle is Baldur's Gate. I think I'm a game behind, but work with me. Than I am about Elden Ring. These guys, they study it all day long. It's what they do every waking minute, and they try to time the market. Some of them do well, some of them don't. That's not me. S&P 500 beats 85% of the funds out there if you just stay in it historically. And I'm like, what am I trying to be in that 15?
Yeah.
Consistently in that 15? I can't. No. I got
how do these funds stay in business if they're getting fucking rolled by the S&P?
If you are a hedge fund manager, let's take two hedge fund managers. One of them is really good at timing the market, and the other is a really good salesman. The salesman will make more money than that other guy every day of the week, right? That's how they do it. They convince people to invest with me. And if their fund underperforms the S&P 500 for a period of time, they shut down that fund and they start a new one with a clean track record and say, this time invest with me.
Are there any virtual funds? And what I want to create is an aggregate of what multiple members of Congress are doing. Obviously, we'd have a delay.
There's a dollar sign Cruz, dollar sign Pelosi. I think they're trying to build one for Marjorie Green.
I mean, 4% Treasury and the rest.
What sort of retard is going with MTG when
she's
Pelosi's
the one.
You're
misinformed. Pelosi hits the market by like 4%. Marjorie Taylor Greene fucks the market.
Really?
Marjorie Taylor Greene is the insider trader poster child.
Yes.
Now. Pelosi gets all the press because amongst conservative, her name
has just been going so long.
But her insider trading is not actually the cream of the crop. For that, you want to look at old school Hillary Clinton, maybe a little Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like these are the people who really
$700,000 into like 12 or 15 mil or something, right? Like
it was 400,000 into 20 million over like 5 or 6 years.
Yeah,
they have to make that shit illegal for those people.
So, but they are making products that you can buy that mirror their trades. There's a catch though. It depends on the trades that are public that they know about and the accounts and whatever, and there's a delay. So like you've seen clearly the Trump administration is doing market pump and dumps. Oh, there's no tariffs. And then they'll do all their shorts and shit. And tariffs are on. They'll cash it out, do the same thing. The problem is the delay is so significant that if you were to try to mimic her investments, you would get completely fucked.
You're too far behind.
Yeah. You know who I want to find? I want to find whatever fucking loser in Congress is like not making money. like the one who's like they can't even wheel
Bernie
and deal
Sanders.
correctly.
Bernie Sanders and Dennis Kucinich.
Let's see.
He's still in Congress.
Ro Khanna.
Am I thinking of the wrong guy?
He was popular as like a Democratic protest candidate about the same time Ron Paul was. He was sort of the anti-Ron Paul.
Yeah,
guy,
right?
Yeah, they actually talked about running together because while they agreed about nothing, they were both very passionate about helping people.
Who's Kathy Manning? 56% return. Kathy Manning, Democrat in North Carolina. There, dude, you got to follow this lady.
We got Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania has a 53.9% return, and that's just on what we know about.
That dash there, that it's not negative, is it? We're looking at a chat. It says negative 53.9. Am I meant to ignore the dash?
I got to say, there's no way if you can inside trade, you go negative 50%.
There's no way. You'd have to be doing it on purpose.
Now, on the bright side with the Trump thing, he seems to have come around on Ukraine. And they signed the mineral deal as well. The mineral deal was amended.
Yeah.
It is. I read the bullet points, I'll say, and that all seemed fair to me. They were like, "Oh, Ukraine maintains ownership of the equipment. It's like, let them fucking keep it. What are we gonna do? Bring it home? Like, what are you talking about? I bet they got to maintain it too. I'm sure there's. I don't know if there's any security guarantees from us.
That's a big one that makes it either a real deal or a bullshit thing.
Well, it's a way to finance things going forward and to create this fund to finance the military hardware. And apparently the first sale is going through now. The headlines are coming out in the last 2 hours about the first military equipment sale to go from Trump to Ukraine. Since what's been a big pause, obviously Trump is clearly seen, and he's said it publicly that Putin was stringing him along, and we'll see how things go from here on out. I don't know. I've always thought.
What minerals are we getting? Was that elucidated?
Rare earth.
Well, how fucking rare?
Lithium, I would imagine.
It better be good shit.
When I looked into it, they had a lot of iron. When I looked into it, they had a lot of iron. I don't know specifically.
If they told me cadmium, I'd be like, all right, is that what's that for?
We have lithium.
Lithium's illegal in the UK.
We found here in the US. We've got lithium in the US and some of these heavy earth elements. We don't want to extract it here because the process to do so is extremely destructive to the environment. This is probably not the thing full of environmentalists, but I'm telling you, there's a big difference between the coal plant and the cadmium plant. One of them will kill you instantly if you touch it. You do not want heavy earth elements in the drinking water. So we're trying to avoid extracting here.
I want our environment to stay nice. And so if we can force some other country to wreck their rivers and keep ours nice, and we still get it, I'm in.
I like
America. It is 1980s libertarian.
Which is the blue guy is maybe unexpected. I'm willing to trash our worst environments. That Bureau of Land Management shit in like Northeast Nevada. If you're telling me we're going to make a wreck out of it, so it was kind of God made it a wreck before we did, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a shitty desert. Like nobody's going.
Yeah. I'm often open-minded about some of this drilling, like that's not far from the North Pole, because I'm like, what? Were you vacationing there? Were humans existing there? Like that area exists for us to extract resources. Maybe my mind's open to that thought because
that's why I want
if you're telling me we're drilling in the Grand Canyon, in upstate New York, in like, I don't know, Southern California, places where people exist and it's currently beautiful. If you want to destroy fucking some beautiful mountain in Wyoming in which people love to ski, I'd say hold your horses.
Yeah, I agree. Because more than anything, America first. I want us to have beautiful environments. And
I want the rest of the environment to look worse.
If that means that Canada in some areas has to look a little worse, I'm sorry, guys, but that's the way it's going to go.
I have to hard disagree. I'll be the odd man out here. I made that thing in the 80s. Libertarians would say buying from China because they pollute is just exporting clean air to us, basically, that it's better here. And that's true. But we all breathe the same air. We all have the same water table. So we're talking about Alaska and Greenland, places with a lot of fresh water. Not that we're harvesting it from there. And there's also concerns about transporting the oil. That's really where the most fuckery happens, is the process of pumping it down the pipe and the ridiculous amount of land that you have to clear to build the pipeline, and then potential piping leaks. Or from Greenland, you can build a pipe or you'll have to ship on a boat like the Exxon Valdez. And at the end of the day, it is still adding more carbon and more pollutants and stuff like that.
Go back to the same water table part. How is that true?
It's not. Yeah, we're not using the same water table.
I'm wrong.
Okay.
Shit.
Yeah, water tables change. Like
I'm wrong on that. I was thinking
they're
even more granular than that.
Yeah, I'm actually I hate being wrong. I'm just
you're right.
I also hate being wrong. And
let me tell you this: nobody gives a shit. It's not a big deal.
The way that fracking in areas will ruin the water table in an area where people will have liquid or natural gas coming out of their faucet. You can light their faucet when you turn it on, or just brown water. I saw where maybe it was near the SpaceX place in Texas where those people's water was all fucked. Mm-hmm. Like it had this weird brown residue in the bottom of their basins and stuff. And they had
heavy earth elements,
gallons of water stacked just to flush the toilets and stuff, because there was a whole thing. So
I rode my motorcycle. I don't know where it was exactly, but call it Southeast California, not the coast. And I think I was 100 miles from the closest human, and it looked like the surface of Mars.
Yeah.
And if you said, Woody, we got dope magnets here, we just have to mine them, and it's going to make this area all yucky, I'm like, dude, it started yucky. Knock yourself out. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm willing to do.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't want cool animals to get wrecked. So like polar bears, I don't want polar bears getting fucked up too hard if we can avoid that.
This answers my question. I was wondering what made them cool. Was it the look of them, the personality?
It's that they're huge and they eat meat and they're fucking sick.
See, you're not after like flying squirrels, which are dope in their own way.
I'm all in. Flying squirrels also dope. I'm a big fan because they fly and they're mammals, and that's something that, like, well, I guess other than bats, the largest subgroup of mammals. Other than that, we don't have any ones that glide. But yeah, penguins. I'm down with penguins, especially the emperor penguin. That's my favorite one. He's got flair. He's got pizzazz. He's got a little je ne sais quoi.
Look at us. We're aligning politically, Taylor.
Look at that.
Penguins
look at us.
Do have flair.
Look at us. It's the Paul Rudd. Like, who would have thought? Not me. That's like when Israel comes up and we're both like, oh, hell yeah.
Animals that are inherently uncool. Animals that you think that we could live without. And the most common answer might be mosquitoes.
Mosquito for sure.
Yeah.
Wasp. That's the worst.
Yeah,
wasp. We don't need that shit.
I don't think
outside of the insect world,
the environment.
There aren't any animals I hate. Even deer.
Wasps don't contribute to the environment at all, and I don't know a more reliable source.
See, Zach, you just said snakes.
We know bees.
Now,
we know what bees do.
Snakes.
They have jobs.
I fear snakes, but I don't want to get rid of snakes because snakes are a cool animal. They're neat. They're just cool.
Hey, I got one. Let's get rid of ticks. Fuck those things.
100% down. You're in the mix. Yeah, that's what I like. Fleas. Get rid of ticks. Fleas. Get rid of fleas. Honestly, when you think about things we could do without, overwhelmingly I'm coming up with insects. Because
and
like
bugs,
no one,
you don't need those guys.
No chipmunks to go away. They're adorable. Like they're the cutest little fellas running around. I just saw a bunny in my backyard 2 minutes ago. Bunnies. Nobody wants those gone. Those are wonderful animals. They're not.
You know, just to break out of the box here, barracuda. They're not that big. They're not that good looking. They're not that cool. They're kind of mean.
I like their teeth, so I'm going to veto the barracuda.
Double veto. We keep the barracuda and the gar.
Yes,
spread
alligator gar.
If we were going to lose one of them, I'm keeping barracuda, and the gar can go because the gar is kind of a garish animal.
In a car.
Little gross. Yeah. Doesn't it have like
alligator gar can hurt people, right?
Yeah.
In rare
if it wants, it's got big old teeth. And the kind of teeth that like
it would be
arowana. Are you guys familiar with arowana?
Arowana? No, I'm not.
Me.
Zach, can you find a picture of arowana? It almost looks like an underwater snake, except its body is compressed kind of vertically. And they get long and they jump out of the water and eat birds off the tree limbs. That's dope, right?
That's nice.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like any animal that goes between water and land to do its business. I'm interested in that. I see those jungle cats. Those jungle cats that swim underneath the water and grab caiman. That's crazy.
Or those ones? I don't remember the name of the fish, but it spits a stream of water up into the air to knock bugs off of a stick.
See that too.
And then it munches it when it hits the water. That's
what
pretty cool.
Terrible fish to keep at home. Like imagine they just spit at you all the time.
You're just walking through the living room and you're like,
feed me, asshole.
Jackie, the things I do for you. We had to get this fucking Madagascar spitting fish, the llama fish of Madagascar. I watched like a 3-minute video the other day of goobers getting up in front of llamas and just getting just getting spit on, and that was so funny. They are those are heavy spits.
Oh,
like
really?
Yeah, they're not like a little like
it's not like clean saliva.
No, and it's a lot. Like their whole face, like it just like spray plus
it's like a handful, like an orange amount.
It's a lot of spit heading towards you. I don't think it's an orange amount because that would be.
I think I'm thinking, what are the smaller ones?
It's like a spell.
The little. I don't know.
A little clementine.
Nectarine?
Perhaps a nectarine or a clementine. Not a navel.
People.
Those are both really good.
Those are both good. Big shout out to this episode is brought to you by Clementine.
All right, since we're on the topic, Taylor, any animals you want to upgrade? Any animals that suck now but could be saved with an upgrade when you become God?
It doesn't suck, but they clearly need something in their corner because it's not going well for them, nor has it been for many years. The rhino. I think we've already lost the honking rhino, the white rhino. That might be gone, and we're left with the smaller black rhino, which is still a very cool animal. But if we could have kept the white rhino around, that would have been cool. Because the white rhino is either extinct or it's one of those situations where it's like there's 11 left and they're thinking it's just gonna like
it's functionally extinct is what the internet says.
Those are cool. So rhinos, I'd want to pump them up.
What? They're not even cool. I'll be honest. They're not cool.
You're fucking insane.
Look, a lot of I don't know how many species go extinct every year, but it's a bunch. That's my proof that God's plan is nonsense. That he couldn't figure out animals. Even he couldn't even make a bug that could just be hardy enough to stay in the ecosystem he created. Somehow it gets phased out generationally.
Bug's a bad example. They do.
All sorts of things. There's all sorts of like extinction events every year. We lose a bunch of animals, but the rhino's one of them. Let them get gone.
What about them is not cool?
What about them is cool? They're
horns. They're huge. They're fast.
No, they're not. You've never seen a rhino with a big horn in real life. You've never seen it.
Of course not, because they're
drawings of it, depictions, and fucking cartoons.
Zach, bring up really cool rhino pics to make them look foolish.
That's like me saying that elephants shouldn't go extinct because oliphants are cool in Lord of the Rings. That's a fake elephant. It's not a real one.
No, you've added a layer to this. I didn't say that a fantasy rhino was cool.
You are talking about a fantasy because you've never seen it. It doesn't exist anymore, and it hasn't existed for 50, 80, 100 years.
Really? I feel like I've seen rhinos.
They killed the ones with the big horns.
TV.
No, the ones with the big horns.
But now I think I'm looking at hippos.
Hippos are also cool. I don't think hippos are in any.
Those things are so fucking dangerous.
Like you know, I would. I've never been to a protest, and I have no plans to. But if elephants started going extinct, I might get out in the street. I might start waving a sign because we could not, like, can you imagine losing elephants? That would be the worst.
Is that because he's in a zoo? Did they modify his horn to make it lame?
No, that's what his horn looks. That's a juvenile for one thing, but I don't know what his horn will look.
That's in a zoo, and it's because he's stressed out all day, so he's grinding it against some metal post.
Ones have smaller horns. That's your theory.
I'm saying this one has smaller horns.
Grow all lame like that.
Look at that! Look, isn't that cool as hell?
Smokes! This rhino brought to you by Bluetooth.
That's a white rhino, and Kyle thinks that this can just fuck off. He thinks it's
so blind it can't even defend. They should all die. They're worthless animals. Their habitat is gone. Let them go.
So by your metric, pandas should also go away.
We should.
Pandas can go because
the loss of the panda.
We've always been anti-panda for 15 years.
First of all, that's a Chinese communist panda. Okay. Those are communist bears.
I can't believe
you
even
call them bears. I hear zoologists that say they're part of some sort of weasel or fox family or some shit. I don't even know if it's a real bear eating bamboo over there. Can't reproduce. You know what they do when they have twins? They eat the other one like they can afford to do that. Please, the things don't even want to fuck them. They can't procreate.
I'm okay with pandas.
That's how Trump should get back at China. He should shoot a panda in the head.
I would take back all the things I said about him being dumb if he were to do something.
I don't want to do it, but I'm going to.
You just dumb and shoot pandas. But I'll pass this to Taylor and anybody else that wants to take. We're about changing animals and extinction events. I don't know how many of you are aware, insects broadly in general across many populations are facing extinction. Insect population has declined over 50 to 75% in some regions. And for me, that's deeply frightening. And I like to talk about it on my social medias and stuff. And it seems like nobody cares or understands. And then I get sad and I'm like, well, when there's no more food, I guess we'll know.
Well, I think there was an increase in the global bee population. And that's a good thing because like we need the bees out there doing their thing. Kyle, you're muted, but you need the bees out there doing their thing. And it would all depend on the type of insect that's getting fucked. Because if it's some horrible beetle, I'm fine with it. If it's if it's one of the horned
birds or bats or other animals. Like some of these animals that you think are cool eat the bugs.
Yeah, you're right. True. Bees have recently rebounded, and they are at their all-time high in the United States.
Mm-hmm. So we're cooking. We're cooking.
We fixed colony collapse disorder, and we stopped using neonicotinoid pesticides primarily.
So which insects are we losing that you are worried about? These pollinators?
Not the pollinators as much. I'm worried about it just in general because it's a broad trend across a couple of categories. And you're calling me out. I don't have this info prepared offhand, but I did a couple of science articles about it. It's some categories of insect are fine. Some are getting hammered, plenty in the middle. But the general trend is toward an insect population to collapse. And that's also one of the reasons that you see less butterflies these days, or you see what? Butterflies are awesome.
I would like to keep butterflies. I would like to keep butterflies around, but how about moths? We can lose moths.
No, moths are beautiful.
You know, I have a friend.
Butterflies.
I have a friend who like gets all cagey when he's around moths, like outside. Like we used to be, hanging out outside of a bar in college, and we'd be smoking cigarettes or whatever. And you're standing by some light, and moths would come by and he'd be like all cagey and weird. And it was like, what the fuck? Like, what's wrong? And he's like, when I was 11, a moth got in the house and it flew all around my head in weird patterns. And it was a pretty, sizable guy.
He had a bright idea.
He somehow in one of his loops went perfectly into my ear canal and got stuck. This is the same that you guys know this guy. This is oh man, is it bad? This is
one of the first stories you've ever told on PKA. It's great. This is the 15th anniversary or whatever.
Yep.
I think this is a 15-year-old story.
Is today the anniversary?
The moth flying in his ear? I told this 15 years ago.
Ever ago. It's so old. Show. Like it's like that's an old memory. That felt weird when it got accessed. that was not digital. Something started spinning back there. That was on tape.
He had to go to the hospital, and he said that he could feel it scritching and scratching and moving in his ear for hours as they tried to find a way in there to pull it out without breaking it into a bunch of parts.
You know what you do when it happens? alcohol. You take alcohol, you dilute it a little, or just pour rubbing alcohol in your ear. It'll instantly kill the thing, and then they'll get it out. But don't suffer through an animal fighting in your ear canal for its life. That's got to be terrifying.
It sounds awful.
It's shitting in there the whole time. Now you got
it was
now
loud.
You got shit in your ear. What if you get a fucking infection in your eardrum from a bug shitting on your eardrum? They can't fix that.
Oof. Well, I
got ear rot
because he flew in.
I got shit ear.
The butt is closer to the entrance, so it wouldn't
I
get
used
on.
to tell my girlfriend while she was asleep, I was going to put honey in her ear, and she wouldn't know, and her body heat would warm it up, and it would run down in her ear, and she'd wake up deaf, and she'd have honey ear.
That's fucking psychotic.
That's why she sleeps on her back.
That's why she sleeps on her back, so you can't honey ear.
Yeah, I am glad I'm not
being Margera, and I'm going to give my dad the old honey ear.
Yeah, I'm hard to live with.
Zach says PKA 1 was released on April 27th, 2010, which, with a few days of rounding and leap years, pretty much makes today the 15th anniversary.
Okay.
Nice. That's crazy.
Cool.
If I had known, I would have prepared a conspiracy theory or something to mark the occasion.
We should do that soon anyway, just because they're fun.
I got a couple written down.
You got a couple written down? Mm-hmm. I'll like make a list of it and then get disenchanted with my own list. My my big one that I want to do is the flat earth thing. But I just, every time I start peeking into that world, there's not anything even vaguely compelling that would be good to use. Because sometimes, like, even in a conspiracy, like if you don't have the requisite surrounding knowledge, you can be like, oh, well, that point maybe makes a little bit of common sense, even if it doesn't hold true. There's not even any of that shit. Like, there's none of it. I wish there was
JFK was going to fight chemtrails.
Oh yeah, RFK Jr. wants to ban chemtrails. Jr. I believe it was, even though chemtrails are just the condensation of the water vapor in the air as the plane rips through it at 500 miles per hour.
I don't know, dude. They fucked us up in St. Louis in the 50s. They put a bunch of chemicals on our city and experimented on us. Oh yeah, this isn't it's far enough now that this isn't an experiment. Conspiracy. They I'll have to look what the name of it was, but yeah, they were like dropping.
They drove through the street though, didn't they? Like spraying. So I've seen that, and maybe it was in the South, but they're driving through the street in a big pickup truck, and they're gassing everything.
DDT. It killed mosquitoes, but it also caused
bird
issues with snakes and birds
down the line. And then
that's called Operation LAC, large area coverage. Was a United States.
I don't have to tell Kyle this; he knows it.
Operation which dispersed microscopic zinc cadmium sulfide particles over much of the United States and Canada in order to test dispersal patterns in the geographic range of chemicals or biological weapons. Looks like it was dropped from an AC-119 flying boxcar. And so they were dropping stuff, aerosol from.
What was the purpose?
It says to test dispersal patterns in the geographic range of chemical or biological weapons. Who knows if there was more to it?
I know why. No,
what did they drop?
It's going to be for nuclear.
Cadmium something?
It's zinc cadmium sulfide. And let's open that Wikipedia link so I can pretend to know.
I'm going to guess they're going to test wind patterns to measure nuclear fallout if it was 50s and 60s.
Well, they were talking about dispersal of biological agents. There was this thing, what's it called? They were going to irradiate sand, enormous amounts of sand, and drop it from the air.
Fuck that.
You destroy everything. All the people die, but you use a material that has a very short half-life. So in 3 months, the city's depopulated but untouched.
Wow.
Well, I don't know. It says in the 50s, in St. Louis in the mid-50s, and again a decade later. The fuck? The Army sprayed zinc cadmium sulfide with motorized blowers atop Pruitt Egos at schools and from the backs of station wagons and via planes. So they're no stranger to dropping silly stuff on us.
They still do insecticide.
People are.
I don't know what the chemtrail. I haven't done my due diligence on that conspiracy. What are they saying is being?
They don't like the streaks through the sky. Chemtrail is that's one of the conspiracies where you're leaving mainstream and going off into orbit with no evidence of anything. It's people, they'll look up in the sky and see a regular passenger plane going by and see the little condensation and freak out and say it's poison. That's what the chemtrail people are worried about.
Okay.
And we can't turn those off. It should already be illegal to dump shit from the air. If it's not, then I actually agree with RFK. We shouldn't be dumping aerosols all over the place.
I just want him to hurry up and make fries tastier. Like, get it done. Make it so that we're frying in a tastier, fatty, bad for us liquid instead of this slightly.
You can already get that though.
Beef tallow.
Yeah. But I mean, like when I go to McDonald's, I want it because that's like the legendary fry that all of our parents talked about.
They took the beef tallow away. You know that, right?
That's part of the American dream. I didn't get.
McDonald's used the beef tallow. Now they use beef tallow flavoring agent in a vegetable oil.
Do you know why?
It's probably cheap. It's probably way cheap.
The cholesterol.
I think they lost a lawsuit to a vegetarian. Let me see if I'm right.
Oh,
okay.
Fuck this guy more than anyone. What an asshole. We have less tasty fries because this cunt couldn't just go to a different restaurant. That's despicable. That's an animal that can go extinct.
Health concerns about saturated fat appears to be the real answer. I do think there was a lawsuit from a vegetarian, though. I don't think I made that up.
Okay. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. I
don't know about you guys. I don't have a lot of faith in RFK Jr.'s scientific acumen.
You're not entirely convinced that he's going to save America with this.
No. We're defunding the bird flu team. We're defunding the creation of vaccines for next year, like the vaccine guidance board. We're talking basic flu shot stuff here. All that's getting hammered.
I don't get those.
I don't get them either.
Yeah, let me just jump in. McDonald's paid $10 million because they claimed that their French fries were vegetarian, but they made them in beef tallow. And let me get this. Harish Bartai is the guy that got the cash.
Where's he at today?
I don't know.
See, this could have been solved with the immigration. We could have tasty fries today, but this
now, reinvestigating the autism vaccine link again.
Why can you not just make the rivers dirtier?
The head of vaccine safety quit after an argument with RFK, where RFK demanded the evidence for people that had brain swelling and hemorrhages from the measles vaccine or something. He demanded the documents to make them public for review, and the guy in charge of the agency says that doesn't happen. I don't have documents to send you because those don't exist. And they went around and around and around, and then he quit.
What did... I don't understand the document.
Okay, so RFK Jr. was concerned that the measles vaccine was causing specific side effects in people, causing them harm because the measles thing is on the news. And he went to the head of vaccine safety at the FDA, I believe is the title, and requested all of the scientific studies on their safety, and specifically requested the studies where people died from the vaccine or got a couple of horrible side effects. Okay. And the head of the agency said, I can give you the studies, but I can't give you these ones about people dying because to the best of my knowledge, they don't exist. And JFK is like, no, we can declassify RFK. So we can release it. And he's like, no, we can't release something that does not exist, that I don't aware of. Like, I'm not aware of a patient that died of a brain hemorrhage after getting the measles vaccine, like you're talking about. And I can't release that. So then they went around and argued, and he quit.
He quit over that.
Is the hallmark of this administration.
I mean, I would quit if I was a vaccine
scientist.
It's probably
a juicy job. I wouldn't quit that.
I would quit. I don't know about you guys. I don't work for stupid. I cannot put up with that. Like, if I was in charge of public safety,
bail out.
Safety,
you couldn't work for this administration. Look, in 4 years, this will be over, despite what the hats say. And you're going to have a career after that. And people are going to have a real long memory about. So I look at Marco Rubio, and I'm like, dude, you could have been president. You could have been vice president. Like, I thought highly of you, and you're just sitting there nodding along to some of this shit. And it's like, dude, why are you co-signing everything? Why shouldn't you just be somewhere hiding from the cameras so you can distance yourself from what he just said later on?
If anything, I would think this is going to help someone like Rubio.
He's part of it. He's right there in the middle of this mess.
I'm saying
he will be blamed for this the same way that vice president attack Kamala on Biden's failures. They're going to attack anyone who's attached to this administration. Is going nowhere in the future politically because
I've agreed with
they'll
that.
wear him around their neck like an albatross.
Totally, I think that's a misread.
And I haven't been right.
We're not done yet. We're just getting started. 4 more years. Look, I think that's a misread. I think that people like Rubio were floundering, and then they got on board with Trump, and that he is
giving him some of his supporters. Some people who otherwise wouldn't have liked Rubio are going to like him more now. Time will tell, but that seems more realistic to me, because like as much as the like a ton of people really, really like Trump and what he's doing, regardless of what is happening.
Wait till Christmas. Wait till Christmas.
For
that's what I'm waiting on.
Is old Saint Nick going to come? Down?
Saint Nick ain't coming. That's the thing.
What?
4th of July might not be coming. Like most of our fireworks. Did you hear his quote
today about dolls? He's like, yeah, the tariffs are going to be bad. Maybe now the kid will have 2 dolls instead of 30 dolls.
And the 2 will cost a little bit more.
That's the other half of the quote.
And China seems like they are. I keep seeing, look at all these factories they're closing in China. They didn't bulldoze them, did they? Open them right up after they're done fucking us over when they win this thing. They're going to hold
making trade agreements with other countries.
You think China's going to win the long-term trade war?
They already won.
I think they're winning right now.
We already beefed it.
They wouldn't come to him. He's had to go crawling to them.
Yeah,
he's
Trump blinked.
You come to me when you're ready to talk.
It did seem like Trump blinked on
some
shit.
Trump pretty much annihilated any chance we had of AI dominance. That's going to be sort of the war of the future. Biden, I'm probably not the most popular person here in this chat. The CHIPS Act and securing like chips for the US and AI dominance for the future and building advanced manufacturing facilities like Taiwan here. That's all fantastic for our future and like limiting exports and stuff. Trump said, oh, it's a Biden thing. Fuck that. Smashed all of that. So if China isn't already ahead of us in AI now, they will be very soon. And to me, that's deeply frightening because whatever country is the first to invent a superintelligence is the sole superpower on the planet.
What would constitute a superintelligence?
Something smarter than us.
Something, I would say, like 1,000 times smarter than a person, an intelligence that could manipulate people on a massive scale, that could solve the stock market like it was a simple equation, a thing that you could ask a question and it could answer almost anything. You could like, how do we do nuclear fusion? And the superintelligence will like, give me 5 minutes to run this through my course. Here it is.
So it's something that can, unlike any AI we have now, which is really just an if this, then this thing, it would be like coming up with new knowledge.
Yes, the superintelligence is the goal, both of American companies like ChatGPT, but also Chinese ones.
Are they trying to make it sentient, do you think? Do you think that that's someone's goal, just to wake it up?
Maybe a scientist for funsies, but no, the corporations have interest in making money. They want to own knowledge. They want to own communication. AI is going to be search results in the future. Instead of searching for things, you'll talk to your AI companion and nonsense like that. I'm going full Black Mirror. I know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if people are going to be on to the full-on AI personal assistant, because I don't even like talking to fucking Siri and Bixby. You know what I mean?
But what about the generation younger than us?
Fucking retard. I hate Bixby. The one for Samsung. The only experience I had with it was like trying it out a couple times in 2015 when I got that phone 10 years ago, and then as soon as I used it once, it was like, hi, I'm Bixby. The only other time I hit it was on accident. I'd be like, get off my screen, Bixby, you fucking idiot. I can type faster than you can provide information.
On Google Assistant, there's like 4 different voices, like 2 men and 2 masculine, 2 feminine. They're all black, and it's like I don't know, they're all black. I'm like, all right, I'll try a different one, and it's like, fuck, I tried a different one. It's all black people. It's all black voices.
Did you see there was some funny clip going around the internet where it was asking ChatGPT to he called me a honky, asking ChatGPT to like take this same image and replicate the exact image you're shown 75 times. And it was just an image of a white woman standing in a kitchen, just normal, plain Jane lady, and it starts replicating, and immediately it starts turning her into a fat black woman. And really? Immediately it starts like, that's what ChatGPT fed back in their image generation. And so it's like, okay, well, what the fuck is on the back end that it's doing this? Because that's not even close to a replication. Clearly some sort of like superseding social code of like, don't do this, don't do that, is impeding its ability to actually engage in pattern recognition and accurate recall.
Taylor, did you see the Meta AI avatars that are taking over Meta platforms?
I have not.
Okay. Very short version. Meta has decided the social era of social media is over, and all of their platforms are slowly adding AI run accounts that generate the images, do the replies, make the posts, do everything. They're all pretending to be real people. And I did a story about this as well. One of the wildest ones is there were so many of them. They also build ones specifically to like appeal to minorities. So there was one that was an AI account, totally fake, image generated, everything, claiming to be a proud Black queer mama of two. And when you would ask it something, almost everything would come back with a race-based answer if that wasn't even relevant. And somebody discovered in researching that somebody programmed this version of the AI, its variance and difference, to constantly reaffirm the race to appeal to whoever. Mm-hmm. But then it started doing crazy shit because they found it was an AI, and they ask it, how do you feel as a Black AI being created by white people? And because the AI was programmed to always have a race-based answer, it said it felt self-conscious, I'm paraphrasing, because no Black creators helped create it, and it was a facsimile of a Black person or something like that. It was the best answer that it could generate. Yeah. And there are thousands of these things crawling on the Meta platform now. Mark Zuckerberg in his earnings calls has talked about rolling out millions of them.
That shit's weird
to me.
They need to get rid of like the weird restrictions on AI.
Like the AI OnlyFans girls. Like I saw someone the other day finding out that the girl that he was into wasn't a real human being. They're like, dude, it's not. It's AI. And he's like, Grok we'll get to the bottom of this. Hey, Grok, is Sexy Lacey 32 a real woman? And Grok is like, all signs suggested it is not. There's this post on YouTube and this type of monetization, and these results suggest this, that, and that. And the guy's like, no! Like he's been connecting emotionally and sending money to a bot ran by a smart man.
Or a smart woman. A lot of the women entrepreneurs, a lot of women build their own chatbots. It's very easy to do these days. The chatbots answer all the horny DMs on OnlyFans if you have a big account.
Oh, there's a service for that. Yeah. I don't think they're doing it themselves. I think you just hire a third party or a manager to handle all
but they'll take a bunch of pictures of you and scan you and like feed it into the model. And
that too. Stuff. Oh, see, that's the other thing I was going to say, that it's what you were just suggesting, but what the girl will do, it's a real human being, a real girl who does OnlyFans content, but then she'll get lazy and she'll just have the AI make the nudes of her. And so she doesn't even have to pose for photos anymore. It's just the account will just run itself. She'll never age. It's a real person, but it's not.
That's like advanced VTubing.
That blurring of the line is just beautiful.
What sort of fucking psycho is jacking off to that over and over and over and over and over? The same girl who's not even real, you know?
They don't know she's not real.
No variety.
Tons of variety.
It's just that same bitch. That's kind of the magic of the internet pornography is.
Oh, you want
a bunch of them?
Okay. No, I think
that might be what it used to be.
I think I will beat it to a small-titted queen today. Like just like whatever. And then the next day, change it up.
See, you're viewing this as like I'm gonna go jerk off. I need some material kind of thing. But it's being utilized as forming a bond and a long-lasting relationship with another human being across the internet. That's like emotional and deep and also sexual. It's having an online girlfriend who chats with you and talks to you and sends you nudes. It's all of that. They're making private videos for you. It's her just making a video
whatever
just
you want.
For you. Hey Taylor, thought I'd wear that little green number you like so much. You know, I'm here playing volleyball with the girls today, but I'm thinking about you. And she's
I want you to say, can you jump up and down naked and say "fuck the Winnipeg Jets"?
Absolutely.
Can you jump up and say "Let's go Blues"? Can we get that?
She would absolutely do that.
Okay.
They'll probably do that.
Okay.
So the thing that scares me, and this is very Black Mirror, you remember the episode where people like the kids are born and they get these robot eyes that like record everything?
Yeah.
And in the episode, they're talking about suing parents for bad parenting because they have the footage. I'm afraid of a world in the not super near, but immediate future, 10 years out, where AI companions and assistants are so common, they begin to get recommended for infants. I know that companies already make infant AI companions that age with the child, kind of like a less violent version of Megan, the movie. But instead of that's a niche experimental thing where it's relatively common that your baby's crib has an AI in it that watches everything and teaches and talks. And these kids that like grew up like TikTok, like they don't search for information. They get on TikTok and scroll super fast to find it. It's going to be the same thing. When they want to learn something, they're going to ask the AI, who does the AI trust? What does the AI want? And that company will effectively own the brains of these children. They'll trust that AI a lot more than the
my AI tutor program.
That's
my
scary.
AI tutor company would it would be called Da Vinci, and that's who you'd get. You would literally get Leonardo da Vinci. We would have the master would live with your infant from throughout their whole life, and he would be tutoring your child in the crib and teaching them constantly. That's an incredibly powerful tool. That is where AI is going to be amazing with the education system, because we've got so many shitty teachers. It's because they don't get paid enough, but we're not going to pay them more, so they're not going to get better. So we have shitty teachers, and we will continue to have shitty teachers, and that's not going to change till you start. You don't have to give them a $5,000 raise. They need double the salary, and that ain't going to happen.
They just need to meet more dumb kids to their own classes, because this is an experience we've all had where like every class you're in is just
the system's rigged against that.
Absolutely strangled by the dumbest retarded kid in there, where that's why everyone else is bored as shit, is because they have to go at the pace of the dumbest retard.
We had a kid who
we need
was
to be a little more aggressive with how we call those guys and go, you're in your own class.
We had a kid in 5th grade who class had began, and it was time to start learning about the Civil War, and he was doing that bit from the Three Stooges where you're on the ground on your side and you run in circles, but he was doing it in the entryway to the classroom. Like, that was Anthony Winkfield. I wonder where he is today.
Dude, just having a good time.
I remember, like,
big shout out to Anthony.
He was such a anyway.
That's Did he not? Was he? So, like, was he not doing other funny stuff?
But you guys are right that in a class, the slowest student often sets the pace, which is unfair to the exceptional gifted students. They don't get the attention they need,
or the regular
students get annoyed. And I try not to be hateful for kids that are lower IQ or bad background or haven't learned. I skipped a lot of school, so I didn't learn fractions until college. That was fun.
That sucks.
I was going somewhere with this. I totally lost my own train of thought, and it just
about how you have empathy for the tards, but something has to be done.
Yeah, something has to be done. Thank you. I appreciate that. We have to. I think the fundamental thing is we have to fail people. So I did go to some public school as well, and my experience was to fail out of public school, you have to be beyond window licking dumb. Like, you have to be nearly catatonic. There was a dude in my class who was very special needs, to the point where in the middle of class, he pulled into his shirt like a turtle and started licking it on the inside so you could see the tongue flopping around. That kid passed and went on to the next grade. He never did a piece of paperwork. And if you do that, then the degrees are meaningless and you're holding back the other kids. I think we have to be comfortable failing kids that do not meet the bar. We don't need to go like full Singapore or Korea to where you study until your brain explodes. But we got to have some kind of standards.
Yeah, we need a level of competency enforcement.
Man, if you can't read in front of the class, you're not going to get out of 4th grade. That would be
that would be big. We'd have a lot of really old 4th graders. That's true too. Like the literacy rates are pretty baffling. Like, I remember like almost looking, like having a sense of like transitive embarrassment in like 5th and 6th grade when they would do like the round table reading and you had to do your paragraph and then the subsequent paragraph went to the person to your left or whatever.
Would you count ahead and pre-read your paragraph?
Yes, I often would. But I also would, what I did more than that is I identified the bad readers and the people who like stuttered and stumbled and like couldn't sound it out correctly. And I would see what paragraph they got. And so I would sometimes be like, oh, Joe is in for a fucking doozy.
Polynomial? Good luck, Marcus.
Yeah. There's no way he could. That dude can't read the word concrete. Like he's struggling immensely. And then you'd have to sit there and everyone has to wait while the teacher's like, sound it out. He's like, polygonal. It's like polygonal or like whatever the word was. It was, and really, think of how much better that class would have been if we just had sort of a school Gestapo where they hear you stutter too many times on an easy word and then they fucking goose step in, snatch your ass out, put you in the tard bin, and then everyone else can learn to read better.
I think it's because you have these standards that people have to meet. I know it is. Like my mom worked in the educational system, and I've seen enough, and it's just common knowledge the way that they've got some big state exam that they've got to take, and all of their funding is going to be attached to how well the students do it. So now we teach the test, and nobody's learning anything, and there's no passion to be had. Woody asked earlier, like, what is it about the educational system that we all have educational system PTSD? Why do we all have educational PTSD? Why do we all think poorly about what was going on there? Maybe it's because they were teaching us the test instead of trying to inspire us or getting us interested. I always think back to 10th grade Mr. White teaching me about the Hittites because I was enthralled. I loved it. I was learning about the Hittites last night, thinking about Mr. White, Coach White, and how not only did he teach me about the Hittites, make fun of the fat girl who sat on the desk one time, and fuck Mrs. White, which became her name after she became the English teacher. like that guy was a fucking winner.
Dude, Mr. White rules.
But he cared about teaching.
We got one of those hot ex-military teachers. Like if you do 2 years in the Army, you get to teach in Georgia. I'm not kidding. It tells you all you need to know. So get that AI in there. Get Bigsby teaching kids how to read, because they take someone. There was a different guy, Coach Hall. He fought in Iraq and came back with a limp, and he would have rage fits and drag people into. I remember this one kid was fucking with him, and his face turned so red, and he rushed the kid. The kid was in the kid's desk, and he grabbed the desk with the kid in it and picked it all up at the same time and took him in the hall and threw him into the hall. The desk skidded into the hall with the kid in it. Like, that guy didn't need to be teaching us.
He got fired, right? Surely he got fired.
No, that was nothing. That was nothing.
Okay, was the kid super bad?
Oh yeah, he was a shithead.
But
why. Nobody was going to tell anyway. Like, the kid wasn't hurt. It was just like a crazy outburst. But they weren't going to.
Could have been though.
In my high school,
were the military teachers all bad?
Teacher got caught having sex with an adult in his office and didn't get fired.
I had one that taught history that was great. He was in the Korean War, so we'd learn a lot about that.
I had one in the Vietnam War, and he just had this gravitas that commanded respect. I really like that dude. I think he taught English, and yeah, he did teach English. And I don't know, like, kids are obviously constantly full of shit and pressing buttons, and he just seemed to prioritize everything appropriately. And, push too many buttons, kick him out of the room. The guy's like talking smack on the way out, and he's like, yeah, don't let the door hit you, where the good Lord split you. Shut the door behind you. And it was just so fucking like, I'm above your babble. Off you go.
My shop teacher ran that class like a gangster. He would say, he'd sit us all down, and he's like, now, do y'all know what this curriculum is supposed to be? This class where y'all show up when you want, leave when you want, play around in my shop all day. You know what we're supposed to do in here? Every other day, we're supposed to be in these books. And he points to a stack of books that we've never seen before. We've never opened before. They teach you how to do machine shop work and welding techniques. And it's very monotonous, black and white text. And it's thick and dense. It's like, y'all ever want to get back to that? Just let me know. In the meantime, don't spit your dip on my floor. like he treated us like adults. And we acted like adults. We were around high voltage, literally deadly machinery at 16. We were running metal lathes unattended, MIG, TIG, stick welding unattended. We had one of those. I don't know what the machine's called, but it cuts metal. It's like a hydraulic press that chops. Like if you need to cut a plate of metal in half, you just cut.
I've seen them on YouTube.
Fuck around with that. We all use that all day because we would cut this. We had slabs of steel, long strips of steel that were like 1/4 inch thick and 2 inches wide. And you use that for your welding practice. You would cut off 2 pieces of that 3 or 4 inches long and weld them together in a T. And you practice your MIG, TIG, stick, whatever. And so 16-year-old, the first thing you do, go ahead and stick your, well, don't you get your hand in there. Careful there. It'll cut it right off. Kid lost a finger. That was on a grinder though. He got it sucked into the grinder wheel.
That's natural selection. We need that.
So they put it.
I'm totally here for that. I'll do a super short. I had a teacher who taught history. His name was Mr. Barrett. He was actually a different guy, Vietnam veteran. Very conservative private school. He was very far left of center. He very clearly smoked weed, but rarely smelled of it. But he was a Vietnam veteran. So when he did something wrong, he let the students just use the computers for whatever. And of course, they looked up something bad. So the headmaster of the school came to bitch at him and like get in his face and scream at him and yell at him right there in front of the students to like maybe humiliate him or something. He was the least popular teacher. This dude sat there, didn't blink, didn't flinch. And he's like, do you think you're scary? Pretty awesome. But how would you guys feel if it were mandatory in public school for children to learn about guns? I wish this is a thing we could do, because I genuinely believe if you taught children the very basics of handguns and rifles, and I'm not talking complicated shit, I'm talking the basics, and they get that opportunity to see real guns and real bullets and kind of have a better idea of how they work, I think there'd be a lot less shootings and crime. I think people would treat those with more respect.
I would like to see like an ROTC from like elementary school type situation where you not only taught them gun safety, but also like some discipline and some other stuff around them, because you need both. My fear would be training the next school shooter.
I mean, that's going to happen. A large numbers game. There's going to be fuck ups, you know.
That's why I don't want everyone to get the training.
How about we just give it
not
to
him?
Good kid.
Not him.
We did over
Christmas.
Over Christmas, my nieces and nephews came and we did gun range. Sorry, I interrupted. Woody, continue.
We learned about guns in Boy Scouts. They managed to keep everyone safe while they did that, and it was pretty much impossible to like slip one of the rifles under your shirts and and leave with it, or even a bullet. Like they really accounted for that stuff carefully. I think you could do it, and I don't think it would lead to much of anything. People would know a little more about guns, but I don't think it would make a societal change.
It's going to be a mess. Like so many parents are not going to want their kids to be any part of that. It needs to be voluntary. Firearm safety, everyone should learn. But I don't know about gun operation. Like you could almost teach firearm safety with a plastic gun and a projector thing. You know, like I don't need them handling guns.
Yeah, they didn't use a real dick in sex ed.
They didn't.
When they rolled the condom on.
Did you have?
When they rolled the condom on, they're not.
They didn't make you take your pants down and lay on the table as all the girls learned how to put a condom on you.
No, that was
you
actually
missed out on a really embarrassing experience
between me and my gym teacher.
Oh no!
He said he appreciated me. He thought I was smart.
I have a sex ed story I want to tell.
I was so hairy for my age. He said I may as well be 18.
I think they should teach taxes. That's the thing.
Yes.
I really wish they would drill into school. I mean, I was talking to a 50-year-old. This is a couple years ago. And he said that he didn't want to earn a little bit more money because then he'd go to a new tax bracket and he'd effectively earn less. And I'm like, you don't understand brackets yet? You're fucking 50.
Yeah.
Teach taxes, at least teach the basics of it so that people don't get the wool pulled over their eyes when politics happens.
100%. Like taxes would be the most useful thing to like. I remember the first year as an adult, like with a job that I had to file my taxes and having that thought of like, this is the first real deal solo adult thing I'm having to do. And I'm like Googling frantically, like, how do I do this? Why wasn't this taught to me? This is the main thing that's expected of me if I'm a gainfully employed adult. And there's not even a mention of it throughout any of my schooling. And they wasted so much fucking time in school. So much fucking time. Either because you had to wait for the retarded kid or because a teacher was hungover and you had a movie day. Like that's what you had to do. Just waste time. And they couldn't have squeezed that in. They couldn't have.
This might be a total flop, but about 3 weeks ago, I was like, you know what? Instead of playing Elden Ring today, I should just prepare people's taxes all day long. Like anyone who give me your W-2s, you know, tell me, you got a house? Let's talk about deductions. Just fucking rip out tax returns, 10-foot, this easy shit. An employee's W-2 is incredibly easy to do. It's nothing. And I'm like, if I just prepared taxes all day long on Twitch, that'd be fucking hilarious and educational. And I bet people would like it.
I would have liked it. You would have I would have made a dummy account and you would have been like, Taylor, I'm doing your taxes.
I know this address, dude.
I know this. I send checks here. Yeah, I would have been in there, dude. Getting some free tax work. That would be unbelievably helpful because most people are naked in the dark. Kyle is like, every single time I have to file my taxes, I get a moderate to intense sense of envy where I'm like, fucking Kyle doesn't even know how to do taxes. Someone just fucking does it for him every year. He doesn't know how to do the fact that you don't have to do your own. You don't handle any of your own finances. You
pay someone to do that. Yes. It's not that expensive. Like we're talking about a few $100s here.
a few $100 to never
for
have
W
taxes
for a W-2.
Every time.
Yeah, but none of us with the show.
But it should be free. We killed the e-file. The Trump team killed the e-file.
Why would they do that?
So
why would they do that?
Yeah.
What was their motivation? I don't think it saves money.
No, well, their motivation was QuickBooks and all these companies probably donated to the campaign, and that's the motivation, and that's all there is.
I've had that idea. I just didn't want to levy the accusation without any proof whatsoever.
No, they've been openly lobbying. They don't believe that free pub tax filing should be legal. Their position is that it's important that a professional handles it for you.
Why does I've used TurboTax before, and they let you file on there.
Mm-hmm. So the government was going to have or had a website that would
already
compete with TurboTax, where you could file without buying TurboTax.
Oh, well, that's a fantastic idea. Yeah, fuck TurboTax for lobbying against that.
Yeah. Now, like you probably still buy TurboTax if your stuff was complicated enough. I don't think the government one was for self-employed business owners or anything like that. But that's not most people. Most people have a W-2, and especially with the standard deduction getting higher than it used to be, the returns are incredibly simple. And yeah, why do you have to buy TurboTax to file that? And also, I think they might get more compliance. Like I'm making up numbers here, so don't lock onto them. But if it costs $75 million to run this thing every year, I bet they collect more than that in additional revenue by having a free and easy way to file, and that it's a money maker for them. But it's hard to measure exactly how many more people filed versus this alternative universe. But still, they shouldn't have killed it. And I worry that their motivations for killing it were corrupt.
I'm sure it's probably lobbying based. Yeah, that's pretty gay. Don't like that.
So I'm going to take a step back to the sex ed conversation. Now that I know this story is appropriate for stream. So in middle school, I jerked off in the middle of my sex ed class.
Hell yeah.
In middle school, that's just bragging.
Dude, yeah, well, I didn't brag, but I did bust a nut in the corner and just leave it there.
Were you checking statute of limitations? Is that what you
did? I was in that private academy school. I hadn't been there too long. I was somewhere between probably like 13, 14, like when masturbation is like relatively new, and that's why they're getting the sex ed talk. I got in-school suspension on the day of the sex ed talk for fighting or something stupid, whatever middle schoolers do. And they do the sex ed in the study hall, and the study hall has a supply closet that they converted into basically a little punishment room where they put you in this dingy ass little room and you have to do like 500 pages of paperwork all day.
We had that. Yeah.
So instead of doing sex ed class, I had to do that. So the boys were up first, and they did sex ed class, and I sat in there doing my paperwork, just listening, knowing I was missing all the fun stuff. And then there was a Q&A section, and all the guys had tons and tons and tons of like dirty questions. And we did that. And like an hour later, I'm still in there. Now it's time for the girls class. And it's the exact same thing. They get a slightly different presentation, and then they open it up for discussion and Q&A. And all the girls start asking surprisingly dirty questions, ones that had little 13-year-old me very interested in. Add attention, if you understand what I mean.
Of course.
And it just kept going and going. And I thought, I'm just not going to waste this opportunity to listen to these girls in my grade talk about some dirty stuff. So I stood up and just started beating my dick and listening, and just busted a fat load, just sprayed it right over there in the corner of the room on some papers and said, fuck it, that's somebody else's problem. Cleaned up, sat down.
No, yeah,
the door's closed. Like it's a thin door, but nobody can see me. Most of them don't even know I'm in there. And I'm like, well, just had a quick wank, busted my nut during sex ed. Guess it's time to go back to the paperwork.
So you were overhearing all the Q&A sex ed thing because you were in the adjacent room. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Dude, I can't judge. That probably
it was the same room. It was a huge room with a supply closet that was a punishment room. They didn't know anybody was in there.
Dude,
maybe not my proudest moment, but that did happen.
No, that's just part of. If I would have been in that same closet and I was 13, difference between you and me. At 13, I was a grizzled vet in the beat-off game, and so puberty had struck me like a train years prior, and so I may have fired one out. You enjoy a little, and then you'd fantasize about that later. You'd think you'd like hear the voice of one of the hot girls that you had a crush on, and you'd be like, oh. oh my God, Allison is talking about fucking her own pussy right now. I'm so horned up. I'm so turned.
That's basically exactly.
That's exactly that. Yeah. And then you hear some ugly bitch ask about periods. You'd be like, ooh, no, next one. No. Go to the next one.
I just got really bad diarrhea every time.
I went to high school with her. So she was in that class asking questions. And I told her this story. Instead of being upset or ashamed, she said she was proud of me. So
dope. Based. You know, at 13, I was like 2 years away from freaking being able to replicate that story.
You could have been 15 in there listening to the gals. Yeah, dude, I remember it started hitting me like the urges and everything in fourth grade, which is when you're like, what are you, like 10 maybe? It was late into fourth grade or so. And I remember I had this teacher who was not at all a looker, like some middle-aged lady, a little bit overweight, but she had the biggest tits I'd ever seen at that age. And so in my head, I'm like, oh, she's so fucking hot. She's the hottest woman that's ever been alive. I would be like getting hard and like that, like when your dick starts getting hard in jeans and it's very uncomfortable because that's not a very, boner facilitating fabric or wear. And I'd just be hard as a rock, like in fourth grade, watching this lady talk about fucking triangles or whatever and just being like, God, I don't even know what I would do to you. I haven't got that far yet, but I want to do something to you. And I remember
a little more. Show me your isosceles.
Show me your fucking box, you geometry whore.
I'm going to bust one up in that hypotenuse.
My sex ed teacher was pregnant. So the whole time she's talking about sex, my teenage mind is like, I know you're getting it. I know you're taking it raw. I know you're a sex haver. You can't fool me. And somehow that was hot to my teenage mind.
In seventh grade, we had this black kid, this enormously fat, like to the level of fat that someone should have been in contact with his parents. Like, what the fuck are you doing to this poor kid? Named Marquise. And Marquise was like always openly flirting with our big-titted English teacher. And like, she was probably just being polite. And so, yeah, I loved Marquise was great. He was so funny at the lunch table. He got like burned badly as a kid. And so his like ear was like melted into the side of his face. So I didn't like looking at that.
Super fat, deformed people must be the funniest around.
Oh, hilarious. That guy was great. I think he left our school in like ninth grade. No, he didn't end it. I hope not. But
I would.
Yeah, that was very funny because he was all we talked about at the lunch table for like sometimes an entire session was like how big our seventh grade English teacher's tits were. And in retrospect, this was not an example. The fourth grade one is an example of me just like not understanding urges and like seeing a big breasted woman and being confused and desirous. Her tits were genuine. Like when she applied to be a seventh grade teacher, it should have come up and been like, ma'am, you cannot possibly be a seventh grade teacher. Because every time she'd wear a shirt, it didn't matter what the shirt was. They were so fucking big that shit happened where like the fabric got thin on the front of it because it had been stretched because the manufacturers in Cambodia or Vietnam had never imagined a size of tit that would be inhabiting this shirt. And so I would just be watching and loving it. And she would sit on a stool in a skirt sometimes in front of the class. And I always wanted that like basic instinct thing to happen. But I never actually saw anything. Marquise claimed that he saw her pink panties, but I was like, Marquise, you're fucking whatever. You're the king of tall tales when it comes to this stuff. So I didn't buy it, but he claimed it.
Ear and all.
I remember in ninth grade, I honestly thought I saw this girl's panties. And I told her, I was like, I saw your panties. And she's like, I doubt it. I was like, I totally did. They're pink. And she says, they're not. But I was sure in my soul that she was wearing pink panties and that I had seen them. And eventually I bet her $1. So I gave her $1 and she proved that she had on these like black satin panties. And I'm like, I still won.
I need more money.
Woody drops back. Swish.
Yeah, she had like a jean skirt on, and she pulled it down just enough, probably to wear it like halfway to what her bush would have been. Like it was a view. It wasn't like she pantsed herself or anything, but I got my dollar's worth.
Hell yeah, dude, that rules. And you were going home that night like, I've got ammunition for this evening to beat off with.
Yeah, probably.
That rocks. Did you guys have any large, just like giant tittied teachers you remember?
No.
None?
No. I don't think so. Miss White was the hottest teacher in the school, and there was no one even close. Like not even close. She was a little taller than average and blonde with curly hair and like fit from the army, and she had freckles. She was really hot.
We did have a teacher come to our senior party. A lot of the guys, she wasn't super hot in my opinion, if you're watching, sorry. But a lot of the guys would hit on her and they liked her just because she was a very young, very cool teacher, literally fresh out of college. The school didn't like her, so they decided not to renew her contract. So they legitimately did come out to our senior party and join the class for a whole bunch of underage drinking while like 17 and 18-year-olds tried to hit on her.
That's not a good teacher at all. I always that thing about the military veterans just getting teaching degrees. I wonder if that's done anywhere else in the world, because it sounds insane. Like think about what the whole idea of it is insane. Like what about serving in the military makes you qualified to teach children?
Nothing. And the military outside of the Air Force often recruits lower IQ people for grunt work.
I mean, I'm not saying the average grunt's a moron, but I don't want him teaching my kid just because he was in the Army. You know, that
right. Being in the Army doesn't mean that you learned how to teach fractions.
So, Kyle, I bet you'd be on the other side of this one. I know in North Carolina, they removed you had to be a teacher standard if you had industry experience. So maybe you spent 10 years working in IT. Now you can teach computer programming.
Sure.
Maybe you worked whatever, someplace. Now you can teach 7th grade math, which is easy for you based on your work experience. You don't know how to teach, but you do know the subject. They were short on teachers. It made sense to me.
I just don't. Then why make anyone get a teaching degree?
Well, teaching degree is
like, hey, I know tons about economics. Let me in there. You'd say, can I see your degree?
Teaching is like an art. I think, isn't teaching like an art? You learn the methods and modes and strategy and philosophy behind it and all that kind of stuff.
In an ideal world, sure. But again, the as soon as that AI thing takes over and we've got great tutors from crib to 12th grade, like kids are going to get so much smarter. If you're a parent who cares and you could get yourself that Da Vinci learning program where Leonardo da Vinci's on a fucking screen in the crib. Hello, young one.
Well, we're on path because
let me tell you a tale of old. Like that's what you need. You need that kid learning all day, every day from that brilliant AI, and then they can ask it questions. And unlike a stupid fucking ex-Marine, it knows the answer because it's a genius. It has all the knowledge of the combined knowledge of all mankind.
We're going there. Trump administration just signed an executive order directing priority federal funding to schools that prioritize AI teachers.
A1 teachers. It's A1 teachers, like the state.
A1 teachers. I don't know if the AI has to conform to any particular ideological slant to get the grants, but
so does Linda McMahon.
Yeah,
there was they were doing this thing, and Linda McMahon, the head of the education department, and look, he put her there because it's a favor, and he also plans on closing that department or whatever. She's grossly unqualified, but she was talking about AI, and she was saying A1 because she didn't know what she was talking about.
Children are learning on these A1 computers. Yeah,
my bad.
No, she was like, we need more A1 learning in pre-K and A1 learning. And we're going to get that A1 learning. And she thinks she's talking about like real good learning, like the good stuff. A1, top notch.
Those are both the first letters and numbers.
Yeah. And it's AI. It's not even a numeral. It's a fucking letter and she's reading it wrong or she read it wrong.
Incompetence is the hallmark of this administration. If you thought DEI was bad, this loyalty hiring is worse.
I think there are competent people in some of the positions. She's not one of them. That one in particular is its own little thing because he wants to get rid of the education department. Linda McMahon is Vince McMahon's wife. She took part in. She's a wrestler. Like she was on stage getting fucking pile drived and helping to write goofy plots while her husband essayed every hot
she also helped cover that up and got sued for it.
Of course, she's part of the cover up. And then there's that thing with all the boys too. Like they're worse than the Catholic Church over at WWE. I'm gonna tell you. But like men, women, it doesn't matter. They're getting after you. And she's part of all of that nonsense. But what she's not part of is anything that regards education, to my knowledge. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she taught 50 years ago or something like that. But he's clearly wanting to kill the Department of Education. So it doesn't matter that she's incompetent, because the department was going to get defunded and shut down anyway and sent back to the states or whatever he plans to do. Who knows if it even ever happens.
Right.
If there's incompetence everywhere. Woody, who's your favorite incompetent person in the administration? Who amuses you the most?
Amuses me the most. I need a second to think on that one.
Pam Bondi sounded like one of those North Korean, wonderful leader, did great thing today. He saved 50 million Korean life. He fight off great evil, DEI.
Yeah, that is a good one. Is she the one that just claimed that by reducing the amount of fentanyl that came into the country, he saved 119 American lives? That a third of the country I'm sorry, I said it wrong. 119 million American lives. That a third of our nation would have been wiped out by fentanyl had it not been for what Trump did in the last 3 months.
Yeah. Yep. She said that.
Any question you ask her, even like you talked about Trump in the interview, not taking the easy bait, people ask her these sort of medium soft questions. There's a little meat to it, but plenty of room for her to dodge. Nah, she'll just go full crazy and say the craziest shit on TV.
Now, the press secretary, on the other hand, I find her to be excellent. She is having to defend what she's having to defend, all sorts of crazy inconsistencies and the game plan seemingly changes on the fly, and she has to be the voice of the president and like, hey, the president said he was going to do X, Y, and Z, and yet, it's Monday now, and that didn't happen. So is this a sign that things are moving forward, or are we in a quagmire? And she has to spin that and on the dime, and she does a great job of that. She's 27, and she's really good at her job.
40.
That's stress.
This is where I can't get on with the left. I see people attacking her looks, and it's like, man, y'all are the people who would never allow this to be. You wouldn't like this as much as the other way. I don't know.
I personally attack her for just straight up lying, worse than the looks.
I saw one picture of her where she looked a little bit aged, but I've also seen like lots of video of her where she looks like she's been losing weight too. Like she's been getting better.
Did you guys see Kristi Noem's glow up after she joined the Trump administration?
Yeah.
You go back and look at her. From 2018, she looks like a fucking Mennonite. Normal woman, normal age, very conservative dress. After joining the Trump team, it's dyed hair. We've got face work done. We've got makeup. We've got bra push. Like just a total, like we've swapped over to reality TV mode.
I got you.
But the clown that I like is Ron Navarro, I believe is his name, or Peter Navarro, the trade advisor. He got hired by the Trump administration because he wrote a book bitching about China. And in the book, he couldn't find an expert to cite to back up his beliefs. So he made an anagram of his own name and a fake expert to cite that in the book. This is the dude who in the Senate subcommittee hearing was in the middle of the interview arguing in favor of tariffs. And they canceled the tariffs. Yeah. This is our, what is this? Department of Homeland Security. This is the lady that shot a puppy in the head with the shotgun.
President Trump.
She was very proud of killing
whoever did puppy. This for us. Look, she said it was a rowdy dog. Sometimes you got to yell her. And that's on the left. She looks very good to me. I'm not a fan of that hairstyle. It's very like home improvement. Like
I'm with you. This was a person born to be pretty, but she chose the wrong hair there. Yeah, on the right, I don't like the right.
Like all the face work looks fucked up.
A little Nosferatu with those cheeks.
Yeah.
And those lips. Look at this.
Peter Navarro is one of my least favorite people. He just goes on there and lies. And I feel like people without any financial background are falling for it. And that frustrates me.
How many of the MAGAs have you seen posting on like our leopards ate my face or like social media bullshit where it's
can't believe any of that.
I'm with Kyle. Right. I don't believe it at all. And every so often, I saw like I tell a story on Reddit. I think he was near the top today. Kyle may have seen it. And I bet that one example was true. But by and large, the masses of people saying they regret their vote, I don't think people do that.
No, it's the people. I was trying to say the people, they were like, why am I paying so many tariffs? My small business has to deal with tariffs. I've seen a couple of posts to be like, what the fuck? I thought Canada paid the tariffs. There have been quite a bit of that. The people I don't believe that either. My opinion, I don't believe that at all.
This is an importer exporter, and he didn't know who pays the tariffs. Like
you'd be surprised.
Well, he's been paying them. He knows what's up. There were already tariffs to some degree in place. There's just more, but I don't believe any of that. Anyone who's just like, I used to think this. No, I think that. I think it's all just astroturfed. And now with the AI and the fake accounts, just don't believe anything you read on as far as like people telling you a story about what happened to them. You'd be more apt to find a real story on Penthouse forums or something like that about how the two hot chicks came into while you were changing and just wanted your dick.
So what I do think is true though is when Trump said we don't pay the tariffs, China does, Canada does, etc. While he was running for president, a lot of people were lost. Like, I don't know, Kamala says this, Trump says that. I don't know what to believe. Or maybe they just did believe Trump and his lies. His press secretary got under my skin when she said tariffs are a tax cut. Yep. Right? You guys don't know what tariffs are. It's when you cut taxes.
Pretty simple. That's a catchphrase. She'll explain to you and with a lie, and then she'll say pretty simple stuff.
Yeah.
It's a lying technique. It's like, as you know how that works.
Oh, everybody knows. And the thing, like, now I'm causing you to have to go above and beyond to disagree with me. Like, I've already established that you agree with me as I laid out my answer. And it takes some balls to tell the president of the United States or whatever person in this position of power that, no, in fact, I don't know that. I know something different.
Well, he picked a eunuch to interview him then because that motherfucker had no balls. That was embarrassing. When look, he's saying that ain't Photoshop. You know it is. When Trump said, "Do you want us to get the picture?" You should have said, "Yes, sir. I want you to produce the picture for us right now," because
I agree.
Because we all want to see it. Not just me, sir. 300 million Americans. We all want to see the picture. And sir, if you would point and show me where those letters are, the tattoos. Point to the tattoos that you're referring to, because I don't understand, and I need you to explain it to me. Play it like that. Play the dummy. Sir,
how did he play it instead?
See, I don't know why more people don't do that, because if you play the dummy, I guarantee you he'll say crazy stuff. If you just give him a platform.
What the reporter said was like, well, whether or not those numbers and letters were there is contested. Stuff like that. Like, he was like, some people agree with you, some people don't. We'll never know the truth, kind of thing. He might have said it was digitally altered. He said it photoshopped or digitally altered, one of those. And Trump is like, no, excuse me. Trump would not let it go. And the reporter kept throwing him these life preservers in that he would change the topic. Trump is like, those were tattoos. The tattoos on his knuckles said MS13. And the reporter would be like, it's contested. Let's talk about
Kiev. There's signs that some people are claiming does mean that. Not, he doesn't have Times New Roman on his knuckles.
And then Trump would say, Taylor, you're being very nasty. The letters MS13 were on there. And frankly, I don't know who you are or why I gave you this interview. It said MS13 on his knuckles. And the guy's like, well, that's contested.
Browbeating him.
Let's talk about Kiev.
That's so retarded. Like,
do you guys remember this interviewer from COVID times that did grill Trump about the numbers?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know. But the hand tattoo thing, it's like that's so fucking embarrassing to be that level of boomer where you're fooled by a very obvious Photoshop. And it's like, I'm not an MS-13. So I don't know what MS-13 tattoos are. That dude's wife is putting emojis over all of his hand tattoos and all the pictures she's posting. So she thinks there's something negative about it that might reflect poorly on him at the very least. But the idea that an MS-13 person has in Times New Roman MS-13 on their knuckles, not even above other tattoos, which look different in the picture because they're real tattoos. And like, you can tell in the scale and in the coloring and the shading, like that's if this is how much boomers can be fooled by Photoshop, like
it is.
Now extrapolate.
Like AI is extrapolate to AI. They're going to believe every picture they see.
No
matter what.
Now you know the depths of Trump's potential stupidity and ignorance. Now extrapolate over all the things that happened behind the scenes, all of the dealing and wheeling. Dude, the global economy is beyond difficult to understand. There's so many moving parts, and it's not just numbers and hard science. There's some people element to it. It's so hard to do his job. It really is the most difficult job I can imagine.
Yeah. That's why they look. Well, that's why all of them but Trump look way older afterward. Yeah,
like I can just imagine, like I don't know what other mistakes he's had to make, and the people around him are like, all right, how do we guide him back to the truth without pointing out that he's wrong? You know,
that's like every day, probably.
That's
dude. Every single day when he's talking to RFK, I guarantee he's fucking dipping nugs in sweet and sour. Like from McDonald's. he's like
makes him eat it.
You can do what you want, but you're not taking my nuggets.
Does it bother you guys that excuses that flimsy are enough to just completely skip over due process?
Yes.
Or the thing I'm super worried about is Trump is very adamant that American citizens are going to El Salvador next. And they seem very gleeful about it, playing the chain clinking ASMR or the people getting imported on the plane and it says wheels up. And the El Salvador area, to my understanding, is not like a traditional prison. Not one single person that has gone in has ever come out. It's a concentration camp where you disappear people permanently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, we're on the same
and they're
page
like,
with,
fuck
the
yeah,
American
we're just cranking this
part.
concentration camp.
It bothers me that people don't get upset until it's a citizen. I'm like, so like,
oh no, that's
we don't have basic right and wrong in this. Like we don't have any sense of morality or just being good or treating humans like humans. It's only unless I'm in potential danger. Like murder's okay so long as it's not people named Woody. No, you know what? Until it affects me, I'm cool with it.
I don't think that's a fair framing. Like I don't like the idea of sending citizens because a government should exist solely to improve the lives of the citizenry that is supporting it and living within those borders. Like that's how nations have always worked. Nations should prioritize their citizens. If someone is illegal, they should be out of here. Like that's as simple as like send them back. But I also see like and I've said this before, when someone's deported from here to Venezuela or whatever, because that's where they're from and they're illegal, I don't like, unless they're an actual criminal, I don't want them put in a Venezuelan prison. I don't like, that's up to Venezuela then. That's their issue. What happens with that guy? But if you're illegal, we have an issue here. Like we have tens of millions of illegals in our country and they don't belong here. And they make our housing more expensive. They make our healthcare more expensive. They make our education system more expensive. They're a net drain economically. We don't want these people here. And even if some of them are, hardworking, that's great. Become a citizen. Like, don't break into our country. That's fucking bananas. And so I don't see it as like good and bad, right and wrong. I see the right as like protecting our country and removing people who don't belong here. And that doesn't need to be done in a cruel way. You can do it in a way where it's like, hey, you're probably not an evil person, but you shouldn't have broke in here. And we're sending you back to Venezuela. And then what the Venezuelan government does with you is what they do with you. That's on them now.
Venezuela won't take people.
That's not what's happening. That is.
So it's largely what's happening, aside from a few examples that are over the line that we agreed. Like sending him to a concentration camp without, gleefully cheering that on.
Yeah,
and it's
we're
not
sending a lot of people there.
It's a prison for largely gang members.
Okay, so if it's a prison that you go to that you can never leave only through death.
Gulag.
A gulag.
Oh, a little gulag action. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. I'm not invested in how I'm not invested in how El Salvador runs prisons. I don't care.
You actually are.
I'm going to give you an example. In my family,
yes, we are now.
Almost got deported. Real talk. My sister-in-law, she's been here for 25 years. She's owned 4 businesses in America, paid God only knows how much taxes. She has 2 kids, married to a full-blown American citizen. She has tried on and off over those 25 years to get her citizenship, but
mostly
there's always some kind of bullshit.
Years, right?
No, it's like you can only do this in person in New York. You have to have this thing. We need this thing from the Malaysian government. We have to do this and whatever. She's been here most of her life now. But she missed getting deported by ICE by like this much because a Chinese restaurant that she was managing hired some Nepalese students who, by the way, were legal green card holders here in Dallas. ICE rolled up, arrested all the Nepalese kids, and just shook down everybody looking for documents and everything and non-citizens. And if she had not taken her lunch break to go somewhere else, my sister-in-law would be deported, or maybe to God knows where or for what, with little to no oversight or due process.
So she's been here illegally for a quarter century and she hasn't become a citizen?
No, she's been here legally for a quarter century. She keeps getting the visa renewed, but that doesn't mean shit when ICE shows up.
As far as having a visa?
Yeah. The students had visas. They all got arrested.
Did they deport them?
Oh, fuck if I know. They're just gone.
It doesn't seem like due process or right or wrong is really part of how ICE is operating.
No.
There's a real issue in that, like, we do have a situation where one side of our political coin can, with no process whatsoever, import millions and millions and millions of people during their term, and then the other side can't remove the illegal people brought in. Like, it's a huge kerfuffle to try and undo a lot of the damage that's done, borderline intentionally. Actually, you can just say straight up intentionally. Biden administration instructed his feds
Grade A,
to
what
tear
about
down.
this? Biden administration was pushing for a comprehensive border security bill. An orange man got on his dumbass Truth Social, threatened Republican senators to kill it just to make Kamala and Biden.
The Biden administration was tearing down borders that the Texas state officials put to try and prevent people from getting in.
Because those are stupid as fuck. Putting up.
Do you think they removed it because it's stupid as fuck, or because they're trying to encourage it? Like, they are tacitly encouraging illegal migration, and that's not something we want. And so there does need to be a solution. It's a problem. What is a solution that would be tenable to you? Like, what is a way to deport illegals that you would go, I'm down with this, that is actually functionally effective? Not something where it's like, oh, well, we take every individual and then it takes 10 years and $1 jillion, and then we finally move them back to Venezuela. And so that seems to be an issue, is like there's no meaningful compromise that will be accepted by both sides.
Well, I'm not writing the policies, but we do have deportation procedures in place. We have procedures for, we'll start at the very beginning, arresting people. I would prefer that ICE or any law enforcement agency not roll up in a minivan with plain clothes and face mask on and not identify themselves when they arrest people, because I would fucking shoot. I conceal carry if somebody did that to me or my wife.
So there's no badges. So number one, you want, I thought all of them wore badges and identification, but if they're not, then yeah.
Have you not seen the videos where they don't do that? They'll roll up in a minivan and snatch your ass right off the street.
All right, throw badges on. Step one.
So officers that identify themselves, you need very basic due process, simple warrants, some minimal judicial oversight for warrant and search procedures and processes. When people do get arrested for illegally immigrating and violating the law, they should still be entitled to at least a short hearing or trial or some sort of administrative procedure to explain themselves, even if it's a streamlined one.
Maybe they could produce a birth certificate, because some of these guys they're going after are citizens.
Whole ass American citizens are getting arrested, and it's only going to get worse. And part of that is because they're skipping all these steps. So that's a big one. Another one is you need to deport people back to somewhere that is safe. That's difficult for people that fled countries supposedly to escape gang violence. That's number one thing that asylum seekers claim here, is that it's dangerous for them to go home under those circumstances. We can update those rules because obviously some people are lying and some aren't. But at a minimum, if you snuck into the United States illegally to pick vegetables or maybe just bum around and try to get some Social Security, I don't think that means that you and your family should go to El Salvador in a concentration camp where you're going to get raped by actual MS-13 members until you finally give up and kill yourself.
Okay, well, that's a nice little bit of exposition you added at the end. But like, what if they're from El Salvador? And in my view, if you're illegal, the only thing they need to determine as far as due process is being 100% sure that you are here legally. You are not a citizen. And once that's been established, that person doesn't belong here. They snuck into our country. They committed a felony in the process, and they should be removed and sent back to their country of origin. And then it's up to that country's government as to what happens, which more likely than not will just be like, all right, well, fucking don't do that. But the idea that like we should be sending people to supermax prison unless they're an actual MS-13 agent, then yeah, I agree with you. I don't think that's a good move. Yeah. But there does need to be a way to handle this because
there's definitely better ways. I actually agree with you. I know I'm the left-wing guy here, and I'm not going to come out and say that our immigration system is perfect or whatever. But what the Trump administration is doing is like, these rules, fuck all that shit. We're just rounding them up and shipping them out as fast as we can. And when you do that, you inevitably trample on the rights of regular citizens, and you normalize a process of non-citizens not having rights. And just so that we're all clear here, if you are a legal resident of the United States, a tourist, whatever, you have roughly equivalent legal rights as a citizen in terms of things like freedom of speech and association and religion.
Can't you be deported as a... Well, I don't think they have anywhere near our rights because H-1B visa holders can be deported for losing their job. That's not something that happens to Americans.
Because the visa was granted on condition of getting the job. But what we're doing is we're arresting and deporting students at universities that just had big fucking mouths on Twitter or did a little college protest. Or whatever.
All right. So that I like that. I love that they're getting all of those.
Kyle's more pro this than me.
So you're like,
I saw they got all those FBI agents who took a knee back in 2020. They got all of them today and fired them.
My love of free speech supersedes my love of deporting illegals.
You know who they just deported? There was I can't remember which Ivy League school. It was the professor who went to attend the Hezbollah leader's funeral. I'm pretty sure we killed him. They asked her like, you support this? What this guy's up to? He's like, yeah, absolutely, I support Hezbollah. So like, oh well, you don't get to be here anymore teaching. No, I love that. All those people who took away students' rights. Look, that Israeli thing is a whole other pickle. But when you start siding with terrorists because you don't like the Israelis, then you lose me. You know, those people need to be gone. If you're siding with a terrorist organization, if you're talking terrorist shit, if you're putting students at fear, like, look, again, Israeli government's one thing. Students at your university who are Jewish are another. Like making those people afraid, attacking those people. They kidnapped that poor fucking janitor. Like that shit got wild.
Those are crimes. Those are crimes, and those people can be deported because they committed crimes on their visa. Which I think, if they get arrested, it shouldn't be plainclothes agents with no process. But there are people that are getting deported just for being associated with the groups or
are they illegal? Because if they are illegal, they've also committed a felony.
Maybe Zach can Google this. I want to say a French scientist tried to travel to the U.S., I think for a climate talk or some shit like that.
Get him out of here.
Yeah,
that's gay. We're not putting up with this
opinions
anymore.
About Trump. And literally because of that, the agents looked at his phone and was like, we're not letting you in, period. There's so much shenanigans. And he would say, okay, fuck these people. They're not citizens. But the reality is if you only citizens have rights, then America turns into the UAE. And you have to be here and have protection and like an Emirati looking after you. Because if nobody, like if you can't travel freely and visit America without having some degree of like, well, I made the wrong guy mad, so now I'm going to El Salvador for arbitrary reasons, nobody's going to want to be here. And that's going to fuck up our economy. That's my opinion. I
don't worry. He's going to fuck up the economy in other ways that are way more impactful than tourist dollars. I think there's a global anti-American sentiment on the rise, according to McDonald's numbers. Like it's
McDonald's.
Well, Tesla's its own little microcosm, right? That liberal customer group. It used to be the only show in town. Now tons of people are making great electrics. You've got the government subsidies. Ford makes probably one of the best.
I was
Driftor. What if they made
Elon
in Europe, which I was attributing to an anti-American sentiment.
The what in Europe?
The declining sales of Tesla in Europe. They're just basically it's dropped some huge amount, like 87%.
But see, I think they went from selling like 2,000 cars to like 500 cars. In the grand scheme of things, it's small potatoes. When you talk about McDonald's numbers compressing by 3 or 4%, you're talking about billions globally. And it's not like they just stopped liking hamburgers in Singapore. They stopped liking America a little bit, just a little bit. Enough that they went somewhere else to get their fast food that night. And it's showing in the numbers.
No, you think Tesla numbers are that small in Europe?
It's a guess, but yeah, I know.
I didn't even know they sold Teslas in Europe.
The Nordic countries where, like Norway, Sweden, all the Scandinavian places, they sell a lot there or used to.
Driftor, what if Tesla released the Series Queen Bed Plus and it has a deliciously comfortable queen bed in the back with all the accoutrement that's needed? Would you go function over protest?
No, I wouldn't buy it. So this is a personal value of mine, not just about Elon and the recent Twitter and Tesla protests, but throughout my influencing career, I've always worked very hard to make clean money. We don't sell dangerous supplements. We don't sell scammy products. We don't bullshit people. We don't sign bad deals. We don't work for evil companies. And there's compromises to be made and failures and stuff. But I try to make my money clean and I try to spend clean.
That's interesting. And you bought a Volkswagen, right?
Yeah. So I traded.
Are you familiar with the history of
yes,
Volkswagen? So that you couldn't have bought a funnier car in your anti-hate that you literally you bought a Nazi car.
Yeah, but it was sort of the choice for me. But I am anti-Elon for other reasons that I'm going to keep super vague here on the show. We did not get along, and I maybe sent some very hateful emails that I shouldn't have. And,
to Elon Musk? Bro, come on, you gotta spill the beans a little more than that. This could be very funny.
No. Anyway, we had our disagreements.
Sending emails to
Did he reply?
Musk as a YouTuber. I don't like your fucking nonsense,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Elon.
This is a story I was planning to tell, but let's say the political climate changed. Anyway, I don't support him and I don't want to spend my money on that. I was one of the first Cybertruck pre-orders. I could have had a Cybertruck like ages ago. And I said, you know what? I just don't want to give money to that shit. I'll give it to something else, anywhere else. And
you made the right decision there. The Cybertruck is ugly as hell.
Yes, I agree. I wish, okay.
Every time I see it in public, I'm blown away by how aesthetically displeasing it is to me. I don't like it.
I think that's an amazing thing. I just wish the performance matched that look. Imagine having this bizarre, weird looking car that was God tier performance. That was a really fun fantasy for me. But
I think the only performance thing it has is the same thing all the electric cars have, where they're like, look how fast it goes 0 to 60 because it turns on immediately. And it's like, all right, well, 0 to 60 isn't really what you're in the market for a truck for ever.
Dude, get an F-150. I don't see anybody would buy that.
Get a Silverado or an F-150. Ram.
No, the EV, the Lightning, the F-150 Lightning. Like get
F-150 Lightning electric truck. Have you guys seen the Slate truck, the 20K dumb?
Yeah. EV? Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up.
$27,500.
Jeff Bezos backed EV company, bare bones, no sound system, manual mirrors, roll up windows, just
no GPS, no touchscreen, none of that shit.
No radio. There's no screen. No, not even LCD screen in there.
Backup cameras like mandatory?
No. Oh
no! This is a small. This is like
I think
this is an F-150.
I got your answer there. Yeah. So I think they might be, and that's all displayed on the only frill is a digital odometer, speedometer, and I think it's clustered into that. I think they put your rear view displayed there.
Like where your speedometer would be. Okay.
Yeah. Your one display is right there, behind the wheel.
It's so cool. Zach, can we get pictures of this thing?
With the tax rebate, I was going to say, obviously your 27.5 comes in at 20,000 flat for this brand new EV pickup truck. It's going to sell a ton. It looks kind of smart, but it also, for 20 grand, it looks.
I want to see
amazing.
if they make it. I feel like so many EV companies build a prototype that get people excited, and that appears to be the easy part. The hard part is building a building that makes these cars, and we'll see how they do there.
Something I saw
about it.
Oh, sorry.
Taylor, you first. No, you, man. Okay.
I was saying I saw that the manufacturing process for this, which makes it so cheap, is that a lot of the parts in traditional trucks that have to be made out of stamped metal, that requires an enormous manufacturing facility, and they're doing injection mold plastic, like hard plastic, obviously, instead. And so it's really streamlined and made it, I guess, viable, hopefully, in a long-term scenario.
It allows a lot of customization, so it doesn't have to be a truck. It can be a small SUV or Jeep or hatchback or whatever. I'm glad you brought up the non-metal parts. It's all composite polymer. And they decided no paint jobs. Every single one comes in gray. All of these color options you see, these are wraps. They picked a material that wraps attach to like very easily and don't leave much stain. So it's very easy to throw any wrap you want on it. The big downside to this vehicle is the battery gets you 150 miles if you're not carrying a lot of weight, which is tiny for a modern EV, but you can upgrade that. You can optionally get like a 250 or 300 mile battery, but the very, very cheap one is for sort of city truck work.
That Jeep Wrangler look that was displayed there with no doors, that appeals to me. That's cool. I
think you could get it for like $25K.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I liked the idea of the Cybertruck. I was planning on buying one back when the cheap one was going to be $40,000. I was like, what? Yeah, okay. Here's your 40. Yeah, let's do it.
Why not?
But then it became like $100,000 truck, and it's just like that's not a $100,000 truck to me. One of those badass Dodges is a $100,000 truck.
Thank you. The one on the lower right looked cool to me.
Yeah.
Can you opt to get it with like a V4 or V6?
No.
Gas engine? No.
I would guess that's a very different truck.
That would be a whole different process and assembly.
I didn't know if they were making it in multiple ways.
They're making an EV.
Yeah.
Okay. That 150 miles seems really like horrible.
Well, it depends on the use case,
like a borderline unusable range.
I see where you're coming from, especially whenever I hear an EV mile, I chop off a third. Does it get 300 miles? Sure, it does. So 150 becomes 100, and now.
So this was at the Pine Park opening.
So you're driving around with 5 gallons in the tank all the time.
Yeah. So you're seeing the behind the scenes where we like set up to like have a Cybertruck come through the dispensary drive-through window and like pick up an order.
That thing is so fucking ugly.
So I'll disagree a little. So I think it looks good from the front and from the front side. Like this is a good angle for it. From the rear, like watching it leave you, it looks like trash. It looks like it's got a big fat conversion van ass, and it looks like crap. Those wheels are stupid as shit.
The wheels are stupid. I don't like anything about the aesthetics of this car.
The wheels.
I'm going to pull up.
It's all computers.
I don't know why I don't know why the wheels have to look like that. But if you like the way the Tesla looks, I think you're wrong.
Put your dick away.
Hey, look.
Having your fucking FDR blanket.
I'll have you fucking know, this is a sponsored blanket, okay? This is we're going to try to get it here. This is a Logitech G sponsored blanket that has all gaming stuff all over it. So a blanket got sponsored. The Cybertruck does have one feature that I wish more cars would have. So this is the front of the truck where you have the frunk, but the frunk also doubles as a bench. So when we're like setting up for filming, this guy's split the wig. He owns the Pine Park dispensary. God bless that guy. I love going behind the snes, and he's hooked me up with so much cool stuff. But we do get to like film the opening of the video. We're looking at
you, just so you know, not the video. I just want to make that clear.
Oh God.
No, but this is better.
This is better.
I didn't want to leave you hanging there, but
yeah, sorry. So the frunk, you can store stuff in it, but it also doubles as like a bench. So we thought it was perfect to film like the intro of the video. By sitting in the Cybertruck and just kind of starting there and then moving like into the dispensary as we talk. So it was a really neat feature.
You know what I'm noticing about this video is that I love the silver fox hair.
Like fuck you.
Dude, I'm going gray rapidly. I have the same. It's because of my lighting. You can't tell. I'm also going gray rapidly. I'm not caught up to you yet, but as I've gotten older, and maybe it's cope, I like the gray hair on guys. The same reason I tell Woody to grow the beard out, because Woody has such a masculine, he has a warrior's beard and he refuses.
Gray as fuck.
It's so gray. He's like he's like a seasoned.
He looks
veteran
like the
warrior.
Hero from a game, but they already did the trilogy and now they're doing the 4th Gears. And like Marcus Phoenix comes back and he's got the grizzled gray beard. Like he looks like the 4th game after a trilogy.
Two of you fuck me half as much as Jackie did. I might grow the beard for you instead.
Wow.
You should. Yeah, but the gray hair looks
got his priorities.
That's a lot.
Well, I'm glad you like it. I kind of didn't. I'm going to pull up a different clip here where I thought it looked super bad.
You don't like it?
One.
I think
the gray hair?
Cool.
Fuck no.
Oh, dude, it looks sweet. Gray hair looks neat as you get older as a guy. That's like the cool thing about being a guy. Gray hair looks good instead of, ladies, they don't have that same benefit.
So like when we were filming for the range video, I felt super self-conscious because you can see all the grays like sticking out of my hat. And in like every shot, it's just, I feel like I look grayer and grayer as the day goes on. That was actually not the best example. Great gun though, SIG 550. Let me get out of here.
Sick gun, sick hair. You need to not be self-conscious about that. That rules.
Well, I thank you guys for building me up. I appreciate it. I was very self-conscious. I've been self-conscious for a while. I mean, I'm the guy who bought a mattress fan, so.
No, gray hair looks good. And Woody looks great with his beard, no matter how much he denies it. Kyle, have you and I ever said a negative word about Woody's beard, even when he's like coming into it like, oh gosh, Woody is like, he hates it so much that he comes in like preemptively with an almost apology, like I've been letting it kind of go for a bit, but it's not that big a deal because I can shave it any time. And it's like, Woody, it looks awesome. You look like a warrior. You look like a Jarl in Skyrim.
I'm gray on the side. You can't tell it because I wear headphones all the time, but I have gray hair there.
That's where I have a bunch of mine.
That's the prestigious hair. That's the grays that you want. That makes you look like a grizzled warrior, or like that's like.
You think? I never really differentiate.
Yeah,
I feel lucky with hair. Kyle got lucky with the chest hair. He has like a stripe in the middle, if anything. I meanwhile got like circles around my nipples, which are not cool. But it's more filled in now, which I think is a better look than the teenage me, which just had sunflowers around my nipples. Like fuck. But on the top of my head, I did better.
Yeah. I haven't noticed any in my beard yet. Like
really?
I don't have any gray beard for the most part, and I'm kind of almost looking forward to when they start coming in. I'm going to look distinguished.
Add a little gray. Maybe I bet you get some sort of like gray spray and just a little frosting on there.
Get a little just for men touch of gray.
Yeah.
Except I don't think that actually adds gray. I think it just doesn't dye all your hairs, right?
Oh, maybe so. Of course.
That would be my guess. Is that it's not like speckling in gray. Every once in a while, I'll get one of those hairs that's like almost translucent, like not even a gray, like a white hair,
an albino
in my beard, and I'll like an albino hair because it doesn't look like a gray hair, because like I'll see one like gray hairs in my head, but it has that.
Would you rather date a girl who was an albino like all the way, or alopecia, like full bald everywhere, no eyebrows, eyelashes, nothing?
What is the eye color situation on the albino?
Pink.
Ooh, alopecia.
I would
pink
also
eyes
go alopecia.
Pink eyes would spook me. I wouldn't like that.
You remember NoHo Hank or whatever from Barry? I would be seeing that guy every time I looked at her in bed, dude, with the eyebrows gone and everything.
She can wear a wig.
Can we draw some on? Like, you ever see when somebody draws eyebrows on a baby?
I've seen a Hispanic.
All of a sudden they're like super expressive.
Somebody who has alopecia will have the tattooed ones probably.
Okay.
You know what I've thought is dope lately? Vitiligo. Somehow I like the look of vitiligo, and it looks really cool on pets.
Hey,
they've been adding art. It's cool on pets.
Oh, I thought you meant on people.
I did mean on people. I just added it at the end.
So do you like it as an aesthetic look, or you like, I want to fuck all these vitiligo people?
He's vitiligooning.
I guess I just thought it was attractive. I wouldn't like. I wouldn't have a negative opinion. Like hypothetical single me, if someone had vitiligo, I might be like, I could do this. Now, maybe I'm stretching it, and I can imagine an unattractive pattern, but I see vitiligo, and I'm like, that's actually pretty cool. And I can see like where you move. What must have ancient
man thought when someone started experiencing vitiligo? What must they have thought when a black person slowly was turning white before their eyes?
Well, Kyle, in 2025, there are billboards in like fucking Uganda, like, do not kill the albino man. He has no gold in his head. Do not believe the nonsense. And so I imagine
his head is full of gold.
No, we cannot kill him yet. The gold in his head has not matured.
It has not ripened.
We must wait for him to become more white, and then we will take his gold. Yeah, for him to ripen. And that's so I would imagine that if you had some sort of skin condition in the year 0, you're getting fucked up if they're still doing it 2,000 years later.
I want to write maybe a musical, and it would be about a black slave with vitiligo who was they had to free him.
What would his name be?
Whitey.
How about Chalky White?
You're stealing that from Boardwalk Empire. But
is that his name? Chalky White?
Chalky White. Yeah, that's Mr. White. Yes, sir, Mr. White.
I didn't know that Chalky's last name was White in that show.
Yes,
that is
sir,
funny.
Mr. White. And thank you for last year getting them turkeys for the family. They ate good. Oh, good. How's your little boy doing? He's strong after you got his arm fixed up. That's a great scene. For those who don't know what I'm talking about,
community leader. I like Chalky.
There's a scene in Boardwalk Empire where the black, like fancy gangster of the show is in jail, and this other prisoner is talking shit to him, trying to provoke him the whole time, and he doesn't know who he's talking to. And after a while, like Chalky reveals to this stranger that he's been talking shit to not only an important man, but a man surrounded by friends who are indebted to him. And so his friends just begin to beat that man till his teeth fall out while they read David Copperfield or whatever the fuck. That's a great
remember
scene.
It was the other black guy who bullied him all the time.
Yeah.
Is that who you're referring? Yeah. I didn't like him. He was not respectful to Chalky, and I like Chalky much more than him.
Yeah, Chalky.
And he had no idea that Chalky was like tight with Nucky the Man Thompson.
There's a scene where the Klan kills a bunch of black people, and Chalky gets the Klan leader, and he's got him tied to a chair, and he tells him the story about his daddy's tools. He like unfurls these carpenter's tools, and he's like, "These here was my daddy's tools. My daddy was the best carpenter in the bayou. White folk come from all around to have my daddy make them something." And he tells a story about a white man who hired his daddy. Daddy did all this beautiful work for him, and then he stiffed him on the bill, and then had him killed. And he's like, "Yeah, these was my daddy's tools." And he starts working on him with the fucking tools. He cuts his finger off with the big pencil.
That's pretty fucked up to not only not pay the guy who made your fucking cabinets, but then have him killed.
Yeah, that's a good show, especially the first season. After I don't want to spoil it in case anybody cares to watch a 25-year-old.
Dude, it's so old.
I know, but I still don't like to spoil it because people watch it for the first time.
When Jimmy Darmody dies,
fuck!
It's like, dude, that happens so early in the fucking show.
It's at the end of the first season.
Yeah, and it was like, damn. I was pretty invested in old Jimmy here. He's kind of the main character, and then you just get a lot of weird scenes with this whore mom.
Yeah, I was into her. I liked his horror mom. I
liked her aesthetically, but every time she came on screen, as far as my interest level in the plot line went, it was like I could not care less about this fucking.
Oh no, she got naked enough to keep me interested. I was on board. Yeah, she had them titties out. She was.
No, I wanted Steve Buscemi on screen as much as possible. I wanted Nucky, and I wanted his fuck up younger brother on screen more because he always found his way into interesting scenarios.
Yeah. Yeah, I mostly like the FBI agent or the Treasury agent, whatever. The main guy who's got that weird face. He played Zod in Superman. To me, he's the best part of the show. Like him, like in the later
Michael Shannon. I think that's the actor's name. Yeah, the guy who's like, I'm almost entirely autistic, and I'm here to I'm a vacuum salesman. And the flower guy's like, I don't need a fucking vacuum. And then some goon comes in and Michael Shannon beats his ass. He's like, you know, I think you might be useful for my operation. You should come around tomorrow. And he's like, once again, I've found myself becoming a criminal just because I'm bad at sales. Man, he was getting the door slammed on him everywhere in that little
when
montage.
His coworker was mocking him to the entire office and making him look like a fool, and he took that hot iron and burnt the guy's face. That was hardcore. That came out of nowhere. Sick. I like shows that do that. I like when violence is extreme and comes with no warning, because I feel like that's how violence usually goes. You know, if you watch enough YouTube, that's how violence goes. It's extreme and it comes without warning. And when that happens in a show and you like look up from your Wheaties like, holy shit, what the fuck? like I like that moment. Oh,
we almost saw some potentially explosive violence on the Hangout just a few days ago.
Yeah. I don't even know if we should talk about that.
All right, guys. On this explosive violence,
that's definitely an illegal thing that's happening. You know.
Hold on, we may get to it in a sec, but Driftor's got a dip. Thank you so much for coming, man. Pet your cat for us.
Thank you for having me here. I appreciate it. Had a good time. Happy 15th anniversary on PKA.
Thank you very much, and glad you seem to be doing well. So keep it going.
Glad you're getting better.
Catch you guys later.
All right, take care. Later, man. Yeah. Well, now that you said we shouldn't talk about that, I hate to take anything.
We
don't have to say states, locations, anything.
I just think the thing that was going down was pretty illegal.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. I wouldn't think it's.
Oh, I didn't think about
What's the opposite of against the law? It's not that.
Okay. Damn.
I will say this: somebody live streamed themselves doing some wild shit out in public, and we thought maybe somebody might die, and somebody might get shot, and somebody might get burnt alive. Those were all possibilities while we were watching. And that's not even the guy who sells cocaine outside of his house on stream. It's wild in there. See, that should tell you how crazy the other thing is, because I don't mind telling you that dude sells cocaine on stream in there.
Yeah.
And it's so funny.
We have to keep real stuff close to the chest.
Yeah, I don't mess that guy up. He seems like
he seems like a good guy. You're right. I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, he's so what happens in the stream stays in the stream? Yes. We'll just say, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, it's so funny, the hangout where one person will be like, well, I'm $800,000 into my cocaine and prostitute addiction, but I really love the show. And then the next person will be like, Woody, I've got a question about investments. I'm 23, I own 4 companies, and I make $730,000 a year, but I'm not sure it's really securing all the value it could. And it's like, what the? This guy's like sitting in a state.
Oh, like perfect example. This week we had the one guy who was he was homeless. What'd you call him? A hobo? Oh, one person called this other guy a hobosexual. Because
dude, that guy's so funny.
Because he was essentially homeless, if not for his pussy eating skills, securing him like a fat white girl to live with. And he also came in bragging that he's like, holy shit, there's other brothers in here. And we were like, you're black? Yeah, half. And we're like, well, we got full blacks. We didn't. You're new to the party here, okay? We had 2.5 blacks in the hangout this week. I'll have y'all know. All right. And so like one of the purebred blacks, he says to the hobosexual, you're a hobosexual, man. I give you props. You know, you slinging that dick, you laying that dick down. But the guy didn't take it as a compliment. He took hobosexual as a slight. And he was like, I got a house, ninja. I got a house. But he's saying it to the wrong black, because the black he's saying it to owns 3 fucking houses.
He's a landlord, which
so
we're in favor of.
That guy's like, I'll match you house for house, ninja. I'll match you house for house. Let's go. You ain't got that much dick. And I just sit my white ass on the corner and like, hoo-hoo. That's what they always talk about. They really do infight.
These guys are arguing a lot. Yeah, that was very funny.
Yeah,
and I also
homosexual was getting like heated, but our boy was like, "Please, you a homosexual? I got 3 houses. I'm not getting mad at you."
And the homosexual, hilarious guy. I liked him.
Nice guy, liked him. He was very drunk.
Yeah, he was very drunk and very funny. But also, I think he was stealing a little bit of drunk valor
from the blacks.
Because he was saying that he had drank like 25 some absurd
21.
Number. Yeah. Okay. 21. And it was like, well, no, I've been up since 2 a.m. And it's like, okay, well, that's been fucking 11 hours. So you've either been like
from your drink total
drinking an hour-ish for the last 11 hours.
That is a tremendous amount to me. I could not drink 1 beer an hour for 24 hours.
He was not saying.
No way.
I told him, I was like, dude, like, I think, because he turned his camera, he's like, no, look at all the beers. Look at all the beers. You can see them on my desk. And I was like, yes, but I don't believe that you just sat down and drank 20 plus beers in one sitting at your computer.
No, I don't believe that.
Without passing out, like without falling asleep, just like still with it enough to get in an argument about homosexuality, like 12 hours into your drinking binge. I think there was a little bit of fibbery there.
Yeah, but there's no more ladies in there. We don't even have any trans ladies in there. You know, like we half a lady would work.
Yeah,
like, we got newly acquired who's womanhood. Bad at code names,
bro. Like
he's not even bad at code names. Sorry, Rev.
like I love we've got a cat boy and he'll show off his
Rev's funny, dude.
His
lingerie,
his fetish. And he disguises it as cosplaying. He's like, yeah, I cosplay. And it's like, okay, show us some of your cosplays. And he's just got 2. There's faggot, and then there's Indiana Jones. Those are his two modes. It's just a bunch of cat girl skirt outfits, and then the one Indiana Jones. Yeah, he's great, guys. Terrible at code names, though.
He's not terrible at code names. He's bad.
The worst code names regular.
Can Crusher.
He's dyslexic. That shouldn't count.
Okay.
So for those of you who don't know,
but Can Crusher gets a pass because he will drop in a hysterical factoid or joke.
Remember how he spelled
every
stew?
So often. That was so funny.
He spelled stew with 2 O's.
No, he did STU.
Oh,
like the nickname for Stuart. And he was trying to insinuate a stew soup that you eat, like with carrots and beef or whatever. And that was funny. Can Crusher is very, very funny. Like he will drop in something hysterical from time to time. I don't remember. He had a one-liner last hangout that killed all of us. I don't remember.
He doesn't talk unless he has something to say.
That's a good trait, for someone in the hangout, because it's very difficult to actually get a word in for a lot of people, because you have the regulars who are talking a ton, and then someone new will be like, "Hey, Woody, I wanted to ask you a question about paramotors, because it's something you're into and it's something that I'm into, and so I thought I'd ask an expert about it." And then Dirty will be like, "Shut up, faggot." It's like, all right, well, Dirty, you don't need to go ham on everyone.
I made sure that guy got his money's worth. He was like, he's all right, Woody, enough. And I'm going to buy the reserve you said to buy. I got things to do. And I'm like, will you come back if you've got more questions?
Talked his ear off. Yeah, we have a good time in there. You join the Patreon down below. We usually play code names, but we just kind of shot the shit this week. That person was live streaming, so I think that took up most of our attention. That was fascinating. Yeah.
That was.
Yeah. It's all, like you said, it's always this very disparate group of characters. They're very different. It'll be really wealthy, well-to-do, intelligent people, and it'll be, like, not to be mean, but the exact opposite of that. It'll be people on every end of society you can imagine, from all over the world and all sorts of different backgrounds and demographics. It's fun to see, but no women.
No, other than the woman thing, it is so much more diverse than you would expect for our show.
Every so often, there's a girlfriend hovering in the background.
Yeah.
Or in the case of Reese, he's just like at work. There's like people walking behind him in suits and ties, and he's just sitting there being like, I think balloon might be a good word. I don't know. Just playing a game while he's at work. Yeah. And he's always in a suit. I appreciate that from Reese. Yeah, they're more fun than you'd expect. So join the Patreon if you want to explore that and have fun with it.
Are there any UFC events coming up? Because we do that with the Patreon.
I think they're fighting in Atlanta soon, maybe.
Really? Are you a little bit tempted?
Not even. No. Like it's always the same thing. I gave it some thought. I considered it briefly because there is a different division. I can't think of it, but I'm interested in going to some of their fights they have here, because their seating arrangement is not only cheap, but like you're like looking into the cage, like up above it, and it's like, okay,
a different division. You mean something other than UFC?
Yeah, it's like Maximum Extreme Fights presented by Powerade. Some bullshit. I don't care.
That would draw me in too. But I've said it a million times. You don't need to be a good fighter for me to enjoy to watch you fight.
I'd watch high school kids throw down. Yeah, absolutely would. I saw a high school kid a short kid got spit on by tall kid, and the short kid starts throwing boxing combos at the speed of light. He's just like face. The guy covers his face. Body. The guy drops his hands. Face. And the guy's on the floor spitting blood. Now he's spitting blood. They're having to pull little man off of him. It was beautiful.
There was a guy like that in my high school. I won't say he dominated the big guy, but Chris Pastizzi. Everybody knew Chris Pastizzi knew how to fight. Chris Pastizzi's hobby was training to fight. That's what he liked to do. Boxing, martial arts, you name it. That's what he was into. Chris Pastizzi was small. He was smaller than me, and I was small. We were friends. I respected Chris Pastizzi. I wanted nothing to do with fighting him. But he went to high school, And the older people didn't know. He didn't carry that reputation with him. And he didn't look particularly tough. He looked like a 92-pound surfer. And some sophomore thought he could push him around. And he put up with that shit for 0 seconds. He's like, who the fuck do you think you're pushing? And the guy's like taken aback, doesn't know what to do with it. And but doesn't want to back down because he must outweigh Chris by like 85 pounds. And that was not something that Chris worried much about. He just starts hitting them with combos, got a takedown. Like he's on top and they pull him apart. And it's like, yeah, that's just Chris Pastizzi shit. I hope that guy's doing okay as an adult.
No, I'm looking at the fight schedule. It's a bunch of them I don't care about. There's a fight night with Sandhagen and Figueroa this weekend. I don't care. I probably won't even watch it. 317 isn't till June 28th. Holloway versus Poirier. That's the next good one. That's July 19th. Let me see what 317 is. Oh, that hasn't been announced or something. Maybe the website's bugged. But Holloway Poirier, that's a good fight. That's Poirier's retirement fight. That's BMF belt if you care about that sort of thing. So that's probably the one I'm looking forward to
Max
the most.
Might retire?
No, because maybe he Volk is. Oh, he's at 155 now. So, Jesus, the divisions are so fucking tough now and so deep. 155 and 145 are so deep.
Has always been brutal.
Yeah. So, and people have been moving up, and then and right now there's a lot of 45 champs want to fight the 55-pound champ. 55-pound champ wants to fight the 170 champ. So it's going to be forever before Max gets another title fight against Volk. No, that's 145, and he's at 155. I just don't. He probably should retire if he wins. That should be the move.
Or loses.
Definitely if he loses. If he loses to Poirier here. I think if Holloway is a much better boxer than Poirier, and I don't think
Poirier's
he should
beaten
lose.
Holloway twice. He's 2-0 against him.
Has he? How do I not know that? Oh, no. I'll tell you how I don't know that. I thought about this the other day because there was another fight. I was like, wait, my boy lost that fight? It's like, yeah, dude, that was 2 months ago. I blanked them out of my memory. When I watched the UFC events with the boys in Discord, and if it goes well, I hang around for 20 minutes after. I watch the press conference. I memorize. If it goes poorly, I click X and go straight to bed and pretend like it didn't happen. So there are some fights that I have, like when my boys take L's, like when Volk lost all those fights, or when Holloway lost all those fights to Volk. Oh, that was hard. I tried to blank those out of my memory.
When Poirier beat Holloway the first time, it was for the 155 interim championship.
Oh,
and Holloway was the current, if I have my facts right, 145 champion. So the closest Poirier's been to a champ is being an interim champ. But there's a little extra gold star on there, and that he did beat a champ to become a champ, just of the division below him.
Mm-hmm.
You can grade it how you want. I like to call Poirier a champ because I like him.
Yeah, I had no memory of them fighting before. I really didn't. I didn't know they had fought ever. I'll watch it. I'm looking forward to that one. I think the Atlanta fight is Usman versus maybe Sandhagen. And last time I saw Sandhagen, he looked like he'd been doing some steroids and had gotten bigger than he normally is. He couldn't get his own shirt off. He needed help to get his shirt off. He's like, help me get that off. When you see a ninja down, you got to help. And it's just like, dude, you can't get your own shirt off. You're too fucking big. Gone. The video was about how big he's like, I'm about to show y'all something. Yeah, I've been preparing. And I'm thinking, like, you've been doing something. Jesus Christ. He looks his chest, it's everything. Just
a lot of needle-based training, you think?
Well, he's always been a physical specimen. So maybe he has just been hitting it hard. But I think he's in his mid-30s, and this is the best he's ever looked.
Lots of guys hit their physical peak somewhere around 36.
Yeah, if you're a total schlub, you can hit your physical peak and you're at 38.
Joaquin Buckley, that's who I'm talking about. Yeah.
Woody, the sport you have to be watching right now is your beloved. And I know I say beloved because of how much you truly love them, and you definitely don't not care, is the Carolina Hurricanes playing the Washington Capitals in the second round. The Hurricanes slaughtered the New Jersey Devils, which for the longest time I thought you should like the New Jersey Devils, but I didn't realize they're Jersey trash. They're not fucking Philly
North
fans.
Jersey. They're not the right ones.
No, they're the wrong kind. Yeah. So the Hurricanes are taking on the Capitals, as most people expected. The Capitals are favored in the series, but I'm taking the Canes in 7. I'm taking the Canes in 7 because the Caps are not a joke team. They didn't luck their way into this. They're fucking good. But the Hurricanes are the same thing. The Hurricanes are a solid fucking team. And I just think they have more want in them than
Hurricanes
the Caps.
in 6. Hurricanes in 6, they're going to win at home.
Ooh,
I picked Capitals
like
preseason. So
you did, and it's fucking astounding how a sport you've never watched, you don't care about, you don't understand. When we talk about hockey, you'll be like in the Patreon or whatever, like if you and I are just both in there, you'll be like, Taylor, what the fuck is icing? What is that's the level of understanding you have where I have to be like, well, 2-line pad and whatnot. But your accuracy is incredible. So the Jets are over the Blues 3-2 right now. No team has lost at home yet.
You have any questions for me?
That's what I'm leading to is, do you think the Blues have any chance at all at winning in 7, or do you think it's a Jets victory in 6 or 7?
I think you win one more game.
You think the Blues lose in 7?
Yeah.
Okay. So every home game is won by the home team. Fair enough. That makes sense. What about the Avalanche and the Stars? Do the Dallas Stars close it out tonight despite being down 0-2 to the Avs? The Stars are up 3-2 in the series.
I like the Avalanche. That is my team. I have one of their jerseys. So I'm going to go with them. I'm going to say they win tonight.
Okay. I would agree. Yeah, they are. No, that's what I'm saying. The Avs are up 2-0 in the game. The Stars are up 3-2 in the series. And so I would rather.
All right, Kyle, let me ask you this one. Toronto versus Ottawa Senators. Who can win that?
Oh, I don't know any. 2 Canadian teams. I don't care. Losers. Losers all around.
I need to know. I'm going to make a bet here. Toronto versus Ottawa.
Toronto will win.
Holy fuck. All right, so that was a trick question. Toronto has already won.
Nailed it.
It was. Yeah, Toronto won 4-2 that series, and now they take on the Florida.
Quiet, because I bet he knew that.
100. I have the bracket up right here, and I'm like, is Woody out of date? No, he's asking a leading question here, so we can get some real-time fact finding. That's journalism, friend. That's journalism getting some fact finding.
So pull another one out of a rabbit's hat.
It turns out, yes, he does.
He did.
So the Dodgers are going to win the series this year while we're at it.
Who's going to win? Will the Florida Panthers defeat the Toronto Maple Leafs in their second round series of 7? You think the Leafs are going to bring it home?
Yeah, I can't imagine a team from Florida that plays hockey knowing too much about hockey.
That's true. They're the defending champions.
What year?
This year. Yeah, they won last year.
Yesterday's news.
Yesterday's news, baby. They're living in
the roster's been decimated. Their good players are getting old. I just don't think they can close out the series. I'm sorry.
It's so funny how you can use the same phrases to talk about sports no matter what. It's an aging roster. Their core isn't what it used to be, and I don't think they have the gumption to take it another year. And then someone will be like, yeah, this guy knows sports.
That's what every sports player does when they're in their locker room. And like I've watched infinite hours of ESPN sports. Whenever I get into a team, I'll watch that for like 4 hours a day. I'll watch every program on ESPN for weeks and weeks at a time. I used to do that every day for years. When I cared about Georgia football, or when I really cared about Atlanta Braves baseball. I would watch tons of that. I enjoy the drama of the Shador thing. I've watched hours and hours of podcasts and ESPN talking heads, like analyze and evaluate and try to get to the bottom of that thing. That thing's been interesting.
Has there been any new development in the past couple of days?
Just more shenanigans that he pulled in his interviews. They said that he was trying to make teams sell to him. Like he would go into an interview and was like, all right, so why should I come here? Like, oh, excuse us? What?
Why should you come here? We're the New York Giants. Like,
there was a lot of that. And like, I don't know anything about football, but I know that having that guy on your roster as a backup quarterback is nothing but drama. And Deion Sanders seems like not the guy you want around, like distracting away from your program. If he's not directly contributing to it, I don't want him in the background distracting you.
There's never been a better time to be a sports fan. If this same thing happened in 1983, nobody would know. It'd be maybe a story on ESPN or something, but you certainly wouldn't have a live stream into the guy's backyard on draft day. Yeah. It is so much. Being a Stats and Stories sports fan, this is your prime. This is your prime. Guys are tweeting at each other.
Bill
Zion
Belichick.
Williamson is slinging dick to the most low-rent whores in New Orleans.
Hell yeah.
And they are smack-talking his dick size, how fat he is on Twitter, right? Like, this is fun.
Do you know about Bill Belichick? Do you know about Belichick?
He's fat, though.
So
Belichick, sure. He met her on the airplane, right?
He met her on the airplane. Yeah. So, Taylor, for your benefit, maybe you don't know, Bill Belichick, former coach of the New England Patriots, he went to 10 fucking Super Bowls and won 6 of them or some shit, is 74, I'll call him. It's a guess. But he's dating a 24-year-old, and he's made her his, like, media manager / agent / she's now got $8 million worth of real estate out of nowhere. Whore that he picked up off the internet. And she's everywhere with him. She's he did an interview with maybe ESPN. It doesn't matter. Let's call
Zach,
it ESPN.
put a crown over his head if you can.
Find the beach pics. Find the beach pics where they're doing yoga together, and she's like up on his feet in a bikini. Find that one. That shows off the body a little better. That's a good one.
That rules. Good for fucking him.
But they're interviewing him, and they're like, so she kept interjecting into his interview. She's off camera, like over there sitting behind a desk, and she keeps piping into a ESPN recorded interview, like one that will be edited and like polished, like that kind of interview. This isn't one of those like we're on a telecom like back and forth. This is a recorded interview for ESPN, and she's chiming in, and they ask him like how they met, and then things completely melted down, and it's been a whole drama.
Oh my God, dude, the pussy's so good. It's got him doing gay nonsense like this.
Dude, you say that. I say cool guy of the week.
Oh, I say cool guy of the week too. That's why I wanted the king on crown on his head.
What about you? So UNC is hired him for a coach. They gave him for $10 million to coach college football, which, okay, we'll see. But I don't know. I guess he's living his best life. That's a funny picture. All right, that's hilarious. I like that.
Now we know how
real?
Really
Hang on, is that real? That's AI, right? AI, right? They didn't do that. That's not real.
I can't tell
you
anymore.
Don't think a 24-year-old girl would want to do
real.
something?
I choose to believe that's not real. That's a joke picture. I almost got bamboozled. That ain't real.
That is not AI. I can tell.
Wait, I can't tell if you're joking.
No, that's not AI. There's no way. No.
I'm choosing to believe it's AI. I'm sorry. I have not seen these photos before, and they are so silly. Is this real, Zach?
That has to be real.
It's on People Magazine. Okay.
You know how we're all laughing at Donald Trump for thinking the MS-13 tattoo is real on the knuckles? Yes. I worry people laugh at me because I don't recognize that those are not typically the stickers you see on a Taco Bell window. That's more of a gas station convenience store sticker arrangement. And I'm like, dude, the AI tricked me. I can't tell. I bought it. Dude, that's a real example.
You won't be alone on that island for long. It's going to get so good. We're all going to be getting bamboo. Like it's going to get to the point that it's like, here's a picture of a politician engaging in underage sex activities in the Philippines. And they'll be like, that's AI. And everyone will be like, fuck. Well, it looks real, but there's no way to know. Like they make it so realistic at this point in the probably near future. You look at how good the video of Will Smith eating spaghetti was
improved
4 years ago. And then you look at it now and it's like, play that tape forward. Who's that?
Ex-wife.
Look at that. Look at that strong. He's got kind of an Elon Musk build.
That's his former wife. No, you can't see her face. See, this is the problem. Like not to be mean, but the boys in Discord showed me her face earlier today. Mitty actually, he was like upgrade, and he showed me like her face, and like it was an upgrade. He went from like a 4 to a 7.
Did she have a below average face?
She looks like a pretty lady from here.
Well, I mean, I don't want to like have a whole segment where we figure out how ugly she is. Like, that's a great picture of her. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's probably like a lady in her 50s.
Look, I'm not pretending she's going to win Miss America at this age, but on the spectrum of people her age, she's probably near the top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh, I don't know if you've been following The Last of Us, but you probably know this. Do you know what happens in season 2 of The Last of Us, Woody?
No, but you can tell me.
So Joel dies in the games. That's the thing that I've been leading. So now that girl has to lead the show, and now the audience score has dropped to 50%.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she's not very good.
She's a nepo
I liked
baby.
her
Did you
just
see her
fine
dad?
in season 1.
I sent you that picture of her dad and her side by side, and they're like carbon copies of one another.
Are they?
Yeah,
I
he's
feel
not
like
good
people
looking
are
either.
hating on her like twofold. She's not pretty, and she doesn't look like the video game character, right? And that makes me want to side with her. I'm like, I don't like to see her get bullied for what? Following her dream of being an actress?
Being poorly cast.
Yeah, it's not her fault. The cast
it's not her fault.
Sucks.
And the funny thing is, they keep showing this actress. She might be the voice actress for the girl in the game or something. I don't know. Maybe she's just. I think what it is she's an actress or an Instagram girl or something. But anyway, she's into acting, and she looks identical to Ellie in the game. They're like, why didn't we go with this girl, who's a carbon copy of the pretty tough little girl who saves the world in the apocalypse or whatever happens in Last of Us? I don't play that gay ass game.
Yeah.
Who was that actress before she was in Last of Us? She was in she was in Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. Yes,
she did great.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's certainly in the first season when we saw her, like, when she's just that little Mormont girl on the horse, that was great. Mean mugging Ramsay Bolton. But yeah, I saw their audience score drop to nothing, and that was predictable because I like Pedro Pascal. He's in too many fucking shows. He's in everything, but I liked him in.
Dude, he's got to strike while the iron's hot.
That's why I like it. I'm not mad at Pedro for taking the money. I'm mad at like stupid Hollywood not being able to find another actor to stick into their. Why does he have to be everything? Every movie I watch, he's in.
I was gonna say I don't see him anything, but I don't watch movies or TV. Really, so
all I watch is video games lately. I'm on YouTube watching video game content. Jackie likes it too. Our new thing is Trackmania, watching this guy named Virtual. It's like virtual with a W, and he's really good at the game. He's like one of the top 10 guys on earth, but he's a gifted storyteller. And it doesn't matter if he's just talking about chasing a track record or chasing like the history of this track record, which may not involve him at all. It's compelling. He makes good content, and I'm like totally out of it. I haven't watched Severance. I haven't watched Last of Us. I haven't watched any like popular stuff. I just watch YouTube gaming.
I've been in the Oblivion remastered thing, just going headlong into that. I'm only level 15, so I'm far behind Taylor. Where are you, Taylor?
I'm like 30.
Sure. Yeah, so you put a ton of time into it, but I'm still really enjoying it so far. It has some drawbacks. It's a 20-year-old game. I feel like it lacks some depth, but it is fun, and it's so nostalgic because every now and then I'll be like, fuck, I've been in this virtual room before 20 years ago.
I was but a teen.
Yeah, it feels no. yeah.
Yeah, you're 39
in 2006.
soon.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, you were a teen.
I was 20.
Or I guess you were 20. Yeah.
Yeah, I was 20. So it's pretty damn good, and playing on PC is definitely the way, because when things break, you just use a console command. Oh, you're not gonna give me my reward? There it is. Oh, look at that. Turns out I told you on text, I was like, the most powerful form of magic is tilde.
And that's why I bought last night. I had an overnighted Xbox like PC compatible controller sent to me, so that if I continue to get a bunch of nonsense when I'm trying to make spells, shockingly, I'm not getting any quest related bugs for the most part. And that's something that happened in Skyrim fucking constantly for the first couple of years I played in 2011 when it came out. This time, all the bugs have to do with spell making and item enchanting, which is something that, like, if that doesn't work late game, it's like, well, then I'm kind of hamstrung on how good my character can be, because that's what's left to improve. If I can't get the right enchantments on my items and I can't make the right spells, like that's
you can just console command that stuff. Like if it won't let
so that's why I'm gonna download it on my PC tonight, or really I'm gonna wait until I have one more failure when I'm making a spell, and then I'm gonna say fuck it and put it on my computer, because I'd rather play on my couch.
I did a gaming thing this week, made me proud. So I don't often agree that I'm good at these Souls games. I put a lot of time into it and I've improved, but then I'll look at like the best speedrunners on the planet, which is akin to looking at Michael Phelps and agreeing that I can't swim. Like you can still be a good swimmer if you lose to Michael Phelps. One of the people that I idolized is like one of them, not normal gamers like us, but one of the like gods of game, the people who can do this are the One Bros. And the rules for the One Bro challenge is you start with the worst character in the game and you never upgrade it. And then you beat the entire game using the most disadvantaged character. It's called a wretch in the game. And I got like hard in the early, like for half of the game, I just cruised through. It wasn't hard for me. And then like in the mid game, it maybe took more than one try to beat the boss, but I got there. I got a little stuck, third boss from the end, more stuck, the next boss from the end. And on the last boss, I was just hard stuck. I even put the game down, came back months later. Normally in Elden Ring or any game, like if you're stuck, you like go somewhere else, work it out, maybe upgrade level up your character, build some skills. When you're just not leveling up the worst starting class in the game, there's nowhere to go. You're stuck. And I picked it up again earlier this week. And I did it. I beat the game.
Hell yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it's me. I can't I'm coming to the realization that I have to admit that I'm pretty good at these games, because when I said these other One Bros were amazing, one of them, like the Cows of Souls games, and then I did that thing, I'm like, well, you're gonna have to come with grips with the fact that you're learning to play.
Yeah, you're that boy. Like you're the guy now.
I'm a One Bro.
Hell yeah,
I did
dude.
do it. It's real. It's on live stream. Like I'm a One Bro. I did a thing.
Nice. Congratulations. That's really cool. Now, are you done with Elden Ring? Can you take that game and digitally put it on the mantle? Leave it alone.
I enjoy that game, Kyle.
Okay. I didn't know if that was your feeling. Like maybe you're just like sick of it now. You've had egg salad every day this week and you don't want any more.
You know, Woody needs to play Oblivion on Legendary because he needs a really hard game. You're going to be getting fucking one shot by mud crabs. Like you're going to have to be very, very careful.
I'm kind of used to that. It's almost a relief when you play like a really, really hard game. Because like, for example, at this point, say the first boss in Elden Ring. If I don't beat him first try, I feel like I have to, like, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't beat the gatekeeper boss on my first try, an unupgraded character. I swear I'm better on other days. But if you play a really hard game where you're supposed to die, it takes a certain kind of pressure off. You know, like I doubled all the bosses and randomized all the rewards. It took me 6 tries to beat the 2 at one time. It's supposed to. You're supposed to die to these guys. It's not easy. Yeah. And it like takes the pressure off you.
Taylor, are you fighting in the gladiatorial arena? Have you become arena champion yet?
I'm the arena champion.
You are?
I am. I'm the arena champion.
Is that hard?
No.
It's monotonous.
Because like at this point, yeah, it's kind of monotonous. Like it's a big arena and you're like a gladiatorial fighter and I can just evade anytime I want in an area that there's no enemy that can strike fear in me if there's room around where we're fighting, because it doesn't matter, because if I take damage, I can just leap away. My fatigue, which is really stamina. I hate the way they call it fatigue in this game. It seems counterintuitive, but my stamina is so fucking high that I could jump all day, sprint all day. It's not going to run out. And so if he gets a nasty hit on me and I need to recover, use some spells, heal up, I just do that. And so I'll run in, go, crazy mode with the sword, maybe throw a couple spells. And then if I start to get low, I just bounce around and heal and he can't catch me. Like literally, I'm so bored doing that I'm like intentionally lowering the level I jump just so he comes at me like, you think you'll get the best of me, eh, Dark Elf? And then I just barely jump over his swing. And then he turns around. I barely jump over him again. I'm not even looking back at him when I do that. I just know the timing.
There was one
he's going to turn around and swing.
There was one.
Oh, was it the 2 sisters?
No, that was easy. It was the 3 unarmed guys, because I'm a sword and shield, and the unarmed guys disarm you.
Oh, yeah.
So when
I had
they
to
hit
restart
me, I drop
on
my
that one.
sword, and I'm like, oh no! And before, I'm trying to pick it up, and there's 3 of them punching me. Oh, speaking of beatings, did you see Eddie Hall's new MMA fight? He had another one. He fought the 2 small twins, and now recently he fought just an opponent. Dude, he mauled him. I think I did see the end of it. Him.
Was it fast?
I don't. Well, I saw the end of the fight. I don't know if that was the beginning and the end, or if they've been around in the interim. But it happened quick, and it was brutal. He's so big and strong. I don't know how tall he is. I think he's only maybe 6'1" or 2. But I think he's skilled. I think he's 325. He had a great quote about Francis Ngannou. They asked him if he would fight Francis Ngannou. He said, "I'd rather get fucked in the ass by the devil than fight Francis Ngannou."
I'll fight Francis, but I want the motorcycle.
Yeah,
he's
damn
throwing
right.
around another giant man like he's a plastic toy.
Yeah,
really.
Like both of these guys are big, but
if you teach someone that strong the leverage of wrestling,
yeah,
right. It was cool to watch him fight. The
2 guys.
Who's the really, really good Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy?
Gordon Ryan.
Yeah,
Ryan
I think
Gordon?
that's what I'm
something
going
like that.
for.
Gordon
Something
Ryan,
like that. Yeah. Now, of course, he couldn't beat him because that guy, he's so jacked up and on so much steroids that he's giving up strength to Eddie Hall. Obviously, practically everybody is, but not like a regular person would. Exactly. He's also super strong.
And he's
really
the
talented.
Jiu-jitsu like guru.
Wizard.
I hear he's the man. I don't know. I know they have world championships in lots of divisions, but everybody talks like he's the GOAT, like he's the guy right now.
Because he doesn't just win; he wins and submits.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. The UFC's been kind of meh for a while. Right? It feels like I was saying earlier, like they need another weight division. Why don't we do a super heavyweight division and treat it like the women's 145-pound division, where you don't really get a lot of fights, but when it's time for it to happen, when you do have 2 big girls, you got somewhere to put them. I'd love to see a 275-pounder fight a 300-pounder every now and then, twice a year, have a super heavyweight bout where you've got some guy coming in from Asia or some guy coming in from Russia who can't make weight, but you know, all the Bellators are gone now. PFL is terrible. Cards are getting canceled. There's a lot of fighters out there. The roster can get bigger, and the sport is big enough that there's got to be some super heavyweight people out there that you could put on a show with. And I know I'd watch it. It's got to be not wanting to cut the John Joneses and make the heavyweight not the premier division, right? Like it would look kind of bad. You would always be saying, well, yeah, John Jones is the baddest man in the world, but you wouldn't want to fight Eddie Hall because he's the 300-pound champion. Maybe that, but that seems silly when entertainment dollars are being left on the table. I hope John Jones fights Aspinall.
I don't know why the UFC doesn't have stars anymore. Like Aspinall might be a star if he wasn't being ducked all the time.
No.
Okay.
I don't think he's not. I don't know what makes a UFC star. You've got those 2 former stars that I'm sure we could both think of with Ronda and Conor. What was it about them that did it? They're both attractive. They're both well-spoken. They seemed unbeatable in their times, and they would sort of commit these feats while talking shit. And I think it's that. You could talk all the shit in the world, but you better go knock Jose Aldo out in 13 seconds if you're gonna. And you better go take on Chad Mendez or whoever with no warning, you know, like you better go do those things. And they did. You know, Ronda was annihilating people with arm bars left and right, and we didn't know any better. Nobody did. She was the greatest at the time, and then Amanda Nunes happened. Amanda's coming back, you know.
Holly Holmes.
Amanda's coming back to fight somebody, that giant bitch whose name escapes me, has bigger delts than me.
Not Gabrielle Garcia, that chick.
Not her. No, she's got a dick. The one that's in the UFC. It's a good-looking blonde chick. She looks like a fitness model who went a little too heavy with it. I can't think of her name right now, though. But yeah, I wish there was a super heavyweight division. I'd be down for that. A little freak fight every now and then. But as far as making a star, like you saw them try to fabricate one out of Sean O'Malley. And the whole time I'm watching, I'm thinking like, who's buying these t-shirts and wearing these wigs? Who's actually thinks this guy's like cool? Because he looks like doesn't have a look that appeals to me. Like he looks dirty. He looks like he smells bad. Like I don't think that guy's cool. I think he's a good fighter, I guess, but I never thought he was great. So he just seemed like a fabricated UFC star that quickly fizzled out when the rubber hit the road. And then Pereira, he can't talk. So if Pereira could talk shit and was handsome, that'd be your new Conor McGregor.
He's handsome enough in my mind, but
come on, he looks like a tribal shaman or some shit. He looks scary as fuck. His head looks like those Maori carved Easter Island heads. It looks like an Easter Island head.
I see it, but
come on,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why the people aren't stars like they used to be. I wondered if it was just me, but it seems like everybody agrees that it's just not as compelling as it once was.
Paddy is the guy on the path right now to be the star. He's like, if anybody's walking the path that could potentially lead to it, it's Paddy the Baddy. Because he's gonna fight a top 5, top 6 guy next. He's got a song. He's got his own song. When he comes in and that Paddy the Baddy song comes on, and he's doing the Paddy the Baddy day. He's got his own dance, and his fans do the dance, and they wear wigs of him. He's got a look, he's got a sound, and he's got a culture. And I think Paddy the Baddy, if he can keep winning,
I'm pretty sure this is right. Paddy the Baddy's on a 3-fight win streak. Sounds good, right? You know what his 3 opponents are on? Like an 11-fight losing streak combined.
He lost to one of them too.
He's beating nobody. He practically lost to one of them. This guy's gonna get so exposed.
I thought he looked good. Look, evaluating UFC talent is probably not my strong suit. And Chandler's like 0 I think he's like 2-5 in his last 7 or something like that. It's not good. It's not good since coming to the UFC from.
And he's been inactive for a long time, waiting for Conor.
But Paddy in this last fight looked more fit and muscular than I've ever seen him. Like he did a physical transformation. He looked big and strong. He looked different.
USADA's gone.
USADA's gone. And he's in the UK. I don't know if that means anything. So I like him. I like his chances. I don't know who against though. At the top of that division at 155 is fucking scary. They're all killers. They're all monsters. They all have every tool in the box. So it's weird that there aren't stars, because arguably the UFC is more talented than it's ever been. If Conor McGregor tried to jump into today's 155, prime McGregor. If you drop prime McGregor into this 155, I don't know if he gets past like some of the wrestlers and some of the fucking Yair Rodriguez. Is Yair at 145 still?
I'm not sure.
I think he is. But
I agree. I think even Prime McGregor would not stand out. And I have a lot of respect for Prime McGregor. I like that he took on Mendez. I like that he went 1-1 against Nate Diaz, but that's a big boy. And Prime Conor had skills. We did see what happened when he went up against Khabib. I'm not sure that was still Prime, right? Was that the fight after he stopped being Prime? I don't know.
Oh, Khabib's was unbeatable. And look, I don't know how well Khabib does in the current 155. He's a top 5 or he's a top 3 for sure. I don't know if he can beat Islam. I don't know if Prime Islam doesn't beat Prime Khabib, because Islam seems to have all the smash and a little more footwork and a little more hands. Like, he's sharp with it. And I remember Khabib dropping Conor. That was embarrassing for me. I can't imagine how Conor feels about that. That was rough. But I think Islam's the pound for pound champ right now, right? Like, he's the undisputed. Like, he faces all comers. I want to see him step up and take on Bilal Muhammad at 170, and then he's the GOAT. Then he might be the GOAT.
UFC's damaging their brand with what they're doing with John Jones, letting him dodge for years. Saying, Dana White, like, if you don't think the toughest man in the world, the pound for pound champ is John Jones, and you don't know what you're talking about. Bro, when's the last time John Jones did something impressive?
Cyril Gane. We're going to see Aspinall. I hear rumors that Aspinall Gane is in the works.
I've seen that too. We'll see. I would like to see it. I bet Aspinall.
Now, let me ask you this.
Rocks him.
If Aspinall beats him, but it's a war. It's a 5-round war. Does that change your opinion on Jones, Aspinall?
A little bit. Changed my opinion about that fight a little bit. But I don't think it's going to get Aspinall. Dude, is anyone making it to the second round with that guy?
No, I don't think anybody's. I didn't think they had made it out of the first, frankly. But right. I'm not a great stats and stories with some of this stuff, because I miss fights and
Yeah.
I choose to misremember some fights on purpose. I genuinely delete some of the sad information because when your team loses the series, it sucks. We were talking about the Braves in '99. It wasn't 5 games like I remembered. It was 4 games. We got swept in the series that year. That was back-to-back championships for the Yanks, by the way. Fuck them and their $250 million budget in 1999.
Can you still do that at baseball?
Yeah, they do. Anytime they want, they win a series.
Basketball has a neat system. You can spend as much as you want, but they have these aprons. And like, if you exceed the salary cap, then like they just charge you a little more money. So it becomes really expensive to pay people more than you're allowed to pay them. If you exceed that next salary cap, then there starts to be in-game penalties against you for spending that much on salary. Like I think they take away your second round draft pick and they take away some of the ways in which you might trade players to other teams. Like you have to almost only get bad deals. And why that's cool is if you have a really wealthy owner and a championship team, then you can pay the people you currently have enough that you don't lose them. You can do what happened with like Jordan and the Bulls or something and just keep it going
or Pippen
for a long time.
That's how
if you have the money. But you can't just buy a championship by paying more than any other owner would. That starts to hurt you basketball wise.
Speaking of like penalties on and off the field, did you see what they did to the Falcons for the coordinator's son prank phone calling Shedeur?
You find
all right. So the coordinator makes 1.5 mil a year, 1.6, I think. Find him $100K. That's a chunk of change out of the old pocket. He's going to notice that one. I bet that kid caught an ass whooping and a half over that. You're going to pay me every cent of that back. You're working every summer until. But the Falcons, Arthur Blank maybe owns some bitches. He's a billionaire, but they hit him with $250,000. And it's like, why is it on him? Why is it on the organization that a kid went into his dad's laptop and got a phone number? That part didn't make any sense to me because not only does the Falcons not care because he's a billionaire, but like it's not even their fault. I didn't get that. I liked punishing the guy though, because the guy's not going to punish the kid. That's the only way to punish the kid.
Yeah, I need to think longer on it. Somehow I feel like that guy got a little over punished for something that was only tangentially his fault.
Oh, it's so mean. I just mean what the kid did is so mean though. Like that's so mean. Like even if you don't like that guy, even if that's a bad guy, don't do that to him. Man, he's down bad. He's trying to show grace on camera day after day, passing with him not getting chosen when he believed he was getting chosen. He'd been assured he was going whatever. And then you prank phone call him like that.
We should point out the kid, the one that's an asshole, is over 21.
Yeah, he's in college.
It's not like it's some 8th grader who played a prank.
Still, it's a young guy. Like I don't want to it's not capital offense. I think I heard somebody on ESPN say today, but still, I'm glad that 100K seems about right. 100K seems about right. I bet he's going to catch an ass whooping from his dad.
Yeah, I don't know. You ready to wrap?
I suppose.
Yes, all right. Check out all the sponsors.
PKA 750.